You can talk, wow, you're a monster. The canary flapped its wings, flying 3 meters high. Its small body trembled in fear. Qi Yuan was speechless. I am human, a bona fide human. You, a bird, speak human language instead of bird language. You are the monster. Miss can speak bird language. Bew bew bew, chirp chirp chirp. The canary's voice was like a machine gun, or an electric scooter alarm, crisp and piercing. Miss spoke bird language, so I am not a monster. Now it's your turn. You are a drop of blood, speak blood language, or you're a monster. The canary demanded. At this moment, the conversation between her and Qi Yuan was utterly illogical, like a childish chat. How does blood speak? Qi Yuan was dumbfounded, but he couldn't let himself be outdone by a bird. Dinosaur, carrying a wolf, blood blood blood. Qi Yuan made up nonsense instantly. The canary's eyes widened, rolling, you are lying. Where does blood speak like that? You are not blood, so how would you know how blood speaks? Qi Yuan felt he had the upper hand, referencing the saying, you are not a fish, so how can you know the joy of fish? Sure enough, the canary was stunned by Qi Yuan. Neither of us are monsters. It cautiously flew over, landing near Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan paused, realizing he had been led astray. Whether one could speak bird or blood language had nothing to do with being a monster. You are a monster, I am not. Qi Yuan emphasized. The canary landed beside him. Even if Miss is a monster, she is a very beautiful monster. And you, an ugly freak. Qi Yuan couldn't stand it. If I transform, I will be handsome and dignified. The two argued childishly and gradually became familiar. Qi Yuan found that the canary wasn't very smart, rather vain, or perhaps just loved beauty. He felt that this canary dragged him to its level of intelligence. He stopped arguing over meaningless things and asked, where is this place? This is Nine Pan Mountain. Where is Nine Pan Mountain? In Nine Pan Mountain, of course, the canary replied with a look that suggested Qi Yuan was an idiot. Qi Yuan was speechless, thinking, why not call it Second Ferry Bridge, why not call it Chunghua Avenue? But he understood he couldn't get anything useful from the canary. Do you know about the Southern and Northern Wars? Qi Yuan asked again. Anyone in the Lufeng realm would know about the Southern and Northern Wars. The canary shook its head. Do you know about demons? Was this place not the Lufeng realm? The canary's eyes widened in fear. Those ugly things, there are lots and lots of them at the foot of the mountain. Qi Yuan understood. He looked at the sky without stars and concluded this was likely the Lufeng realm. Those ugly things, crazy and erratic, attack us on sight. Do you know what that door in the sky is? Qi Yuan asked again. The door in the sky was mysterious and ancient. In the Lufeng realm, he had never seen such a door. This indicated that the place he was in. I don't know. The canary shook its head. Qi Yuan didn't want to talk anymore. This dumb canary couldn't provide any answers. He stared at the door of myriad variations in the sky, slowly comprehending. The canary glanced at Qi Yuan and returned to its nest. The small nest, hanging on a tree, looked delicate and exquisite. Back in its nest, the canary preened its fine feathers. It groomed for half a day. After some time, it poked its little head out. Blood drop, what are you doing? What's so interesting about that door? I am comprehending the essence, Qi Yuan replied. Comprehending the essence wasn't like in TV, requiring total immersion without disturbance. He just needed to look at it. Anyway, fragments would fall off. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the door of myriad variations, back scratching ability +1, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the door of myriad variations, mutation ability +1, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the door of myriad variations, mental disorder +1, close black lens bracket. All sorts of strange abilities were comprehended. The more Qi Yuan comprehended, the better his mental state became. What is comprehending the essence? The canary looked up at the door of myriad variations, eyes filled with instinctive fear. Can it make one more beautiful? Maybe, it's possible, Qi Yuan replied truthfully. With the strange things he comprehended, becoming more beautiful was normal. The canary was excited. I want to comprehend it too. It imitated Qi Yuan, staring blankly at the door of myriad variations in the sky. As he comprehended, Qi Yuan's form gradually grew larger. In the past month, the ability he comprehended most was mutation. He had 10 of them. As for other strange abilities, they were fleeting and not systematic. A month later, a sudden storm swept over Nine Pan Mountain, the wind blowing the trees, drenching the world. Qi Yuan, through the rain, still stared at the door of myriad variations. During the thunderstorm, open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the door of myriad variations, slight increase in combat power in thunderstorms, close black lens bracket. Can it be? It was the first time in a month he had comprehended an increase in combat power. However, the cold rain hitting his face made him uncomfortable. At that moment, a banana leaf covered his head, shielding him from the rain. The canary's voice came. Blood drop, what a heavy rain. Qi Yuan saw it, its feathers mostly wet, trembling. I am not afraid of rain, you should go back to your nest. Wet feathers aren't pretty. HMPH. The canary held the banana leaf. We are neighbors. Miss sees you without hands or legs, feeling sorry for you. Achoo. Can canaries sneeze? It was the first time Qi Yuan saw it. The canary, wet and cold, turned away, not wanting to look at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan whispered, "Fire." A small flame rose beside them. The canary, seeing this, its eyes rolled. You know spells. Comprehending the door of myriad variations gives small abilities, just unstable. The abilities obtained this way felt usable both in the Lufeng realm and the game. Unlike the Kanglin realm spells, which didn't work in the game. The potential of these abilities seemed great. Wow, blood drop, you're amazing. Why do I comprehend the door of myriad variations but get nothing? My eyes are even a bit blurry. The canary approached the flame, feeling warm, dispelling its cold. Are you nearsighted? How can staring at the sky make you nearsighted? Maybe you should stop comprehending. No, I want to become beautiful. The canary stubbornly said. Suddenly its eyes rolled. Do you smell something burning? Qi Yuan glanced. The canary's tail was on fire. Your tail is burning. My feathers are on fire. Blood drop, Miss won't forgive you. The banana leaf was lifted, the rain dousing the canary's feathers, extinguishing the fire. Its tail still had scorch marks. Loving beauty, it couldn't accept this. It glared at Qi Yuan. Miss won't speak to you again. Like an angry child, it ran back to its house. It looked at its tail, feeling aggrieved. Mumbling, blood drop, if you don't speak to me first, Miss won't forgive you. The canary looked at the heavy rain outside, then slept in its nest. Only sleeping could ease its pain. At night, a banana leaf covered Qi Yuan, shielding most of the rain. Qi Yuan glanced at the nest designed to shield from wind and rain. He saw the panicked canary, glaring at him when noticed. What are you looking at? Without an apology, Miss won't forgive you. In the following days, the canary didn't talk to Qi Yuan. It seemed truly angry over its burned feathers. Qi Yuan kept comprehending the door of myriad variations, gaining more mutation abilities. A year passed, and he had nearly 100 mutation abilities. Other strange abilities came and went quickly. Hey, blood drop, when will you apologize to Miss? One evening, the canary appeared before Qi Yuan. Its tail seemed to have healed, it glared at Qi Yuan. After a year, it finally talked to Qi Yuan. Who are you? Qi Yuan felt confused. You, forgot Miss, unforgivable. The canary's feathers fluffed up, pacing around Qi Yuan. Oh, you're the canary. I remember, thanks for the banana leaf. Qi Yuan smiled, recalling. The canary glared. You're like fish, core memory. Time flew, 27 years passed. Qi Yuan's form grew from a small marble to the size of a football. Mutation abilities neared 1,000. The door of myriad variations in the sky slowly faded, almost disappearing. Blood drop, who is prettier, me or the white fox of Seven Pan Mountain? The canary landed before Qi Yuan. Around Nine Pan Mountain were other peaks. On Seven Pan Mountain, a white fox speaking human language was popular among the mountains. Gold nests and silver nests were no match for one's own home. You are the prettiest, Qi Yuan lied, comforting his neighbor. Miss knew she was prettiest, those guys have no taste, choosing that white fox as #1 beauty. The canary was indignant. Suddenly, it looked up at the sky, its small face blank. Blood drop, the door of myriad variations, is gone. Don't be sad. Blood drop, ... Am I back? Comprehending the essence was quick. Qi Yuan opened his eyes, seeing his surroundings, back in Wugui City. So this is comprehending the essence. He recalled the door of myriad variations. He comprehended for 27 years, gaining mostly mutation abilities. When the door vanished, his comprehension ended. Mutation ability, what is it? The door of myriad variations, what is it? Qi Yuan looked at himself. Fire, he whispered. A flame ignited. He didn't use Kanglan realm spell or game skills. Saying fire, fire appeared. Mutation, Qi Yuan whispered. But his body didn't change. Maybe too few mutation abilities. Or haven't I found the issue? Next comprehension at level 90. 60 levels granted a comprehension chance, so did 90 and 120. Setting emotions aside, Qi Yuan hugged Xiao Jia, both lying in the city gate pit again. In the windless desert, all was sand, vast and beautiful. Qi Yuan, holding Xiao Jia, sat on the city wall, leisurely. This guard mode is good, constantly killing monsters is too much, even for me. Qi Yuan had the death glow, but he was still weak, hard to recover from injuries. He needed levels 80 or 90 for the death glow to be most effective. Then he would be truly resilient. They're here. Qi Yuan squinted, looking at the desert. In the distance, dust rose. The demon army's advance stirred a sandstorm. This time, stronger than before. 800, over 20 at level 49. Qi Yuan squinted. Usually, there were only 1 or 2 of such level. Now, over 20, unfriendly visitors. Qi Yuan smiled happily. Beating the small ones, the big ones finally come. He jumped from the wall with his broken sword. As always, he shouted at the demon army, I am the guardian of Wugui City, intruders will be killed without mercy. Holding the sword, his thin figure contrasted with the 30-meter-high wall. This time, different from before, the demon army halted. A woman's voice came. Such a handsome man. With this voice, a scantily clad woman appeared. Her face was average, but her figure was explosive, in a blood-red dress slit to the waist, exposing much of her hip, showing a deep handprint on her slightly tanned skin. Her face had strange tattoos. She was the demon controller Taixia. She looked at Qi Yuan with an ambiguous gaze. So this is why Wugui City couldn't be taken, a cultivator appeared. Qi Yuan looked at Taixia, surprised. Besides foreign demons and void shadows, this is my first time seeing a humanoid experience pack. Taixia's eyes flashed with regret. Handsome and strong, but not very bright. But I'm not interested in your mind, just your body. Taixia's eyes gleamed as she licked her lips, interested in joining my northern camp. This kind of conversation was normal. Exorcists from 10,000 and 8,000 cities often fled to the north. Taixia's last male pet came from Gulan City. I see you as an experience pack, and you lust for my body, seeking death. Qi Yuan, angry, held his broken sword. Delusional woman, shrimp head woman. You still don't see reality. Taixia's smile vanished. You have no support in Wugui City. My demon army is endless. Do you think, blocking a few waves, you can guard Wugui City? You alone, even as a state guardian, can't hold Wugui City. 10,000 and 8,000 cities will fall one day. Taixia retreated. As a demon controller, her power was average. The demons were her strength. Over 20 overlord-level demons could sweep a small city like Wugui. Not to mention hundreds more demons. As Taixia retreated, the demon army roared, charging Qi Yuan. Kill. Qi Yuan alone blocked Wugui City, facing 800 demons, charging into the army. A flash of his sword, dozens of demons were shredded. A new prompt sounded in his ear. Open black lens bracket mutation progress 1%, extract 1% demon essence, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gained demon essence *1, close black lens bracket. Qi Yuan paused. Killing demons used to only grant experience. Now, he also gained demon essence. Was this related to comprehending the mutation ability? Demon essence, what was it? But now wasn't the time to ponder. He was still fighting, questions for after the battle. The slaughter had just begun. With demon essence, Qi Yuan felt more excited, killing with greater vigor. Not far, Taixia saw this, her eyes greedier. Such a strong body, I want a lick. But after a few hundred breaths, her greed turned to fear. 800 demons besieging one man, now 100 killed, and he was unscathed. Holding the broken sword, not a swordsman, but an assassin charging the army. Yet this assassin faced encirclement, still killing dozens with each stab. What assassin fights an army head-on? She realized the gravity. You are a state guardian. In this small Wugui city, a state guardian. Qi Yuan, killing an overlord-level demon, greedily eyed Taixia, thanks for the appetizers. Level 60 and 59 were a threshold. In the Kanglan realm, it was the difference between foundation building and golden core. In Wangyu continent, between emperor and supreme emperor. In Lufeng realm, between state guardian and overlord. Before, without merging with Xiaojia, killing this army took effort. Now, easily done. Taixia, without hesitation, fled. A state guardian was too much for her. Trying to run. Qi Yuan saw that Taixia was attempting to escape and his face turned cold. He chased after Taixia. Stop him, Taixia shouted, and all the demons became even more frenzied, charging at Qi Yuan with reckless abandon. Seeing that the demons had temporarily trapped Qi Yuan, Taixia's confidence grew. I never expected a state guardian to come to Wugui City. You are strong, and I'm no match for you, but so what if you're a state guardian? There are many state guardians in Gulan City, but they're still beaten and cowering inside, afraid to come out. The South is destined to fall, why fight for it? Life is short, we should enjoy it while we can, why care about the so-called world? Doing these things is just for your own moral satisfaction. Taixia looked at Qi Yuan, eyes filled with a smug expression. I'm leaving. The next time I return, Wugui City will definitely be overturned. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Qi Yuan grew anxious. Dare to overthrow the city I guard. You're seeking death. Sky-splitting sword technique. Qi Yuan used his strongest sword technique. With one stroke, the hundreds of demons surrounding him were forcibly cut open, creating a gap. Taixia saw this and her face showed shock. Killing over 10 overlord-level demons with one sword was not something an ordinary state guardian could do. A gust of wind blew, and Taixia heard Qi Yuan shout. Villain, don't run, stay, as a dog. The powerful wind struck her waist, and she fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. Just a residual wave had taken away all her combat power. She struggled to turn around and saw the handsome man with a broken sword approaching her. She was terrified, she didn't want to die here. I am willing to be a dog. Lying on the scorching sand, Taixia's heart felt a strange ripple. She looked at Qi Yuan with a pleasing expression, even sticking out her tongue like a real dog. Begging dog has no house. Qi Yuan felt disgusted and slashed Taixia with his sword. Taixia's body fell limply, not understanding why, even after becoming a dog, she wasn't spared. Did they have such deep-seated hatred? Aren't the cultivators from the north and south often surrendering to each other? But she had no time to ponder because she was dead. After killing Taixia, Qi Yuan turned back to the demon army. He lifted his sword and charged again. Half an hour later, Qi Yuan returned to the walls of Wugui City. Now, he most wanted to understand what exactly this so-called demon essence was. He introspected and carefully sensed his body. After some time, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. In his spirit, he observed a speck of gas the size of a grain of rice. This gas was multicolored, possessing countless hues. Is this the demon essence? Open black lens bracket demon essence, the evil of living beings, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust, close black lens bracket. The 7 deadly sins. This doesn't seem like a good thing. His spirit touched the rice-sized demon essence and immediately his mind was flooded with countless visions. He saw himself cutting through the palace of light. He devoured mountains of delicious food. He tore his junior sister Zhang Lingsu's dress and put stockings on her legs. 6. Qi Yuan thought he just wanted to play along. Suddenly, I feel the mutation ability is not a good thing. Qi Yuan realized he might have fallen into a trap. However, after pondering for a while, he dismissed this thought. There's a saying, there are no evil martial arts, only evil people. Demon essence is another side of human nature. If I kill all the demons in this world, how much demon essence would I have? If I refine it into my golden core, it might be powerful. A golden core might evoke enemies' 7 emotions and 6 desires, breeding inner demons. Qi Yuan thought this through. If that were the case, his golden core would control similar emotions and desires. Qi Yuan reassured himself. His mood improved significantly. 2 years passed in a flash. In the vast desert, Yuan Qi walked alone, his face cracked, and he looked in bad shape. On the way to Wugui City, he encountered many wandering demons. He barely escaped several times, nearly dying, but he pulled through. Now, he was extremely weak. Yet, he never discarded the wooden box on his back. The path from Great Sha to Wugui City is filled with demons. How did my brother and his men reach Wugui City, or, is my brother not in Wugui City? Yuan Qi was filled with doubt, determined to find out the situation in Wugui City. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. "Brother, are you also a cultivator from the south?" Yuan Qi turned sharply and saw a man and a woman, both looking at him warily. "Yes, and you are?" Yuan Qi asked, thoughts racing. He heard that many cultivators from the 10,000 and 8,000 cities defected to the north each year. The pair had no marks of demon controllers, but he remained cautious. "We are cultivators from Galan City, heading to Wugui City," the tall man said. "Judging by your direction, are you also going to Wugui City? Are you from Great Sha?" Yuan Qi pondered and decided not to hide it. "Indeed. I see," the tall man smiled. The woman beside him quickly asked, "Since you are from Great Sha, do you know the guardian of Wugui City?" "Wugui City's guardian?" Yuan Qi shook his head. He didn't know. "I only know that a few years ago, my brother led troops to support Wugui City and never returned. Wugui City has been isolated for too long. We don't have much information either. But we heard that the guardian of Wugui City is a state guardian. He has defended the city alone for nearly 3 years." The tall man's eyes showed admiration. "My sister and I are going to visit this guardian and discuss important matters." Yuan Qi was puzzled. A state guardian? Great Sha has no state guardian. Who is the guardian of Wugui City? Guarding alone? How sad. Thinking this, Yuan Qi felt a pang of sorrow. "Since we're all headed to Wugui City, let's travel together." After 5 days, Yuan Qi learned the siblings, general information and purpose for going to Wugui City. The siblings were named Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei. They were going to persuade the guardian of Wugui City to come to Galan City. They sought Yuan Qi's company, thinking he might know the guardian and could help persuade him. Yuan Qi was initially resistant. Why should Great Sha's guardian leave Wugui City for Galan City? But Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei convinced him. Wugui City indeed didn't need guarding. The guardian, defending the city alone, while Great Sha couldn't provide any help, would only lead to death. Yuan Qi felt unwilling, guilty, and deeply self-reproachful. Half a day later, the three finally saw the towering Wugui City. Lu Wentai looked at the grand city with admiration. Guarding a city alone, how magnificent. Beside him, Lu Wenmei gathered her strength and shouted at the grand city, "Envoys from Galan City seek an audience with the guardian of Wugui City." The loud voice echoed in the city. But 10 seconds passed with no response. Lu Wentai felt a sense of foreboding. No, something might have happened in Wugui City. The three hurried towards the city. As they neared the wall, they hit an invisible barrier. "What is this?" The three fell, looking puzzled at the front. "Step aside," a lazy voice came. Sand flew as a young man holding a broken sword appeared, seemingly climbing out of the ground. His face still looked sleepy. Yuan Qi stared at him, surprised. So young. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei had the same thought. If not for hearing that he had guarded Wugui City alone for 3 years, they wouldn't believe he was a state guardian. "Are you the guardian of Wugui City?" Lu Wentai asked. "Yes." The man from the ground was Qi Yuan. "What are you doing at Wugui City so early, disturbing my sleep?" "I am Lu Wentai, this is my sister Lu Wenmei. We are from Galan City, here to visit the guardian on important matters." "Speak." Qi Yuan's words were concise. "We admire your solitary defense of Wugui City. Even our guardian in Galan City speaks highly of you," Lu Wentai began with praise. "Get to the point." Qi Yuan grew impatient. He felt dealing with demons was better than humans. Humans talked too much. Demons only roared like dragons. Lu Wentai looked embarrassed. "Guarding Wugui City alone is a great feat. By our guardian's order, we invite you to Galan City. We have dozens of state guardians, hundreds of overlords, and strong forces. Since the start of the Southern and Northern Wars, we have never lost a city. Now, we plan to counterattack the demon army, defeat the demon controller leader Misan, and secure 10 years of peace. However, Galan City lacks manpower, and you, a state guardian, would be a great help in our counterattack." Lu Wentai grew excited. After all, a counterattack against the demons was unprecedented. Success would boost the morale of the Dazui kingdom. And they would be remembered in history. Qi Yuan shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested." He refused outright. Lu Wenmei and Lu Wentai were surprised. Lu Wentai quickly added, "Won't you reconsider? If you join us, Galan City will provide 10 great medicines annually, and access to powerful techniques to enhance your strength." Lu Wentai offered incentives. Great medicine, techniques. Qi Yuan didn't need them. With his death glow, demons were the best medicine. In the game, he only needed to kill demons to grow stronger. I am the guardian of Wugui City. I won't leave for another place. Qi Yuan shook his head firmly. Lu Wenmei stepped forward. Your defense of Wugui City is admirable. But you are alone, guarding for 3 years, repelling waves of demons. The demons will only grow stronger. How long can you hold out? Lu Wentai continued. Wugui City is backed by Great Sha. Great Sha now has no overlord, not even 1,000 leaders. You have no backup. One day, Wugui City will fall, and you will die. Please, think of the greater good, not just a small country. Consider the human race. Offering benefits, then speaking of dangers, finally appealing to duty, most people would agree. Yuan Qi remained silent. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei made sense. The unknown guardian couldn't hold Wugui City alone. No matter how strong, how could he fight all the northern demons? Guarding alone, only death awaited. Qi Yuan smiled. Don't use NPC thinking to understand a player. I won't leave Wugui City. My mind is made up. Please leave. Guarding Wugui City's rewards might be as valuable as fragments of the Tao. He couldn't leave. Moreover, he might not be in the same faction as Galan City, possibly competitors. They would compete for demons. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei looked grave. Qi Yuan's words were partly unclear, but his meaning was evident. They didn't expect his resolve. Lu Wenmei, defiant, asked, what would it take for you to leave Wugui City for Galan City? Any condition, I will agree. Her gaze was firm, she meant it. Qi Yuan laughed. I want to be the lord of this world, can you? Lu Wenmei knew he couldn't be persuaded. The siblings looked at Qi Yuan, eyes complex. Since that's the case, take care. Goodbye. They left decisively. Wait, Qi Yuan spoke. Lu Wenmei's face lit up. Have you changed your mind? Qi Yuan shook his head. No, I wanted to say, if you can't kill all demons, send them to me. I'm itching for a fight. Recently, demons attacked every few days. Qi Yuan enjoyed the kills. But one could never have enough experience. Lu Wenmei was puzzled by Qi Yuan's request but nodded. I'll report this to the guardian. She assumed Qi Yuan wanted to contribute to Galan City's plan. The siblings bid farewell and left. Qi Yuan looked at Yuan Qi. Why didn't you leave with them? Yuan Qi, emotionally charged, said, Great Sha can't support your defense of Wugui City. I, Yuan Qi, am willing to lay down my life for you. He left unsaid. Great Sha's people stand with you. If possible, thousands from Great Sha would rush to Wugui City, ready to die. But, most would die on the way. Qi Yuan listened to Yuan Qi's impassioned speech for a long time before saying, my guarding of Wugui City has nothing to do with Great Sha. I guard it simply because I am its guardian. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor without reason. Hearing this, Yuan Qi was initially confused. However, he quickly understood. This guardian must be someone who cares deeply for all living beings. He wasn't from Great Sha, but he didn't want to see the southern land fall to the north, so he came to Wugui City alone to guard it. He wasn't confined to a small country, but cared for the world. This is a true great cultivator. Yuan Qi's admiration grew. However, he thought of his brother and eventually asked in a somber tone, did you see any soldiers from the Song camp when you arrived at Wugui City? Not long after I arrived, 2 ordinary soldiers from the Song camp came. They said they were ambushed on the way, and the entire army was wiped out. Only they escaped with serious injuries, but they didn't last long and died in Wugui City. Qi Yuan recalled the 2 men. One was Zhang Sheng, the other Chen Zhao. If they had changed their names, perhaps their fate would have been different, Qi Yuan thought. They are buried deep within Wugui City. Yuan Qi felt a heavy heart. He had suspected as much before coming. Seeing the truth only deepened his pain. His grandfather, father, and eldest brother, 3 generations, all died in Wugui City. The box on your back contains wine, right? Qi Yuan smelled the faint scent of wine. Yes, Yuan Qi answered solemnly. He had traveled a long way to Wugui City to let the soldiers there taste the wine from their homeland, to show that Great Sha had not forgotten them. Zhang Sheng and Chen Zhao drank bad wine when they arrived. Since you brought good wine, you can use it to pay tribute to them. Qi Yuan still remembered the terrible taste of the wine Chen Zhao raised before he died. Probably only Chen Zhao and Zhang Sheng enjoyed it. I'll first offer a cup to you, Yuan Qi said, trying to take the wine from his back. I don't drink, Qi Yuan said, flying up to the city wall. He looked out at the vast desert and said loudly, "In the future, the people of Great Sha should stop coming to Wugui City. I guard this place, and it is impregnable. No one can steal from my home. If you must come, just bring some military flags." Qi Yuan didn't know how many years he would guard this place. More flags would always be better. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract demons, which would be bad. Yuan Qi felt mixed emotions. He looked at the thin figure on the city wall and bowed solemnly. On his way to Wugui City, he had not thought about returning. He didn't know when the city would fall, but he wasn't afraid. In Galan City, the guardian Dong Long had a full beard and mostly white hair. He stood on the towering city wall, with the Dazui flag flying in the wind. The guardian looked at Lu Wentai with surprise. He doesn't want to come. Dong Long was indeed surprised. Great Sha was a small country, not even a tenth the strength of Dazui. In a little over 10 years, Great Sha would lose Wugui City and be absorbed into Dazui. Now, Wugui City had a new guardian, a state guardian at that, so Dong Long naturally wanted to recruit him. It's a pity, the other party's refusal meant Dong Long couldn't force it. Guarding a city alone without support or supplies, one day, he would be overwhelmed by the ever-growing demon army. Dong Long lamented the loss of a hero. Dismissed. Since he wouldn't come, Dong Long wouldn't think about it further. He was at a crucial moment in organizing an army to counterattack Missen. He had to kill Missen and other demon controllers. After that, he could return to Dazui. When he left, his granddaughter had just been born. This time, his great-grandson might be getting married. Kill, kill, kill. Below Wugui City, Qi Yuan held his sword, facing 1,000 demons. His eyes were blood red, constantly killing. The powerful demons were like laughable weeds in Qi Yuan's hands, harvested by his broken sword. His experience bar skyrocketed. Demon essence also kept accumulating. Qi Yuan noticed that perhaps due to the demon essence, he grew more excited the more he killed, craving blood. He was like a cold, heartless war machine, moving in and out of the demon army, and in less than half an hour, he had killed all the 1,000 demons. Done. Qi Yuan, as usual, blew the blood off his broken sword and returned to the city wall. The city wall was tall and majestic. With Qi Yuan guarding, no demon had ever climbed it. On the wall, Yuan Qi looked at the godlike Qi Yuan, full of admiration. Congratulations, sir, for repelling the enemy and killing 1,000 demons. No big deal, just needed some exercise. Qi Yuan glanced at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi had been in Wugui City for 3 years. His face was now much more weathered and yellow than when they first met. The once handsome young man had turned into a weather-beaten uncle. Sir, there's also good news. Yesterday, Galan City's guardian Dong Long besieged Missen, heavily damaging the demon army, and Missen fled wounded. We will have a few years of peace. Yuan Qi said excitedly. He deeply admired Dong Long. After all, every attempt by Great Sha to guard Wugui City had ended in total defeat. But Galan City succeeded in a counterattack. How could it not be inspiring? With Missen severely injured, the pressure on Wugui City would also lessen. Qi Yuan's expression didn't change. I hope the fleeing demon army comes to Wugui City. Such exciting news didn't affect him at all. Yuan Qi's smile faded. Night fell, and the world turned dark. A familiar voice sounded in Qi Yuan's ear. You are becoming more like a demon. In the underground palace, Ning Dao's pale face was deeply tired. She looked at Qi Yuan, whom she had trapped, with a complex expression. Do I look like a demon? Qi Yuan's consciousness shifted from Wugui City to the mass of flesh. Not like, you are. Hearing Qi Yuan's voice, Ning Dao smiled. I increasingly suspect you are the legendary blood demon that brings calamity to all. Ning Dao was smiling, seemingly proud to know Qi Yuan's identity. If I'm the blood demon, isn't it dangerous for you to keep me here? Qi Yuan said, let's make a deal, you let me out. Let you out so you can bring calamity to the world. I'm not that big-hearted, I only want you to harm me alone. Ning Dao smiled sweetly. You don't trust my character. Although I'm not a moral paragon, I often help others. That blood demon stuff, bringing calamity to the world, is all nonsense. Harming you, I have the self-control of a saint. Qi Yuan said. The master is the #1 in the north, one of the 2 strongest in this world. How could her words be false? Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, be obedient. If not, I will hand you over to the master. Then you'll never see your charming little wife again. Not seeing you is fine. Qi Yuan replied. Maybe due to the demon essence, every time Ning Dao appeared in her black dress and stockings, he would think of the scene where he tore Zhang Lingsu's dress. Moreover, the scene had evolved. Not only did he tear Zhang Lingsu's dress, but he also pinned Ning Dao against the wall, took off her stockings, and put them on Zhang Lingsu's legs. Besides lust, the other 6 sins of the demon essence also influenced Qi Yuan. Especially when his consciousness entered the mass of flesh, the 7 deadly sins were magnified. Not seeing Ning Dao might stop the strange thoughts, which was good. Of course, today Ning Dao wasn't wearing stockings. Her delicate feet were wrapped in thin silk socks, small and delicate, fitting in one palm. Would you really leave me alone here, lonely for hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years? Ning Dao stared at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with intense possessiveness. If I am really the blood demon, keeping me here spells disaster for you. The supreme beings of the north won't let you go. Qi Yuan retorted. Since cultivating the Qi Yuan Sutra, Qi Yuan felt like he saw through everyone's foolishness. The more he looked at people, the more he thought they had problems. Ning Dao's cold eyes flashed with frost. I summoned you, only I can decide your fate. Anyone who wants to kill you must first deal with me. You not playing the role of a domineering CEO is a waste. Qi Yuan muttered. 5 years later, in the northern demon control camp, a burly man in iron armor appeared, shaking the ground. He looked at Missin in the distance with a mocking expression. What a waste. 9 cities in Yuzhou, and after all these years, you still can't conquer them. You were even heavily injured and had to flee. You bring shame to the north. The burly man in iron armor laughed, and his subordinates laughed too. Missin's face darkened. Yuzhou is strong, not easy to take. HMPH, a waste shouldn't make excuses. The burly man said, forget Galan City, even the weakest Wugui City, guarded by 1 state guardian, you couldn't take. Ridiculous. Missin's eyes showed fear at the mention of Wugui City. Wugui City is not simple. That guardian is no ordinary state guardian. Wugui City is not easy to take. Missin, just focus on recovering. If you can't take Yuzhou, Wutu, will. Wutu said, striding away with his men. In the room, Missin's dark expression gradually faded. Beside him, an ordinary-looking woman said angrily, Wutu is too arrogant. Missin wasn't angry, instead, he looked relaxed. Don't curse him. I should thank him for taking over Yuzhou for me. Otherwise. The woman looked puzzled, not understanding her master. Missin looked at her and slowly said, do you think I really can't defeat Dong Long of Galan City? Master is wise and powerful, defeating Dong Long is a small matter. He used tricks against you. Missin was disappointed. Indeed, few intelligent people understood him. I lost to Dong Long on purpose to leave Yuzhou, Missin said proudly. Yuzhou is a dead end. Wutu will die if he goes there. The woman was puzzled. Wutu was a peak state guardian, close to becoming a land myth. Missin continued, remember the guardian of Wugui City. The woman's face showed hatred. The 7 colored sisters all died by his hand. The 7 colored sisters were Missin's trusted aides. First, the weakest, Taixia, was sent to attack Wugui City and never returned. Then, her sister Kai led a stronger force and also fell outside Wugui City. Next, 2 more sisters went and died. Finally, the top 3 sisters went together, including 2 state guardians and many strong demons, but they didn't return either. It was like sending in small forces, then bigger ones, then the oldest and strongest. When Missin learned of their deaths, he was incredulous. He initially wanted to destroy Wugui City. But then he calmed down. He investigated and discovered a terrifying truth. The guardian of Wugui City was a mere overlord when he arrived. In a few years, he grew stronger, becoming a state guardian, and not an ordinary one. Such a person has great fortune and must be killed in one strike. Otherwise, sending people one by one will only make him stronger. Missin was cautious. Is he really that powerful? The woman asked urgently, why not gather a demon army to kill him when he was weak? Missin glared at her. How would I know who he was when he was weak? Now, the guardian of Wugui City was formidable. Sending another demon army might result in another disaster. He looked at the sky and suddenly said, do you know the White Emperor of the South? Yes, he is as strong as the master. Decades ago, the White Emperor's disciples left his palace. They came to the 10,000 and 8,000 cities to train. The guardian of Wugui City, with great fortune and growing stronger, might be a disciple of the White Emperor. Missin revealed his theory. That was why he attacked Galan City, deliberately failing and fleeing to leave Yuzhou. A disciple of the White Emperor. The woman was excited. If we capture him, it would be a great gain. She was thrilled. Capturing the top disciple of the South, the Supreme Being might personally meet her. Missin was speechless. I shouldn't have told you this. With your intelligence, you won't understand. Capturing a disciple of the White Emperor, what good is that? Besides, is the White Emperor really just an enemy of the Master? We should stay out of big people's affairs. The woman felt aggrieved, not knowing what she said wrong. Wu Gui City. It's been 10 years. Only a day should have passed in Kanglan Realm. A light drizzle fell on the city wall, leaving tiny spots that quickly evaporated. The ground was scorching hot, like a furnace, making the air stifling. Over the past few years, Qi Yuan had been guarding Wu Gui City, ensuring no demons entered. Occasionally, he would sneak out to hunt and kill demons. His level had reached a terrifying height. Soon, I should ensure no demons enter Wu Gui City and log off. Qi Yuan had almost never logged off. After all, one day in the real world equated to 10 years in the game world. If he went out for a meal, Wu Gui City could become a den of demons, undoing all his previous efforts. Of course, while this game's anti-addiction measures weren't as strict as those in Wangyu Continent, one couldn't live entirely in the game, right? Senior. At this moment, a voice came. Qi Yuan looked over and saw two familiar figures approaching. It was Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei, who he had met once before. The two arrived at Wu Gui City, panting, their clothes thick with dust. They seemed to have rushed over in a hurry. It's you two, still alive, I see. Qi Yuan said. Lu Wentai was momentarily speechless but still said, Senior, something terrible has happened. A few years ago, we drove Missin away, and Yuzhou enjoyed a brief peace. Now, Missin has left, and Wutu has arrived. Wutu is a more terrifying demon controller than Missin, a peak state guardian. The demons he controls far surpass Missin's. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. After eating grass for so many years, finally, some meat. Seeing Qi Yuan's lack of reaction, Lu Wentai hurriedly said, We've received word that Wutu plans to start with Wu Gui City. Once he takes Wu Gui City, he'll move on to other cities. Thank you for traveling so far to bring me this good news. Qi Yuan said. If it had been a few years ago, he wouldn't have wanted the enemy to be too strong. But now, he feared the enemy would be too weak. Senior, we're not joking. Lu Wenmei said anxiously, seeing Qi Yuan's calm demeanor as if he were joking. Lu Wentai added, Wutu comes with a great force. Please, Senior, move to Galan City and join us in resisting the enemy. Lu Wentai truly admired Qi Yuan. Even Galan City's guardian, Dong Long, praised Qi Yuan more than once. After all, they all thought Qi Yuan couldn't hold Wu Gui City alone for long. Yet Qi Yuan had held out and was doing well. Of course, that might have something to do with Galan City defeating Missin, reducing the pressure on Yuzhou. But now, with Wutu coming, Yuzhou's situation was about to change dramatically. Wu Gui City would be the first target, to be made an example of by Wutu. Qi Yuan looked at the two and sighed. NPCs are NPCs, repeating the same lines after so many years. Last time these two NPCs came, they tried to persuade him to leave. This time, they used the same tactics again, truly dedicated. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei were completely stunned. They didn't fully understand Qi Yuan's words. Senior. Lu Wenmei tried to persuade again. Qi Yuan waved his hand. Even if this world is destroyed, I won't die, because I am a player. You should go back. Qi Yuan paused. Looks like you won't be going back. His gaze pierced through the desert, showing excitement. A powerful demon army was heading his way. You've always wondered how I dare to guard a city alone. Today, I'll show you. A little shock for you NPCs from a player. Tired of being underestimated? Go back and tell your guardian, if I wish, I can wipe out all demons within thousands of miles. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei's minds briefly froze. They didn't understand what Qi Yuan was about to do. Or what he meant by those words. They watched as Qi Yuan leapt from the city wall. His clear voice rang out. I don't need teammates. Xiao Jia is enough. Together as one. At this moment, Qi Yuan no longer hid his strength. In the vast desert, blood-red fireflies covered Qi Yuan's body. The flowing red covered Qi Yuan, his body growing to 10 feet tall. The 10-foot-tall giant was covered in blood-red armor, his head fully protected, revealing only a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Blood-red crystalline spikes adorned his shoulders, both bewitching and mysterious. The towering blood-red armored giant held a massive blood-red broken sword, each step causing the ground to shake. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei stared wide-eyed at Qi Yuan. Their eyes were filled with shock. What was this? A terrifying giant, exuding explosive power, stood before them. They had a premonition that this terrifying blood-red armored giant could topple the majestic city of Wu Gui with a gentle push. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei couldn't understand what they were seeing. But they could feel that the man before them was unbeatable. Boom, boom, boom. In the desert, dust flew. The demon army finally revealed its fangs. Before the army arrived, a sharp voice pierced the air. I am Iron Chain, a general under General Wu Tu, guardian of Wu Gui City. Surrender now, and you will be spared. In the demon army, Iron Chain lay lazily on a cloud chariot, his voice sharp. Using a sound transmission technique, his voice reached Wu Gui City before the demon army. By now, the guardian of Wu Gui City must be trembling on the city wall, he thought. He got up and looked towards Wu Gui City. Instantly, he met a pair of extremely cold eyes. Those eyes were entirely blood-red, filled with endless slaughter. Arrogance, greed, lust. Iron Chain was momentarily stunned. Seeing the owner of those eyes, he wasn't just stunned, he was completely paralyzed. A 10-foot-tall blood-red armored giant held a massive broken sword. Covered in blood-red armor, he didn't look human at all. Iron Chain's eyes widened, his lips trembling, a demon. The giant demon army he controlled, each member huge, looked like newly hatched chicks compared to the blood-red armored giant. The blood-red armored giant's gaze fell on the demon army, his eyes filled with greed. An icy voice reached him. I am invincible, watch closely, this is why I can guard Wu Gui City alone. Overbearing power, death's radiance, sky-splitting sword technique. The giant blood-red armored figure suddenly leapt. The desert ground groaned heavily. A massive broken sword descended from the sky. Sword chi swept 30 miles. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of demons were struck by the sword. Rip, boom. The ground shook, sand flying everywhere. Thousands of demons were shredded in an instant. Over 10 state guardian level demons didn't even roar, instantly annihilated by the sword. Thousands of demons perished in one strike. For several seconds, the sand still swirled. On the city wall, Lu Wenmei and Lu Wentai were blinded by the sand but still sensed the terror and power of the strike. How could there be such a powerful sword in the world? One strike, thousands of demons annihilated. Among them, over 10 were state guardian level demons. Such terrifying power. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei were immensely shocked and ashamed. They had worried for Qi Yuan, like fireflies worrying the sun would be burned by a candle flame. On the battlefield of Yuzhou, the guardian of Wu Gui City was truly invincible. One strike, thousands of demons slain. He could probably sweep through Galan City alone. Qi Yuan finally reached level 90. In terms of strength, he was roughly in the mid-stage of the divine infant realm. A prompt sounded in Qi Yuan's ear. Open black lens bracket. You have reached level 90 and gained an opportunity to comprehend the essence. Do you want to use it? Close black lens bracket. He had finally gained another chance to comprehend the essence. Now was not the time to use it. He flew over the battlefield shattered by his strike. He saw the broken treasure cloud chariot and was surprised. Withstanding his strike, it was a good item. Nearby, Iron Chain was severely injured and unable to move. He looked at the terrifying creature before him with fear and regret. Kill the demons, but spare me, I am a state guardian, I surrender. In response, Qi Yuan's broken sword flashed. Thus, thousands of demons, Wu Tu's vanguard, were all annihilated by Qi Yuan. The blood-red armor turned into red fireflies and disappeared, revealing Qi Yuan's handsome appearance. He walked out of the yellow sand, standing beside Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei with a helpless smile. Now do you understand why I didn't go to Galan City? Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei were silent, looking at Qi Yuan with mixed emotions of excitement and a trace of fear. That terrifying blood-red giant was still deeply etched in their memories. I usually don't bother explaining myself, especially to NPCs. But you two kept babbling like canaries, without the pleasant voice. Annoying. Of course, even if they hadn't come, Qi Yuan would have slain the demons with one strike. Thanks for your kindness, but you should leave now. Qi Yuan dismissed them. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They bowed solemnly to Qi Yuan and left quickly. Then, Qi Yuan's voice reached them. Don't let the young ones believe it, while the old ones don't. You're not demons, I don't like this fishing tactic. Qi Yuan finished speaking and entered the city, finding a secluded spot. Comprehend the essence. He began to comprehend the essence again. As Qi Yuan spoke, his vision changed again. The yellow sand disappeared, replaced by misty fog. Qi Yuan sat on the peak of Nine Pan Mountain and suddenly widened his eyes. He found the myriad gates of change right on Nine Pan Mountain. Last time, when he came to Nine Pan Mountain, the myriad gates of change were high in the sky. This time, it was only a few hundred feet away. Very close, but Qi Yuan couldn't touch it. He glanced at the small nest of the golden canary, now empty. Qi Yuan looked back at the myriad gates of change. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the myriad gates of change, mutation ability +10, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the myriad gates of change, coughing ability +10, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the myriad gates of change, close tearing ability +10, close black lens bracket. Being closer, Qi Yuan's comprehension was much stronger. Previously, it was fragments of 1 point at a time. Now, it was 10 points at once. Not good, it's too hot, too scorching. Qi Yuan observed himself. He was now blood red, constantly boiling. Every moment, he felt like his body was being dried out, constantly evaporating. Is it because I'm too close to the myriad gates of change? Qi Yuan rolled down the mountain. At that moment, a huge fragment fell. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the myriad gates of change, human demon path +999, close black lens bracket. Question mark. Qi Yuan was bewildered. A single blow of 999. What is this, human demon path? Receiving this information, Qi Yuan's eyes showed shock. This is an entirely new system. No, this is the cultivation system of the flowing wind realm. As a player, I learned the NPC's cultivation method. A complete system summary. This is really. Qi Yuan was stunned. By then, he had rolled to the mountainside. The boiling, evaporating sensation, and merging with the myriad gates of change feeling subsided. He set aside his previous thoughts. I'll sit here. Qi Yuan turned into a large blood drop, continuing to comprehend the myriad gates of change. Then, a cheerful voice called out. Blood drop. Qi Yuan looked over and saw a girl in a golden dress. The girl's eyes were wide, filled with surprise and joy, her delicate face like a peach blossom, her small lips slightly parted, innocent and charming. Her golden dress shimmered, making her look like she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Are you, the golden canary? Qi Yuan thought, remembering meeting a golden canary while comprehending. This little beauty must be the golden canary. HMPH, I knew you'd show up when that damn gate appeared. The golden canary stood a short distance away, looking at Qi Yuan without approaching. How long have I been gone? Qi Yuan asked the golden canary. He figured it had been a long time. The golden canary used to weigh a pound. Now she must weigh 90 pounds. 47 years and 3 months. The golden canary said, hands on her hips, looking very angry. I've been gone that long. Qi Yuan realized, his time away had nothing to do with the game but with the appearance of the myriad gates of change. HMPH, you left without saying goodbye. I removed you from my friends list. But I put on pretty makeup today and feel good, so I'll reluctantly call you a friend again. The golden canary turned her dress around proudly. I transformed. Am I pretty? Even after all these years, the golden canary was still vain. Yes, a rare beauty. Qi Yuan said casually. He wasn't good at compliments or insults. That's insincere. The golden canary pouted, then remembered something and said, no way, who on Nine Pan Mountain still can't transform? Is transformation difficult? In the past, for Qi Yuan, transformation was indeed difficult while he was comprehending. But now, he had comprehended the way of the human demon. The complete cultivation system was in his mind. With just a snap of his fingers, he could transform. You can transform. The canary, Shui Yan, whose appearance was as pure as jade, had never seen blood transformation. According to the legends of Jopan Mountain, only spirits and monsters could transform. Blood, what was that? Don't transform and become an ugly creature again. I've gotten used to your ugliness over 27 years. If you change to another ugly form, it will take me another 27 years to get used to it, Shui Yan said, troubled. Qi Yuan was too lazy to talk to this chatterbox of a little girl. He immediately performed the transformation technique from the way of the human demon. In an instant, a blood mist appeared, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings converged towards him, forming a humanoid shape. In about 10 breaths, Qi Yuan appeared in a blood-red robe, extraordinarily handsome. On his forehead, there was a red mark, looking rather demonic. Now, he looked the same as before, just more demonic and more handsome. Shui Yan stared at Qi Yuan, her snowy complexion blushing, barely acceptable, just about matching me. Qi Yuan felt his body. Indeed, having a body feels more comfortable. After saying this, he sat down again, looking at the gate of myriad forms in the distance. Shui Yan stood aside, her golden dress unmoved by the wind, angrily saying, "Is that gate more attractive than me?" Seeing the blood pearl transform, she had thought about celebrating personally. But after transforming, Qi Yuan just looked at the gate again. Like a block of wood. Qi Yuan didn't answer, he continued to gaze at the gate of myriad forms in the sky. His mutated abilities in the way of the human demon were increasing rapidly. A month later, a small wooden hut appeared near Qi Yuan. Shui Yan, hands on her slender waist, shouted at Qi Yuan, "This is a feng shui treasure land. I moved here not to be your neighbor, so don't get any ideas. Is it possible that you moved here, and I didn't even know?" Qi Yuan glanced at Shui Yan, who had put on makeup again today, her cheeks like peach blossoms, very charming. HMPH. Being your neighbor is a blessing you've cultivated over 100 years. Shui Yan said indignantly, returning to her hut, her small chest rising and falling in anger. However, she would glance outside from time to time, in case her childhood friend disappeared again someday. Time flowed, and Qi Yuan sat on the stone, comprehending the gate of myriad forms. Every day, Shui Yan would come to chat with him about trivial matters. Qi Yuan also learned that there were many other spirits and monsters like Shui Yan on Jopen Mountain. Most had transformed, but not all transformations were complete. For example, Qi Yuan saw a spirit with a long nose like an elephant. He remembered scenes from television, where male spirits often retained many monster features, while female spirits mostly transformed into human forms, keeping only small monster traits. Previously, Qi Yuan thought it was just TV fiction, never imagining Jopen Mountain would be like this. "Blood Pearl, something urgent. I need your help." One day, Shui Yan ran over in a hurry, pulling his hand. "What's wrong?" Qi Yuan let Shui Yan pull him along. Anyway, it didn't affect his comprehension. "Let's go, I'll explain on the way." Shui Yan dragged Qi Yuan down the mountain. Soon, Shui Yan's small hand was sweaty with anxiety. "They are fighting." Qi Yuan soon reached the foot of the mountain. There, several monsters were arguing, surrounded by onlookers. The reason for the argument was simple, a love triangle. A male dog and a female rabbit were originally a couple, but the female rabbit cheated, and the heartbroken male dog got together with a female dog. Recently, the female rabbit had a baby. Building a nest doesn't require a house, does it? Rabbits use their fur to build nests, keeping some animal habits. She was reluctant to use her own fur because it was painful, so she ripped the male dog's fur every night. Now, they were arguing. The male dog's eyes were red. "I loved you so much, but you cheated." The female rabbit was angry. "You said you didn't mind my past when you pursued me. After catching me, you changed. And you flirted with him while I was still with him. We hadn't broken up yet, and you slept with him, you little bitch." The female dog retorted, "If you hadn't cheated, would he have done this? I've always been generous, not mentioning the past. But you gave birth and didn't want to use your fur for the nest, so you took his. You have maternal love but no quality." The male dog accused the female rabbit of cheating. The female rabbit accused the female dog of being the third party. The female dog accused the female rabbit of ruining her ex. They argued fiercely, and onlookers tried to mediate. Shui Yan was anxious. "What should we do?" Qi Yuan was speechless. "If I knew it was such a big deal, I should have called more people. Buddha, Sun Wukong, Thanos, Iron Man, Bald Chang, all of them would have solved this. With so many great beings, could the argument continue? It might even be the most valuable argument in history." Shui Yan gave Qi Yuan a white look. "They are so chaotic, whose fault is it? Go up and slap them all, then leave. The matter should be resolved." Qi Yuan said, "But you don't have a mental illness certificate, so you can't. To act as a judge, you need a mental illness certificate, otherwise, you could end up in jail." The argument is almost over, let's go back. Qi Yuan said, disinterested. Let's watch a bit more, we rarely come down the mountain. Shui Yan tightly held Qi Yuan's hand. Open black lens bracket. You have comprehended the gate of myriad forms, charm +5, close black lens bracket. Alright, Qi Yuan continued to watch. At this moment, the three arguing became more agitated. The onlookers said, don't get excited. They said this while backing away. Qi Yuan sensed something was wrong. What happens if they get excited? Before Shui Yan could answer, Qi Yuan knew. The female dog became more agitated, her face turning ferocious. A crack appeared on her face, blood oozing out. The crack widened, and her body grew, a terrifying monster tearing through her skin, crawling out from her body. The terrifying monster, with a hideous face and slimy body, exuded a frightening aura. The onlookers turned pale and fled in fear. The male dog saw his partner transform and felt terror. In an instant, he too transformed into a terrifying monster. Finally, the female rabbit also turned into a terrifying monster. The three monsters charged at the crowd. Ah, heart demons have been born. Run, it's heart demons. I shouldn't have meddled, we're doomed. Stay calm. Shui Yan, pale, gripped Qi Yuan's hand, let's go. Qi Yuan's face turned cold. Demons. The three terrifying monsters resembled the little demons Qi Yuan had been fighting. Or rather, they were demons. Qi Yuan had killed over 10,000 demons. He could confidently say, no one understood demons better than him. He glanced at Shui Yan, giving her a reassuring look. He held her hand, his other hand forming a sword gesture. Die. The three terrifying demons sensed Qi Yuan's aura and roared, charging at him. A putrid smell filled the air. A flash of blood-red sword light. Slash. In a flash of lightning-fast blood light, the three powerful demons were sliced apart, turning to nothing. The fleeing monsters stopped, looking at Qi Yuan as if he were a god. So cool. Stars shone in Shui Yan's eyes. Blood Pearl, you're so strong, you killed 3 heart demons instantly. Shui Yan was thrilled. Her childhood friend was this strong. A minor matter. Qi Yuan asked, why did they suddenly transform? He had some guesses. Shui Yan quickly explained. Because, they were arguing, getting agitated, and the heart demons emerged, killing everything they saw. She glanced at the torn clothes on the ground, her eyes showing a faint sadness. Emotional agitation causes heart demons to emerge. Qi Yuan was surprised. How could creatures survive in such a world? But thinking about it, the beings on Jopen Mountain seemed exceptionally friendly, with no fights, making sense. However, he thought of something. Emotional agitation wasn't limited to arguments, many situations could cause it. If a demon suddenly appeared, it would be horrifying. This must be before the Southern-Northern decision. Qi Yuan was almost certain. This world seemed even crazier than the Southern-Northern decision's world. Anyone could turn into a monster suddenly. Shui Yan's faint sadness quickly faded. Living in this world, she was used to managing her emotions to avoid getting too agitated. Blood Pearl, you're so strong, help me with something. Shui Yan's eyes sparkled, giving Qi Yuan a bad feeling. What is it? Do you think I'm beautiful? Shui Yan lifted her golden dress, showing off. Beautiful, extraordinarily beautiful, the rarest in the world. Qi Yuan praised. Shui Yan gave Qi Yuan a white look. She felt he was being sarcastic. But she didn't mind, as she was asking for help. This year, the white fox Baihu was named the top beauty of the 18 mountains. Why, I'm the real top beauty. Shui Yan said. Don't get agitated, Qi Yuan said. He feared the next moment Shui Yan would turn into a demon. Shui Yan smiled sweetly. You can fly, right? Take me around the 18 mountains. I want everyone to know I'm the top beauty. Qi Yuan was speechless. Shui Yan, your competitive spirit is too strong. It's not competition, it's revealing the truth. Your face is thicker than mine. How so? Don't you think if we fly around like that, people will think we're crazy? Sounds so stupid. Qi Yuan wanted to refuse. He respected those with mental issues but didn't want to be seen as crazy himself. He wanted to be known as a proud swordsman. Blood Pearl Gigi, Shui Yan clung to Qi Yuan's arm, pleading. Qi Yuan gave in immediately. All right, I'll go, okay. Who could refuse a girl calling him, Gigi? ... At night, Qi Yuan returned to his usual place. Today, he took Shui Yan around the 18 mountains. He announced that Shui Yan was the top beauty of the 18 mountains. Anyone who disagreed was subdued by Qi Yuan. Now, Qi Yuan just wanted to stay here and avoid people. In contrast, Shui Yan was smug, in a great mood. She even wanted to do it again. Blood Pearl, did you see the white fox today? Is she less pretty than me? Shui Yan looked at Qi Yuan expectantly. Qi Yuan recalled the white fox Bai Hu's appearance. In terms of looks, Shui Yan was indeed superior. But looking at the ordinary Shui Yan, he understood why Bai Hu was the top beauty. Want the truth or a lie? Qi Yuan asked. Shui Yan glared. A lie. She's beautiful. Qi Yuan lied. Shui Yan pouted. Both the lie and the truth are her, right? The truth is you. You're lying. I never lie. You just lied. 20 years later, Qi Yuan sat on a green stone. The way of the human demon had reached 999,999. Terrifying. He looked at the gate of myriad forms in the sky, thoughtful. Heart demons, born of heaven and earth, nourished by nature, like shadows following form. Tempt with power, disturb with emotions, entrap with greed, all such, sins. Qi Yuan felt deeply, his voice growing louder. If you seek me by form, by sound, you walk the wrong path. See no sun, no moon, no stars, seek no immortals or demons, humans shall entrap demons. His voice, vast as spring thunder, like dragon roars, echoed across Jopan Mountain and beyond. Wherever it reached, a strange fragrance spread, refreshing the mind. All spirits and monsters who heard Qi Yuan's voice stood dazed, deep in thought. Some spirits bowed, as if receiving supreme teachings. Who was preaching? Which master? Jopan Mountain, quickly. Such wondrous teachings, related to heart demons. All spirits were shocked, even humans who heard it were overjoyed, rushing to Jopan Mountain. A day passed. Qi Yuan sat like a deity, speaking profound words. On Jopan Mountain, flowers bloomed, birds sang, auspicious clouds appeared. Countless animals, spirits, and even powerful human cultivators sat quietly at the mountain's base, listening intently. They were deeply moved, sometimes pondering, sometimes enlightened. They were immersed in Qi Yuan's teachings. On Jopan Mountain, dead trees sprouted, everything was harmonious, all beings gazed at Qi Yuan in reverence. Only Shui Yan, a few meters away, looked at Qi Yuan with pride. The lecture lasted 49 days. The wondrous sound echoed throughout the 18 mountains, akin to celestial music. Jopan Mountain was crowded with people, and thundering filled the sky as a spring rain sprinkled the earth. The gentle rain fell on their bodies, bringing a sense of refreshing peace. A human cultivator, with blurry eyes, murmured, "Since the disappearance of the sun, moon, and stars, humanity has not heard divine sound again." A monster lay prostrate on the ground, ready to worship Qi Yuan as the supreme sage. Qi Yuan sat on a large stone, his voice clear. The way of the human demon, this, imprisons the demons. With his final words, a technique named the demon confinement technique was etched into the hearts of all present. The mountain was filled with dazed monsters and human cultivators. At this time, an elderly human knelt down. "Thank you, Divine One, for bestowing this technique, saving my race in times of crisis." The demon confinement technique primarily helped practitioners build a cage to trap the demons within their hearts. In this way, emotional agitation wouldn't suddenly unleash the demons from their bodies. This was of great significance for both humans and monster spirits. As the old man knelt down, the rest of the humans and monsters, regardless of their cultivation level or status, all knelt down, chanting in unison, "Thank you, Divine One, for bestowing this technique, saving our races in times of difficulty." The sight of monsters and humans bowing to Qi Yuan was awe-inspiring. Shui Yan was stunned. Everyone was kneeling. Should she kneel too? She quickly dismissed the thought. How could her childhood friend make her kneel alone? If kneeling was necessary, they should kneel together. She looked at Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with pride. Qi Yuan stood up, looking at the vast crowd of humans and monsters. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he said one sentence. "The lecture is over, everyone return to your homes." He hadn't intended to lecture. It was just that he had reached the pinnacle of his comprehension of the way of the human demon, feeling the need to express it. He sorted out his way, chanting naturally. Monsters and humans gathered below after hearing it. Gradually, Qi Yuan realized that preaching was also sorting out the way of the human demon. The more he spoke, the clearer his understanding became. After sorting it out, everyone should leave, or it would be awkward with them staring at him. The vast crowd of humans and monsters, upon hearing Qi Yuan's dismissal, performed the disciple salute again and slowly left. Finally, 26 people stayed behind. Half were human, half were monsters. Looking at Qi Yuan, they approached sincerely. "We are willing to serve the Blood Lord as our master." Qi Yuan, wearing a blood-red robe and having cultivated with blood, was rightly called the Blood Lord by them. Qi Yuan felt reluctant. Why should he take disciples for no reason? However, glancing at the gate of myriad forms in the sky, many thoughts crossed his mind. He did need some people to help gather more information about the gate of myriad forms. Moreover, he didn't know when he would return next time. Having some familiar faces around would be good. "I do not take disciples, but if you wish to stay, then stay." The 27 people, though initially disappointed, were excited to hear they could stay. Thus, none of the 27 chose to leave. "We are willing to serve the Blood Lord." Shui Yan stood beside Qi Yuan, her eyes on one of the women among the 27. That woman was the White Fox, Shang Yanren, from before on Jopin Mountain. Seeing Shang Yanren, Shui Yan immediately clung to Qi Yuan's hand, looking down on her with her nose in the air, displaying her superior attitude. At this moment, Qi Yuan said, "Find a place on Jopin Mountain and build your homes." Yes. Regardless of their previous identities or personalities, all 27 now looked at Qi Yuan with reverence. After all, Qi Yuan's preaching on Jopin Mountain, especially the final, demon confinement technique, could change the fate of both humans and monsters. The 27 understood that after today, the lecture and teaching on Jopin Mountain would spread quickly throughout the Flowwind realm. They knew that this seemingly ordinary lecture held significant importance. Before long, Jopin Mountain would become a true holy land. The Blood Lord would become a revered figure for countless beings. Staying here would be an incredible opportunity. "Jopin Mountain is my territory. I'll help you find houses." Shui Yan was very enthusiastic. Especially since these 27 were her childhood friends' followers. Qi Yuan didn't object. Shui Yan could do whatever she wanted. He would continue to comprehend the gate of myriad forms. The rest could be dealt with later. Leading the 27, Shui Yan was excited. "The Blood Lord, his name is Blood Pearl, and he's my childhood friend." Without Qi Yuan around, Shui Yan's chatter began. In the group, the White Fox Shang Yanren looked at Shui Yan with envy. "The Blood Lord truly dotes on Canary Fairy." She recalled how recently, the Blood Lord flew around the 18 mountains with Shui Yan, playfully declaring her the top beauty. The enigmatic Blood Lord engaging in such frivolous acts showed his affection for Shui Yan. Beside her, her husband, Bai Zi, said, "The Blood Lord did declare Canary Fairy the top beauty of the 18 mountains." Their words revealed what happened in the 18 mountains. Everyone's view of Shui Yan changed. Initially, they thought Shui Yan was merely the Blood Lord's attendant, but now it seemed their relationship was special. Their attitudes towards Shui Yan became more flattering. Hearing this, Shui Yan blushed slightly. She knew how to be shy. 20 years passed since Qi Yuan's lecture. Now, the demon confinement technique began to spread in the world. Every day, numerous cultivators came to Jopin Mountain to worship. Jopin Mountain had become a holy land in the Flowwind realm. People said that a natural saint named Blood Lord resided on Jopin Mountain. The Blood Lord emerged from chaos, lectured on Jopin Mountain for 49 days, and created the demon confinement technique, temporarily suppressing all heart demons. As long as one practiced the demon confinement technique, heart demons would not suddenly emerge. This act saved the world. Previously, only 1 in 100 humans and monsters survived from birth to adulthood. From birth to old age, it was 1 in 10,000. With this technique, the population of humans and monsters increased significantly. Some proposed that the Blood Lord should be revered as a saint for both humans and monsters. Qi Yuan declined. He felt unworthy of being called a saint. Nor did he want to be considered a saint for humans and monsters. One day, Qi Yuan stood at the peak of Jopin Mountain, the place where he first arrived. Now, his understanding of the gate of myriad forms had deepened. Unfortunately, he couldn't get any closer to the gate a few hundred feet away. Approaching it would evaporate him. If he could approach or enter it, his understanding of the origin would deepen. Standing at the peak in a blood-red robe, 5 individuals exuding a terrifying aura stood below him. These 5 were part of the original 27 who stayed on Jopin Mountain. Blood Lord, the demon confinement technique, has spread across 11 continents in the Flowwind realm and is expected to spread worldwide within a century. The wooden-faced man spoke, but his face showed worry. Recently, the spread has slowed, someone seems to be obstructing it. The wooden-faced man was the leader of the 27, known as the Foolish Taoist. The other 4 looked grim upon hearing this. The spread of the demon confinement technique was crucial for the Flowwind realm, yet someone was obstructing it, making them angry and confused. Who dares to obstruct the spread of the demon confinement technique? I'll chop them down. The burly man had a violent temper. Several times, his inner demon almost broke out, nearly killing him. Fortunately, he practiced the demon confinement technique, preventing such incidents. But his temper had worsened. Let's not discuss this. Qi Yuan wasn't concerned. He smiled at Bai Zi and Shang Yanren. What have you discovered about the Gate of Myriad Forms? The 27 and those who later followed Qi Yuan sometimes received his guidance on the way of the human demon and the demon confinement technique. Each guidance greatly enlightened them, deepening their reverence for Qi Yuan. Of course, Qi Yuan wasn't entirely selfless, he also had them gather useful information. Bai Zi and Shang Yanren were tasked with investigating the Gate of Myriad Forms. White Fox Shang Yanren stepped forward. Blood Lord, the origin of the Gate of Myriad Forms seems to involve ancient gods. Qi Yuan's interest was piqued. Tell me more. Shang Yanren continued, it's rumored that in ancient times, there was a great demon in the Flowwind realm, called Buddha. Buddha. Qi Yuan was surprised. That name shouldn't be used lightly. According to records, Buddha was an immortal or god undergoing trials in the mortal world. After enduring the worldly tribulations, he could return to the realm of gods and immortals. However, he encountered a woman who changed his fate in Rakshasa City. At first sight, he fell for her, considering her his lifelong companion. The woman was the daughter of a great demon, attacked by righteous forces. Buddha saved her, and they fell in love. Shang Yanren spoke with a hint of regret. I say, Buddha shouldn't have saved the demoness, avoiding all the trouble. Bai Zi said, what wrong did the woman do? Should she be attacked just because she was born in the demon path? Shang Yanren gave her husband a look. Being Bai Zi, symbolizing auspiciousness, he naturally had a compassionate heart. Qi Yuan was reminded of some fantasy dramas. That Buddha didn't destroy the world for her, did he? Being willing to oppose the world for someone seemed common. No, Shang Yanren smiled. In the end, between the world and the demoness, Buddha chose the world, and the demoness died. She was clearly pleased with this outcome. Bai Zi murmured, how could a weak woman bear such a burden? What happened next? Qi Yuan was more interested in the connection to the Gate of Myriad Forms than in their love story. Unfortunately, Buddha's heart wasn't firm enough. The demoness's death caused a crack in his will to endure worldly tribulations. Though he saved the world, leading to her death, the world saw him as hypocritical and ruthless, using the pure demoness to achieve fame, making her a stepping stone. Buddha sat by her grave for 300 days, eventually going mad and becoming a great demon. Shang Yanren continued with a cold smile, people respect power, not virtue. If Buddha had killed those slandering him, there wouldn't be such trouble. Bai Zi sighed, killing doesn't solve problems. What's the connection to the Gate of Myriad Forms? Qi Yuan asked. Ultimately, it still revolved around love and destruction. Buddha became a demon, his thoughts turning into heart demons, triggering the Flowwind realm's heart demon calamity, making everyone susceptible to heart demons. Heart demons spread through people's minds, and neighboring realms closed their gates to the Flowwind realm. The Flowing Wind realm became isolated, and endless heart demons eventually summoned or created a gate, a replica of the legendary Gate of Myriad Forms. In legends, the Gate of Myriad Forms contains endless heart demons, and even gods and immortals would fall if they entered. It's said that only by opening the true Gate of Myriad Forms can all heart demons vanish. Opening the gate and entering didn't contradict each other at this moment. Endless heart demons created a replica of the Gate of Myriad Forms. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed. Didn't that mean the Gate of Myriad Forms was filled with valuable experience? He looked at the Gate of Myriad Forms, feeling greedy, wanting to taste it. He wondered why there was no Gate of Myriad Forms during the Southern-Northern decision. Was it eaten? If so, it was unforgivable. Back, Qi Yuan looked around Wugui City, a flash of images in his mind. This time, comprehending the origin took him 120 years. The biggest gain was the way of the human demon and the demon confinement technique. So, the reason people only face heart demons upon dying of old age is because of me. Qi Yuan pondered, can I change the past and affect reality? It's beyond comprehension. I need to think carefully and stop random thoughts. He decided not to dwell on it. It was just a game. Enjoying it and leaving no regrets was enough. Qi Yuan thought of his neighbor, Canary Fairy. When will we meet again? At level 120? Or has she already perished with time? Without comprehending the origin, even the mysteries of reincarnation are beyond reach. After reaching level 120, I hope to enter the Gate of Myriad Forms. Before leaving, Qi Yuan hinted to Canary Fairy. She should be able to accept the reality better. Jopen Mountain. Shui Yan's face turned pale as she saw the Gate of Myriad Forms disappear. Grabbing her dress, she frantically ran up the mountain. Blood Pearl. The familiar figure did not appear, the peak was empty. Shui Yan felt inexplicably lost. The Gate of Myriad Forms vanished, and Blood Pearl disappeared. Everything was so strange and hard to accept. The mountain breeze lifted the strands of hair on Shui Yan's cheeks as she stubbornly looked at the sky. Blood Pearl, could you really be that Buddha they talked about? Am I, the demoness you killed? Ever since the origin of the Gate of Myriad Forms was discovered, a theory spread secretly on Jopen Mountain. It said that the Blood Pearl who appeared with the Gate of Myriad Forms was a great demon, a drop of Buddha's blood. The Blood Lord preaching the demon confinement technique was his atonement. Many on Jopen Mountain considered this theory absurd, but many also believed it. Shui Yan stood alone at the peak. She didn't like the story of Buddha slaying the demoness. A vast rain fell, and in Wugui City, Yuan Qi wore a raincoat. When he looked up at the city wall and saw the defender, a wave of inexplicable fear surged in his heart. Just moments ago, an army of thousands of demons attacked, and the defender slew them one by one with his sword. This should have been heartening, but for some reason, looking at Qi Yuan filled Yuan Qi with a strange terror, as if he were seeing a terrifying demon from hell. Especially when Qi Yuan sat on the city wall, his eyes glinted with a blood-red light, making Yuan Qi tremble inexplicably. It felt like he wasn't looking at a defender but a terrifying demon. What's wrong, are you afraid of me? Qi Yuan's voice came from the city wall, landing like a stone on Yuan Qi's heart. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Defender, your current state is a bit strange. He didn't dare look at Qi Yuan directly. Go away, Qi Yuan said lightly, seemingly indifferent. Yuan Qi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. Being close to the defender filled his heart with inexplicable fear. Inside, he felt incredibly stifled. Qi Yuan sat on the wall, holding a broken sword still stained with blood. With a shake, the blood drops fell. After this comprehension, the extraction of the demonic origin increased tenfold, reaching 10%. I hope I don't end up becoming a monster like the demons, Qi Yuan pondered. His emotions had been very unstable lately, with greed, wrath, lust, and arrogance constantly flowing through him. This was especially severe after slaying demons. Xiao Jia, are you afraid of me? Qi Yuan turned to look at the red wedding dress behind him. Xiao Jia, flustered and almost tripping, dropped a wooden sign on the ground. Qi Yuan picked it up. It was a sticky note. Qi Yuan hugged Xiao Jia tightly, smelling the faint fragrance of her dress, and showed a satisfied expression. Fortunately, I have you. Playing a game alone can sometimes be quite boring. The red in Qi Yuan's eyes slowly faded, and the previous terrifying aura gradually dissipated. He hugged Xiao Jia, and they sat on the city wall, looking out over the vast desert. Unfortunately, in the Flowwind realm, there was no sunrise or sunset. In the demon controller's camp, Wu Tong's face was ashen. A small Wugui city, do I have to go personally? Wu Tong was furious, overturning the wine cups and jade plates on the table. The dozen national guardians present kept their heads down, not daring to speak. Recently, the Vanguard army, led by Iron Chain, went to Wugui City but didn't return. This shocked them all. Iron Chain was second only to Wu Tong in strength within the camp, yet he didn't come back. They wouldn't go without knowing the situation, so they could only control some demons to methodically attack Wugui City. But those demons didn't return either. HMPH. Wu Tong glared at his cowardly subordinates. If Mi Sang finds out about this, how will he mock me? No one dared to speak. If they attacked other cities, they could surrender if defeated, but no one dared to go to Wugui City. An old man stepped forward. Commander Wu Tong, perhaps Wugui City's name is unlucky, leading to no return. They dared not go. Wu Tong's anger intensified. Who dares go to Wugui City? Capture it, and you will be heavily rewarded, even with demonic origin. Everyone's breathing quickened. They could command demons without being attacked due to the demonic origin. Currently, they commanded demons by borrowing the demonic origin, not owning it. Owning the complete demonic origin would not only allow them to command more and stronger demons but also greatly enhance their cultivation, potentially elevating them to the realm of land myths. But they were still apprehensive. "Commander Wutong, how about, we all go together?" the old man suggested. "Yes, let's go together and destroy Wugui City. If Commander Wutong leads, Wugui City will fall instantly." Everyone encouraged him, relying on Wutong's strength. With so many strong individuals, there was almost no risk. Wutong looked at them, internally furious, his face changing. Finally, he said, "In a month, we will attack Wugui City." After speaking, Wutong left the tent. He soon arrived at a lake. He took out a small bottle of liquid and poured it into the lake. The clear water instantly turned blood red. A terrifying projection appeared. "Greetings, Supreme." Wutong showed a respectful expression to the lake's projection. "How is the situation in Yuzhou?" the projection asked slowly. "Supreme, I've encountered some trouble. There is a powerful defender in Wugui City, guarding it alone, possibly a disciple of the White Emperor." Wutong's attitude was respectful. He knew Mi Sang didn't want to provoke Wugui City, preferring to leave Yuzhou. Wutong came here under the Supreme's orders. A disciple of the White Emperor, could it be? The Supreme felt a tinge of fear but quickly suppressed it. No, the White Emperor would have come himself if he knew. The Supreme feared the White Emperor immensely. The White Emperor and the Supreme were the two strongest in this world. The Supreme dared not confront him. So, it's all coincidence. Realizing this, the Supreme's fear dissipated. "Are you afraid of being no match for the White Emperor's disciple?" "Yes, I fear it would disrupt the Supreme's plan if I die." Wutong replied. He knew the Supreme had plans for Wugui City and Garin City. He didn't know the exact reasons and dared not ask. But completing it promised great rewards. The Supreme's eyes showed various emotions. Suddenly, the lake water began to churn. A vortex appeared in the center, drawing all the water in. Wutong watched, moved. He knew this was the Supreme's doing. About 15 minutes later, the vast lake disappeared, leaving only cracked, dry land. A light purple water droplet floated beside Wutong. The Supreme's voice came, "Take this. If you can't beat the White Emperor's disciple, use it. This contains my most powerful strike, capable of killing a land myth instantly. Even a lower-level Supreme would be at risk against it. The White Emperor has 3,000 disciples, but only a few core ones. With this, you can surely take Wugui City." Wutong looked at the light purple droplet, extremely excited. "Thank you, Supreme. I will take Wugui City for you." Taking Wugui City was just the first step. He needed the Supreme to find what he wanted. Meanwhile, in a northern abyss, a man, shrouded in purple, stood before an ancient, profound stone slab. He had possessed this slab for 3,000 years. In those 3,000 years, he had finally deciphered its secrets, revealing an ancient secret. Wugui City, the place where the demoness was buried, the source of all evil. If I obtain it. The man's eyes were filled with greed. If he obtained it, what would the Supreme and the White Emperor be to him? "Unfortunately, I can't go personally, or it would draw too much attention." The man was powerful, among the top in the north. His actions would definitely attract attention. Going to Wugui City would likely expose his plans. So he could only rely on Wutong to find the source of evil before going himself. Wugui City is manageable, but where did the great demon become a demon? The man hesitated. That place held a fortune equal to Wugui City. But it was harder to capture than Wugui City. He needed a plan to capture it. Garin City was shrouded in heavy clouds, the atmosphere tense. Defender Dong Long listened to his subordinates' reports, his face stern. "Wutong will lead all his forces to attack Wugui City. What do you think?" The National Guardians looked grave. "Wutong is tougher and stronger than Mi Sang. If Wugui City falls, Garin City will be in trouble." Everyone was worried. Mi Sang, though strong, had been hesitant in attacking Garin City, fearing for his life. Wutong, however, seemed highly aggressive. "Wentai, what do you think?" Dong Long asked Lu Wentai and his sister. Lu Wentai and Lu Wenmei had met Qi Yuan. The defender of Wugui City is incredibly powerful, possibly a land myth. Lu Wentai recalled Qi Yuan's amazing sword strike with reverence. A land myth is strong, but Wutong will have over 100 national guardians and countless demon troops. Even a land myth could be overwhelmed. I suggest inviting the Wugui City Defender to Garan City. Dong Long nodded. If he comes, I would even give up my position as Garan City's defender. Lu Wentai hurriedly said, the Wugui City Defender will never come to Garan City. He remembered Qi Yuan's sword strike, expressing his attitude. He felt the defender was already annoyed with his constant urging to leave. Arrogant, an old man said, does he think being a land myth means he can do as he pleases? A deep voice said, a land myth can indeed do as they please. If Lu Shantai is right, the defender's presence in Garan City would be a burden. With his strength, even if Wu Tong attacks, he can leave. Can Wu Tong stop him? We should worry less about Wugui City and more about defending Garan City after he leaves. Everyone agreed. Wugui City couldn't be defended. The defender would surely leave. They had to face Wu Tong's army. Their pressure was much greater now. Garan City's defender, Dong Long, stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. I hope the mythic defender heavily damages Wu Tong's army before leaving. This way, Wu Tong couldn't quickly organize his forces to attack Garan City, giving them time to prepare. Lu Wentai, Zhao Ju, take some people and watch Wugui City from afar. Report any news immediately, Dong Long ordered. He wanted news of Wu Tong's army, not Wugui City. Wugui City's fate was sealed. He needed to know the damage to Wu Tong's army after Wugui City fell. Yes, sir. Lu Wentai and Zhao Ju obeyed. A month passed in a flash. Lu Wentai and Zhao Ju hid in the vast desert, concealing themselves. Behind them, over a dozen cultivators also hid. They were Garan City's guerrilla scouts, skilled in hiding and speed. Zhao Ju, hidden in the sand, smiled mischievously. That Wugui City defender sure likes to show off. If it were me, facing Wu Tong's army, I'd have run already. But there he is, sitting on the city wall, unafraid of thousands of troops. He's pretending to be brave, but it's quite impressive. Is it possible the defender isn't afraid? Lu Wentai thought of Qi Yuan. That defender wasn't what Zhao Ju said. Don't worry, when Wu Tong's army comes, he'll surely strike and run. Zhao Ju was confident. If he had that power, he'd emulate the defender too. Being flashy might be unprincipled, but it was definitely cool. Lu Wentai looked at Zhao Ju with disdain. Don't judge a gentleman with a petty mind. Zhao Ju shrugged. I don't judge by thoughts, only actions. If he stays in Wugui City and harms Wu Tong's army, I'll respect him. Though I say he shows off, he's indeed impressive. The only flaw is Wugui City will fall. Zhao Ju spoke with regret. Boom, boom, the heavy sound was like a giant drum pounding on the chest. Yellow sand flew, and dust filled the sky. In the midst of the dust, the ferocious faces of colossal creatures could be seen faintly. There were not one or two, but tens of thousands of terrifying demons. The sight of tens of thousands of demons charging was immensely shocking and soul-crushing. Amid the yellow sand, Zhao Ju was terrified by this scene. They were hiding nearly 10 miles from Wugui City, yet the army of tens of thousands of demons unsettled them. One could only imagine the pressure on Qi Yuan, who was sitting alone on the city wall, facing the demon army. At this moment, Qi Yuan stood up on the city wall, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Holding his broken sword, he looked happy. The monsters are finally attacking the city. In games, there were often beast tides attacking cities. During such times, player guilds would cooperate to defend the city. But in this game, Qi Yuan was the only player. So, he had to defend the city alone. Looking at the army of tens of thousands of demons, his eyes shone with joy. These demons were all experience points. By slaying them all, he could level up several times. As the army advanced, Qi Yuan, holding his broken sword, leapt off the city wall. Together with Xiao Jia, he merged into one. For Qi Yuan now, a larger body was more effective in slaying enemies. Standing 10 feet tall, Qi Yuan looked like a terrifying blood-red giant, wielding a blood-colored broken sword, resembling a battle demon drenched in blood. Seeing this, Zhao Ju's eyes widened. What kind of divine power is this? It's too cool. A land myth could possess divine powers. Divine powers had unimaginable abilities. Lu Wentai also looked at Qi Yuan's enormous body. It wasn't his first time seeing it, but each time, he was deeply shocked. It felt like a majestic god or a terrifying giant demon was standing in the distance. It seems the defender of Wugui City will use his divine power to slash once and then escape. Zhao Ju made his prediction. We should be ready. Once the defender leaves, we need to retreat quickly. Okay. The cultivators present nodded, feeling a bit tense. Indeed, as Zhao Ju predicted, Qi Yuan faced the army of demons. In the first round, he used the sky-severing sword technique. For Qi Yuan, the sky-severing sword technique was the simplest, most domineering, and most powerful skill. One slash was like a world apart, enough to annihilate thousands of soldiers. A sword of dozens of meters fell from the sky, and where the blade passed, it created a 100-meter heatwave. Yellow sand scattered, and the blood-red giant sword cut into the demon army like a celestial being wielding a sword. The once terrifying and orderly demon army was split open by this slash. The power of one sword killed nearly 1,000 demons. So strong. Zhao Ju was shocked. If I were this strong, I'd play guerrilla warfare with the demon army every day, slashing once a day to anger them. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Though Qi Yuan's sword caused significant damage, it was nothing to the demon army. The powerful demons within the army hadn't been harmed. Zhao Ju was about to suggest leaving, but what happened next stunned him completely. He thought the defender of Wugui City would escape after causing damage with one slash. But what did he see? Facing the army of demons, the defender didn't run. Instead, he charged into the army's encirclement. This action of the Wugui City defender is unwise. Zhao Ju was puzzled, unable to understand Qi Yuan's reasoning. Though impressive, being surrounded by the demon army was deadly. Run now, there's still a chance to break through. Zhao Ju was more anxious than the blood-red figure, almost wanting to shout at Qi Yuan. Lu Wentai was also worried, remembering Qi Yuan's cold face. He believed Qi Yuan wasn't such a person. Meanwhile, at the rear of the demon army, the trainee demon controllers were laughing wildly. This Wugui City defender is truly reckless. One person charges into my demon army, he's courting death. Does he really think we're pushovers? These demon controllers sharpened their knives, mocking Qi Yuan. Wu Tong, seeing the terrifying figure, also sneered. As expected of a disciple of the White Emperor, he has the confidence to charge alone into an army. Unfortunately, he met me. Wu Tong thought to himself. He spoke, his voice spreading through the army. All National Guardians, attack the Wugui City defender. He didn't want to use ordinary demons to wear down the defender. Instead, he chose to suppress him with force. After all, with the Supreme's ultimate attack, he wasn't afraid of the Wugui City defender. Following Wu Tong's command, dozens of National Guardians surrounded Qi Yuan. Powerful demons also rushed toward Qi Yuan. Within 10 breaths, over 100 National Guardians secretly surrounded the rampaging Qi Yuan. 10 miles away, Zhao Ju saw this and despaired. Now, the defender of Wugui City probably can't get out. Surrounded by so many National Guardians and countless demons, the defender had lost his last chance of survival. Lu Wentai was also tense, feeling conflicted. He trusted Qi Yuan's strength, but the pressure Qi Yuan was facing was unimaginable. In such a situation, how could it be resolved without a Supreme? Unfortunately, the Supremes, high above, wouldn't appear in such a small place. Unfortunately, I'm too weak. Otherwise, I'd fight alongside the Wugui City defender. Lu Wentai sighed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qi Yuan was like a god of death, slaying everything in sight with his sword. Currently, killing demons extracted 10% of the demonic origin for Qi Yuan. Amid the slaughter, his eyes turned even redder, with emotions like greed, wrath, and arrogance flowing through them. Qi Yuan grew more excited as he fought. More. With so much experience ahead, Qi Yuan was like a glutton starved for tens of thousands of years. With each swing, a dozen demons were slain. These demons couldn't stop him or cause him any harm. Back in the Sky Absolute stage, Qi Yuan could battle 3,000 enemies of the same rank. In the Earth Absolute stage, he could defeat demons of higher realms. The tens of thousands of demons seemed numerous but were all just experience points for Qi Yuan. His combat skills had been honed to perfection. Anyone of the same rank fell with one sword strike. He charged into the demon army as if there were no one there. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's eyes brightened, spotting someone a kilometer away, an elite monster. He saw a state guardian. The guardian, meeting Qi Yuan's gaze, felt inexplicable fear. This Wugui City is too mysterious. I'd better lay low, the old man thought, slowly retreating, not daring to move too obviously for fear of Wu Tong noticing. But Qi Yuan wouldn't let a targeted prey escape easily. Die. A kilometer was only a moment for Qi Yuan. With a swing of his giant sword, the sword energy spanned thousands of meters. Under Qi Yuan's sword, the National Guardian was no different from an ordinary demon. The power of one sword meant only death. In his final moments, his pupils dilated, showing regret. If he had known, he would have retreated faster. If he had known, he wouldn't have come. This scene also fell into Wu Tong's eyes. He was anxious because, in this short time, the Wugui city defender had killed 1/10 of the demon army. If this continued, even if he captured Wugui city, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He shouted, "Wugui city defender, come die quickly." Wu Tong charged toward Qi Yuan. His subordinates, seeing this, were confused. When had their master become so reckless? But after hesitating, they followed Wu Tong, surrounding Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan heard Wu Tong and looked displeased. "I still prefer silent NPCs, I even voice over them when I kill. I hate talkative NPCs like you the most." Qi Yuan looked at Wu Tong. "No wonder you're so confident. You've just entered the land myth realm." Holding his broken sword, Qi Yuan looked at Wu Tong calmly. Just a land myth, he could kill him with one strike. Even if there were 3,000 of them, he would just take a bit longer. "You're indeed a land myth," Wu Tong said, surprised. He had broken through to the land myth realm 6 months ago. None of his subordinates knew. Yet, the Wugui city defender recognized it at a glance, proving his strength was also in the land myth realm, possibly an experienced one. "Even if you're an experienced land myth, surrounded by my army, you'll still die," Wu Tong said confidently. Indeed, an experienced land myth surrounded like this would die. Qi Yuan looked at Wu Tong and shook his sword. "Since you're going to die, why not twist your head off and give it to me? Life is hard, we should make things easier for each other." Wu Tong sneered. "I'm a land myth, you're a land myth, why would I fear you?" Without the Supreme's ultimate attack, he would fear Qi Yuan. But now, victory was certain. Qi Yuan looked at Wu Tong. "I have a heavenly foundation. My cultivation has long surpassed village-level cultivation. Killing you takes only one sword strike." Qi Yuan's confidence soared with his heavenly foundation. He felt like a nouveau riche coal boss. Nonsense. Wu Tong no longer engaged with Qi Yuan verbally. "Take my divine power." Wu Tong's subordinates were excited upon seeing this. This was a divine power, the strongest means of a land myth. Land myths were called such because they mastered divine powers. Wu Tong's eyes flashed with viciousness. "Since breaking through to the land myth realm, you're the first to see my divine power. Dying under it, your death is worth it." With that, he swung his hand. Heaven and earth yin-yang reversal palm. As he pushed out his palm, yellow sand flew, and all the demons retreated. Amid this palm, a purple droplet was hidden, floating towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan widened his eyes, glaring at Wu Tong, and cursed, "You have no martial virtue." This was no divine power. This was an ultimate divine power. Only Supremes had ultimate divine powers. During the Earth Absolute stage, facing nearly 3,000 extraterrestrial demons, Qi Yuan became very familiar with ultimate divine powers. Wu Tong was momentarily stunned, then realized that as a disciple of the White Emperor, recognizing an ultimate attack was normal for Qi Yuan. He smiled. "How is an ultimate divine power not a divine power?" Qi Yuan paused, then said to Wu Tong, "That's a good line, I'll take it for myself." Qi Yuan decided that once he mastered ultimate divine powers, he'd use that line while slaying enemies in the Golden Core or Divine Infant stages. How is an ultimate divine power not a divine power? It'd be as impactful as, "The Milky Way is still a river." To keep others from knowing I plagiarized you, I'll have to kill you all to silence you," Qi Yuan said coldly. Wu Tong was bewildered. Knowing the power of ultimate divine powers, you have no future left. Wu Tong's eyes gleamed with pride. Once Qi Yuan was dead, Wugui city would be his. His task for the Supreme would be halfway completed. Die. The purple droplet shot towards Qi Yuan, and the world fell silent. Qi Yuan's enormous body seemed locked in place, unable to move. Ultimate divine powers involved the essence, and without reaching the Supreme realm, land myths had no way to counter them. Facing an ultimate divine power meant only death. Qi Yuan also sensed the intense crisis. If this hit him, he would surely die. The gap between land myths and Supremes was like the difference between divine infants and purple mansions, a qualitative disparity. Yet, Qi Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "You think you've won by sneak attacking me without martial virtue. But you forgot one fact. I'm not an elder, I'm a young man." In Qi Yuan's memory, young men winning by sneak attacking elders was common. But never the reverse. In the Earth Abyss, extraterrestrial demons often sneak attacked him without martial virtue, yet Qi Yuan grew stronger, even figuring out near 100 techniques to dodge ultimate attacks. He faced the purple droplet calmly, cycling through nearly 100 avoidance techniques in his mind. In a fraction of a second, Qi Yuan smiled, found it. Break. He lightly exhaled towards the purple droplet. The unbreakable ultimate divine power, capable of destroying a city, was blown apart by Qi Yuan's breath. Qi Yuan smiled, looking at Wu Tong. Thanks for the rocket, bro. With his words, the scattered purple droplets suddenly split into 2, 4, 1,000, 10,000 droplets. Tens of thousands of purple droplets hovered around Qi Yuan, motionless. Wu Tong was dumbfounded. What's happening? He didn't understand. The demon army and the demon controllers felt a sense of danger. The tens of thousands of purple droplets hovered before Qi Yuan. This time, Qi Yuan gently blew on the droplets again. Like a spring breeze overnight, thousands of horses lose their heads. The wind moved the purple droplets, which then exploded. Countless droplets, like flying arrows, shot into the demon army. Qi Yuan, holding his broken sword, felt exuberant. Cheating feels great. The purple droplets landed on the demons. The powerful demons didn't last a breath before dying and vanishing. These droplets were like enhanced bone-melting water, performing human vanishing acts. Any contact meant death. No, what is this? Wu Tong was also terrified, beyond his understanding. The ultimate divine power was supposed to be his trump card. How did it end up with the Wugui City Defender? Was this defender the Supreme himself? He couldn't comprehend it. No, the droplets hit Wu Tong, and despite his struggles, he vanished. Under the attack of the purple droplets, demons and demon controllers alike perished upon contact. It was a spectacular sight, like rain falling, causing all life to collapse and perish. In just 3 breaths, the entire demon army vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Qi Yuan's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. He had extracted much demonic origin this time, exuding a terrifying aura, resembling a true demon. Holding his broken sword, his body shrank as he looked at the yellow sand, speaking softly. The wind rises, rippling a pool of spring water. He glanced at Zhao Ju and Lu Wentai in the distance before flashing back to Wugui City. Meanwhile, Zhao Ju was utterly dumbfounded. Am I hallucinating? Lu Wentai was also silent, finding the scene incomprehensible. Wu Tong had used his divine power to attack the Wugui City Defender. The defender blew on Wu Tong's divine power, and suddenly, the entire demon army was gone. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed unbelievable. Sigh, it's too unbelievable. Zhao Ju sighed, I misunderstood him. He wasn't showing off, he's genuinely impressive. Lu Wentai nodded in agreement. One man took out an army of tens of thousands of demons. This defender of Wugui City was likely the strongest below the Supreme Realm. But the only flaw is, Zhao Ju continued regretfully, if the Wugui City defender had killed the demon army, then collapsed from exhaustion and died, today's feat would be a timeless legend. Lu Wentai. In Garan City, Dong Long, with his silver hair and wrinkles, stood on the city wall, his face full of worry. He was extremely anxious about the battle ahead. Wu Tong was several times more troublesome than Mi Sang. Once Wugui City fell, Garan City would be the next target, and he didn't know how long they could hold out. Thinking of this, Dong Long's old face grew darker. At that moment, his spirits lifted because the scouts sent to observe Wugui City's battle were returning. He was nervous but maintained his composure, sitting in the high tower. No matter what happened, as the commander, he had to remain calm, like a mountain unshaken by a landslide. Defender, defender. The cultivator ran up the city wall, his face filled with excitement. Dong Long gazed into the vast desert, the news from afar causing only a ripple in his thoughts. He was contemplating how Garan City should deal with Wu Tong. Wu Tong had nearly 100 national guardians under his command. With such terrifying strength, Garan City would find it difficult to cope. It would be better if the Wugui City defender killed some of the national guardians before leaving. After a few moments, sensing the arrival of the cultivator from Wugui City, he slowly asked, did the Wugui City defender kill any national guardians? The cultivator, ready to report, swallowed his organized words and said excitedly, yes, he did. Dong Long was not surprised by this. Given the Wugui City defender's strength, killing a few national guardians wasn't a problem. He killed. Dong Long started to ask how many were killed, but thought it would make him seem too calculating, so he asked, did the Wugui City defender flee? The cultivator blinked. He felt today's commander was a bit verbose, asking strange questions instead of letting him report properly. But since the other was a higher-ranking official, he couldn't be blunt. No, he didn't flee. The cultivator answered truthfully. The Wugui city defender was still sitting comfortably on the city wall. What? Dong Long was shocked, tears almost falling from his eyes. The Wugui city defender chose to fight to the death. The guards present were filled with a tragic sense of heroism, some raising their heads to the sky in a long howl, others clenching their fists. Wugui city may be gone, but the defender lives on in our hearts. No matter how strong Wutong is, he'll have to step over my corpse. Damn it, the reporting cultivator wanted to slap Dong Long but didn't dare. However, he gathered the courage and said loudly, "Everyone, please listen. The Wugui city defender isn't dead." His words left everyone stunned. The eyes of over a dozen national guardians focused on the cultivator, and he felt immense pressure. The Wugui city defender isn't dead, did he surrender? Damn, the cultivator looked at the group of big shots, feeling utterly speechless. Can you all stop talking and let me speak? Silence, silence. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Dong Long, seeing this, calmly said, "Everyone, be quiet and let him speak." The cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and quickly spoke. The Wugui city defender not only isn't dead, but he also fought against Wutong's army of tens of thousands of demons. He alone, with one sword, wiped out Wutong's demon army. Wutong is dead. No, none of the demon army or demon controllers survived. The cultivator exhaled all this in one breath. After speaking, he felt very relieved and a bit anxious. At that moment, everyone was completely silent, unable to believe their ears. Dong Long looked at the cultivator, his gaze piercing. "Is everything you said true?" Reporting to the commander, "There's not a single false word. If I'm lying, I'm your father." The cultivator, having held back his words, spoke boldly and even accidentally said something wrong. But at this moment, no one in Garan City cared about his last sentence. Everyone's faces showed disbelief. The Wugui city defender wiped out Wutong's army alone. Wutong is dead. This was like a myth. A land myth surrounded by Wutong's army should only meet death. But the Wugui city defender not only survived but killed all the enemies. Unimaginable, unbelievable, like a dream. Haha, Wutong is dead. Dong Long couldn't help but laugh. The Wugui city defender is so terrifying. Dong Long laughed, gesticulating wildly. With a forceful push, he knocked down a large section of the city wall and fell off it himself. A national guardian, laughing joyfully, had knocked down the city wall and fallen. The other national guardians also laughed. Only the reporting cultivator was a bit worried, but seeing everyone else laugh, he joined in. In Wugui City, Qi Yuan sat on the city wall. Supreme's ultimate attack. Qi Yuan's eyes showed a contemplative look. Is there a Supreme eyeing me, or something else? He glanced at Wugui City. An empty Wugui City, with only Yuan Qi sweeping the fallen leaves, no one else in sight. Now, facing a Supreme, I'm still a bit weak, Qi Yuan lamented. This time, although he faced an ultimate attack, Qi Yuan had battled many fallen Supremes in the Earth Absolute stage and mastered some techniques to evade ultimate attacks, enough to kill the opponent. But this wasn't universal. Against a true intact Supreme, his attacks couldn't hurt them. Unless I also have my ultimate divine power. This required leveling up to 120. Currently, he was only level 94. Still a long way to go before level 120. Wutong is dead, and Yuzhou will be vacant for a while. I should take this chance to clear out the demons in Yuzhou. Qi Yuan made up his mind. Now, his strength was enough to protect himself. Even against a large-scale demon army, he was not afraid. It was time to clear the demons around Wugui City and strengthen himself. Quickly reach level 120 and undergo the third comprehension of the origin. Qi Yuan didn't know how many years would pass for the Canary Fairy during his third comprehension. He also didn't know if he could see the Canary Fairy or Jopan Mountain again. If she's still there, where would she be? Qi Yuan looked up at the vast desert. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yuzhou underwent drastic changes. The Wugui City defender, like a mysterious god, frequently slaughtered demon armies. Every few days, tens of thousands of demons fell to the defender. Cultivators from other cities in Yuzhou reported sightings of a terrifying blood-red giant shadow slaughtering demon armies in the desert. Just seeing it from afar filled them with awe. The Wugui City defender seemed like an immortal demon god, never tired, never injured, slaughtering the demons of Yuzhou. For a year, Garan City had no demon attacks. The last time demons attacked, before the Garan City defender could move, a sword flew from the sky, killing the demons. Now, outside Wugui City, the blood-red terrifying figure was 12 feet tall. Qi Yuan stood in the yellow sand, exuding a dense murderous aura. If the people of the Palace of Light saw Qi Yuan, they would mistake him for a demonic cultivator and kill him. Qi Yuan pulled out his broken sword and thrust it into the yellow sand. He looked down at Yuan Qi and slowly said, "I will leave Wugui City. It could be a few months or up to 100 years." Qi Yuan had prepared everything and was ready to log off. Yuan Qi, hearing this, tensed up, almost trembling with fear. "I will guard Wugui City for you." The closer he was to Qi Yuan, the more terrified he felt. Especially after Qi Yuan killed demons, Yuan Qi felt like he was facing a demon, not a cultivator. For years, he watched Qi Yuan grow stronger step by step. He guessed Qi Yuan must be cultivating some secret technique to enhance his strength, turning into this for the sake of killing demons. The defender had sacrificed too much for Wugui City. How could he fear him? For years, he had been in Wugui City, seeing what Qi Yuan faced. Guarding a city alone was not just gallant but also exhausting. This sword can kill demons. If many demons attack, I will sense it. If NPCs from other cities come, tell them to stay away to avoid accidental injury, Qi Yuan instructed again. With the surrounding demons cleared, Wugui City would be safe from demon armies for a while. It was time to log off. After all, the mental fatigue from the game still existed. Yes, sir. Yuan Qi was like a loyal servant. The once high-spirited young general had now entered middle age, with traces of hardship etched on his face. Qi Yuan finished speaking and disappeared. He hugged Xiaojia, found a secluded spot, dug a hole, and, as always, buried himself and Xiaojia. Bad luck. So many bones, it's from Wu Tong's men, right? No, in the future, I must crush the bones to ashes. It's too awkward to dig a hole and find their bones again. Fate. In the Divine Light sect, Qi Yuan awoke from the game. One day in the real world was 10 years in the game. He had rampaged in the game, but only 2 days had passed in reality. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Sensing his cultivation, Qi Yuan was pleased. Sure enough, leveling up in the game is fast. Cultivating normally in the real world would take years. Qi Yuan was smug. Now, I should be able to instantly kill mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, right? Feeling his strength, Qi Yuan was quite satisfied. But, thinking about the Palace of Light's 100 Nations Blood War plan, he felt a lot of pressure. Damn Palace of Light has a broken Yin God artifact capable of unleashing a Yin God strike. I'm too far from being a Yin God, aren't I? Currently, Qi Yuan could instantly kill mid-stage nascent soul cultivators and wasn't afraid of late-stage nascent soul cultivators. But against Purple Mansion cultivators, he was still lacking. Not to mention Yin Gods. Senior brother, you're awake. At that moment, Zhang Lingsu's ethereal voice came. What is it, junior sister? Qi Yuan cast a cleansing spell on himself and walked out of his cabin. Zhang Lingsu came from her cabin, her fair face tinged with melancholy. Dressed in a green dress embroidered with orchids, she seemed to walk briskly, causing her delicate, rounded figure to bounce slightly, her loose dress barely hiding her curves. Seeing his junior sister, a flash of inappropriate images from the game, influenced by the demonic origin, crossed Qi Yuan's mind. He looked at Zhang Lingsu's legs, covered by the long dress, not even showing her fair ankles. He had never seen his junior sister's legs, so the images in his mind were surely false. Senior brother, what's wrong? Zhang Lingsu noticed Qi Yuan's odd look and asked. Nothing. Why are you in such a hurry? Qi Yuan asked, pushing away the strange images in his mind. It's a big deal, but not really. 2 days ago, someone from the Palace of Light came and disrupted Dongxian's coronation. A nascent soul cultivator demanded that Great Shang hand over you and Kong Fulu within 7 days. Otherwise, Great Shang will be labeled a demonic faction in the 100 Nations Blood War. Once labeled as such, Great Shang will face attacks from other countries led by the Palace of Light, and city slaughter and national extermination will go unpunished. Zhang Lingsu spoke angrily. Great Shang didn't hand me over, right? Qi Yuan caught the key point. Zhang Lingsu gave him a flirtatious glance. What are you thinking? Great Shang is backed by our Divine Light sect. How could they hand you over? The Palace of Light might know or not know this, but they didn't care. This was the arrogance of the Palace of Light. Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief but still worried. So, the Palace of Light has already noted my name. They had demanded Great Shang hand him over by name. Zhang Lingsu licked her lips. Senior brother, are you scared? If you are, why not go up the mountain and ask our master? Maybe our powerful master can deal with the Palace of Light. Zhang Lingsu still wanted to know if Ruan Yishi was the person she was looking for. Or someone else. Qi Yuan glanced at Qi's Peak, where the palaces and towers were shrouded in mist, indistinct. I miss our master too, but I can't go up the mountain. Qi Yuan sighed. Thinking of the Palace of Light, he gritted his teeth. Damn Palace of Light, I've been generous enough not to write their names in my book, but they've noted me first. No, I have to note them in my book too, and remember this shame. Qi Yuan said and took out a notebook from his storage bag, writing the Palace of Light in it. Zhang Lingsu was used to this. Writing it down is useless, you can't curse them to death. Sigh, senior brother, let me tell you some gossip. Great Shang won't hand you and Kong Fulu over, but besides our Divine Light sect, Great Shang has other sects. Their thoughts differ from ours. I heard some cultivators from the Devilish Desire sect went to contact the nascent soul cultivator from the Palace of Light. You should be careful. The Devilish Desire sect, even with their thick eyebrows, is thinking of rebelling. Qi Yuan was shocked. He remembered the sect leader was a spy from the Devilish Desire sect. Thinking of this, he felt it wasn't safe to stay on the mountain. What if he was sold out? He couldn't entrust his safety to others' mercy. Qi Yuan worried but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Junior sister, if I kill the emissary from the Palace of Light, Great Shang won't hand me over, right? Don't act rashly. That emissary is a nascent soul early-stage cultivator with divine powers. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, can't handle that. Zhang Lingsu emphasized the words, foundation establishment. Never mind that, just tell me if what I said makes sense. Zhang Lingsu thought for a moment and realized it did make sense. Killing the emissary from the Palace of Light would make the issue of handing over Qi Yuan or Kong Fulu irrelevant. But who would do such a thing? The thought process was too unusual. It was like, Zhang Lingsu couldn't find the words. It makes sense, but this will thoroughly offend the Palace of Light. Zhang Lingsu said. As long as it makes sense. Qi Yuan mumbled, said goodbye to his junior sister, and returned to his cabin. His face was serious, looking deeply troubled. The Palace of Light put a lot of pressure on him. He was plotting a strategy, devising a perfect plan. After about a quarter of an hour, a grand plan took shape. Qi Yuan was very pleased. He entered the Divine Flower Society chat group and shared his plan. Everyone, to counter the Palace of Light's threat, I've come up with a grand plan. You're all experts, help me see if there's anything to improve, or even sponsor me a little. Soon, someone spoke in the group. The most active, rogue Immortal Lord, was the first. Heaven Origin Lord is indeed formidable, planning to destroy the Palace of Light. Let me see how this plan is. Rogue Immortal Lord opened Qi Yuan's document. A few big words caught his eye. The 100-day plan to destroy the Palace of Light. Simple and straightforward. Rogue Immortal Lord was puzzled but still opened it. Seeing the content, he couldn't hold back. First day. Ambush the nascent soul early-stage emissary from the Palace of Light and kill him. Difficulty, 1 star. 2nd to 4th days. Perfect the cultivation method from mid-stage foundation establishment to late-stage foundation establishment. Difficulty, 2 stars. 5th to 7th days. Cultivate from mid-stage foundation establishment to late-stage foundation establishment. Difficulty, 1 star. 8th to 20th days. Form at least a heavenly grade golden core. Difficulty, 3 stars. Ahem, Heaven Origin Lord, your plan is quite unique. Rogue Immortal Lord was at a loss for words. Damn, you think breakthroughs are as easy as drinking water? Jumping a realm in a few days? Even if the Tao were your father, it wouldn't work. And forming at least a celestial grade golden core, it's too much. This plan has been brewing for a long time. I specifically refined the details and added difficulty ratings, making it seamless. Qi Yuan was very proud. Rogue Immortal Lord didn't want to speak. This was called seamless. Just adding difficulty ratings. He wanted to say it was pure fantasy. At that moment, Ice Queen also spoke in the group. Wow, let me see Heaven Origin Lord's plan. Rogue Immortal Lord was a bit happy to see Ice Queen. He couldn't criticize Heaven Origin Lord, but Ice Queen would surely scoff at the plan. After a few moments, Ice Queen spoke again. This 100-day plan is straightforward, clear, and grand. I approve. I'm most impressed that Heaven Origin Lord detailed what to do each period and the difficulty. So meticulous. That's what I'm most proud of. Qi Yuan was very pleased. His highlight was noticed. Rogue Immortal Lord. Anyone want to support my plan? When I destroy the Palace of Light, I'll be very grateful. Especially with techniques, I want to perfect mine to late-stage foundation establishment, even Golden Core. Qi Yuan began crowdfunding in the group. Heaven Origin Lord, I'll support with 1 Spirit Stone. Rogue Immortal Lord said weakly. I have many techniques. I just killed some rabbits and got 5 profound level techniques, one of which is high-grade profound level. I'll give them to you. Ice Queen said domineeringly. Qi Yuan almost cried with joy hearing Ice Queen. The world was still full of good people. Everyone in the group was kind. Qi Yuan was moved. Thinking of something, Qi Yuan said, in 100 days, the Palace of Light will be destroyed. I have a plan to make a fortune and share it with the group. What fortune-making plan? The Sun Emperor arrived late. Does the Palace of Light give high-interest loans? If you're in Qian continent, you might as well borrow some spirit stones from them. Once I destroy the Palace of Light, those loans won't need to be repaid. Qi Yuan shared his fortune-making plan with his group friends. Rogue Immortal Lord was completely stunned. He wanted to say, are you serious? The 100-day plan had just been formulated, and the destruction of the Palace of Light was still far away, and you're already planning this. Heaven Origin Lord, you are indeed a genius. Ice Queen said in the group, why didn't I think of making money like this? As long as you work hard, think more, and use your brain, you'll be as successful as me. Qi Yuan shared his success experience. Heaven Origin Lord, how much wealth do you have now? Rogue Immortal Lord asked faintly. Ahem, that's not important. Qi Yuan suddenly felt a bit guilty. Maybe he wasn't very successful. It was just the flattery from the group that made him feel a bit arrogant. He immediately reflected on himself and said, don't borrow too much high-interest loans from the Palace of Light. After all, the 100-day plan hasn't been fully implemented yet. Everyone should act within their means and not celebrate too early. I'm going to borrow 10,000 high-interest loans from the Palace of Light, just to reduce their Spirit Stone reserves and help Heaven Origin Lord's cause. The Sun Emperor said without hesitation. I'll borrow 1,000,000, Ice Queen said dominantly. Rogue Immortal Lord shivered at hearing this. Are they all going crazy with Heaven Origin Lord? Unfortunately, I'm too far from the Palace of Light, otherwise, I would also borrow some. Qi Yuan felt that it was difficult to have everything. Alright everyone, I have to log off now. I'm going to ambush the nascent soul early stage envoy from the Palace of Light and kill him when he's not expecting it. Qi Yuan continued. Now, he couldn't stay long in the real world. After all, something might happen in the game world at any time, and he needed to be efficient in his actions. Heaven Origin Lord, are you really going to ambush a nascent soul cultivator? Rogue Immortal Lord asked weakly. That was a nascent soul, not some random cat or dog. Yes, I'm going right now. Qi Yuan was serious. That's a nascent soul. Rogue Immortal Lord felt that Heaven Origin Lord really had a problem, it didn't seem like he was pretending. So what if it's a nascent soul? I'm a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator, don't you understand the value of a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Qi Yuan was confident, unfortunately, I'm not as perfect as Ice Queen in Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, I would teach the Palace of Light a lesson right now. Ice Queen smiled sweetly and said in the group, Rogue Immortal Lord, you underestimate Heaven Origin Lord. He's a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator, why would he fear the little Palace of Light? Since Heaven Origin Lord has formulated a detailed plan, I dare say, the Palace of Light will be destroyed within 100 days. A Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivator definitely had the backing of a Yin God expert. Rogue Immortal Lord was stunned. Did he underestimate his group members' strength? Should he go borrow a high-interest loan from the Palace of Light? Heaven Origin Lord, can I tell some of my friends that a powerful person is planning to attack the Palace of Light and let them borrow high-interest loans too? This won't expose your plan, right? Ice Queen asked. Qi Yuan thought for a while and said, feel free to tell them, just don't reveal my identity. After thinking about it, he realized that in the Divine Flower Society, apart from his junior sister Zhongling Su, no one knew his identity. What was he afraid of? Even if the word got out, the people from the Palace of Light wouldn't think it was a Foundation establishment cultivator planning to destroy them. The Palace of Light would focus more on others. Even if they knew a Foundation establishment cultivator was bragging about destroying them, they wouldn't take it seriously. It would be like an internet user suggesting to a rocket scientist that phoenix trees make better rocket fuel, and if the rocket scientist took it seriously, they would lose. In an unknown cave mansion, a woman was shrouded in light, making it difficult to see her face. She took out a jade slip, thought for a moment, and sent a message. A friend of mine is planning to attack the Palace of Light. If you want to borrow high-interest loans from the Palace of Light, you'd better hurry. The woman was Ice Queen. Messages came back one after another in the jade slip. Who is the big shot targeting the Palace of Light? Hiss. Is it a yin god? It seems the recent actions of the Palace of Light have angered some big shots. Let's go, borrow some spirit stones from the Palace of Light before the news spreads. If we're late, we won't get anything. In the next few days, several Purple Mansion cultivators would go to the Palace of Light to borrow spirit stones, which might make the upper echelons of the Palace of Light sense that something was wrong. In the Great Shang Kingdom, Yunji Mountain was shrouded in mist, like an immortal paradise. In a bamboo house, the sound of a zither drifted. The nascent soul cultivator from the Palace of Light was playing the zither. Jibai Ying, the current true disciple of the Devilish Desire sect, was listening, captivated. Senior, you are indeed a zither master. One tune is enough to settle Great Shang. Jibai Ying flattered. She was sent by her master to serve this nascent soul cultivator from the Palace of Light and strengthen the relationship between the Demonic Desire sect and the Palace of Light. You flatter me. Great Shang isn't willing to hand over even 2 ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators to me. How can I talk about settling Great Shang? Lord Licken's eyes were smiling, looking especially kind. Jibai Ying's expression turned cold. Great Shang is completely controlled by the Divine Light sect. Naturally, they wouldn't hand over Kong Fulu and Qi Yuan. As far as I know, young Master Wolf's death in the Immortal Realm is inseparable from the Divine Light sect. Kong Fulu and Qi Yuan killed young Master Wolf. Are they that talented? Lord Licken only knew half of the story about the Immortal Realm. Wolf was listed on the Eastern Land's Heavenly Pride list, and he had a small status and position within the Palace of Light. Humph, that Kong Fulu is at most on par with me. As for that Qi Yuan, he's a nobody. I can kill him with one sword strike. How could they have killed young Master Wolf? I suspect that during the opening of the Immortal Realm, there were Golden Core cultivators from the Divine Light sect involved, and young Master Wolf was likely besieged by them. Jibai Ying analyzed reasonably. Lord Licken nodded. You make sense. He didn't believe that their prodigy from the Palace of Light would be killed by cultivators from a small place like Great Shang. The royal family of Great Shang and the Divine Light sect collude for their own selfish interests, putting Great Shang in danger. Our Demonic Desire sect doesn't want to be labeled a demonic faction. Please advise us, my lord. Jibai Ying saw the right moment to state her purpose. She wanted to align with the Palace of Light. Lord Licken looked at Jibai Ying, smiling. Great Shang will indeed be labeled a demonic faction, but your Demonic Desire sect. If you can correct the chaos, you might escape the mire. Jibai Ying looked earnestly at Lord Licken. Lord Licken continued, I heard that the Peak Master of Keys Peak in the Divine Light sect is an unparalleled beauty. I've been cultivating for thousands of years, always alone. If your Demonic Desire sect can help me. He didn't finish, but Jibai Ying understood. This Lord Licken was indeed audacious. A nascent soul early stage thinking about a nascent soul late stage. Jibai Ying inwardly scorned but still said, the Divine Light sect is strong. Without the Palace of Light's support, it would be hard for us to defeat them. The Demonic Desire sect had coveted the Divine Light sect for a long time. Initially, if it weren't for the Peak Master of Keys Peak, the entire Divine Light sect would have become a branch of the Demonic Desire sect. The Demonic Desire sect's ambition wasn't as simple as it appeared. In their ancient records, there was a secret about the Divine Light sect. So every year, a large number of spies were sent into the Divine Light sect. In Jibai Ying's storage bag, there was a list of these spies. Many of them held high positions within the Divine Light sect. The Palace of Light needs to see the sincerity of the Demonic Desire sect first, otherwise. Lord Licken was shrewd and wouldn't agree easily. At that moment, a slightly childish voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Are you from the Palace of Light? As the voice fell, a black-robed cultivator landed nearby, fully covered, with no skin exposed. Jibai Ying's expression changed. Who are you? Lord Licken glanced at the newcomer but remained calm. Coming from the Palace of Light made him less cautious in a small place like the Great Shang Kingdom. He didn't believe anyone in this small place dared to harm him or could harm him. Me, I'm here to borrow high-interest loans from the Palace of Light. Lend me a few million spirit stones. The black-robed man was, of course, Qi Yuan, staring at Lord Licken, asking to borrow millions. Lord Licken was stunned for a moment and then spoke, his tone unfriendly, "Are you joking with me?" Qi Yuan looked at Lord Licken, putting his hand on the cleaver at his waist. "I've changed my mind, no more borrowing, just robbing." Borrowing without repaying would get him criticized. It was better to kill and take the spirit stones. Qi Yuan drew his cleaver and pointed it at Lord Licken. Jibai Ying was completely stunned. Lord Licken's expression turned cold. Is this how Great Sheng treats its guests? Suddenly, urgent and piercing zither sounds filled the air, filled with intense killing intent. Lord Licken's first move was a powerful soul attack. This was his trump card. Therefore, he didn't think much of the local nascent soul cultivators here. Soul attack. Qi Yuan was surprised. The last time he encountered a soul attack was from Black Rooster Demon. Black Rooster Demon's soul attack was much stronger than Lord Licken's. You have some knowledge, Lord Licken praised, and the zither sounds became even more intense, launching a soul attack at Qi Yuan. Killing someone knowledgeable was more satisfying. Qi Yuan was unafraid. Facing the soul attack, he wielded his cleaver and charged forward. The powerful soul attack hit Qi Yuan's soul without causing any ripples. Lord Licken's calm demeanor disappeared. How are you unscathed? Soul attacks were usually unstoppable, especially against unprepared cultivators in small places. Why would I be hurt? Qi Yuan didn't bother explaining and swung his cleaver, a mere nascent soul early stage. How dare you oppose my Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Pity Lord Licken, who mainly focused on soul attacks, lacked in combat techniques. Facing Qi Yuan's battle-hardened skills, he had no means to counter. Killing you is as easy as killing a demon. Qi Yuan's combat skills had been honed to perfection. He could boast, "I've killed more nascent souls than you've ever seen." Facing the nascent soul early stage Lord Licken, Qi Yuan swung his cleaver, splitting him in half. His nascent soul didn't even have time to escape before dying on the spot. Jibai Ying shivered. Who are you? Didn't you just say you could kill me with one sword? Qi Yuan replied, swinging his cleaver again. Jibai Ying's face showed disbelief as her body shattered into pieces, dying there. Qi Yuan came and killed quickly, ending the fight so swiftly that even the birds in the trees weren't disturbed. He took their storage bags, then cleared his throat and mimicked Lord Licken's voice. I will be in closed-door cultivation on Yunji Mountain for 100 days. Intruders will be killed without mercy. His voice echoed throughout Yunji Mountain. Qi Yuan was bold but clever. The news of Lord Licken's death had to be concealed for now. He still needed time to develop. When Qi Yuan returned to Keys Peak, the fish soup he was cooking hadn't even finished. He opened Lord Licken's storage bag, revealing various treasures and spirit stones. Among them, Qi Yuan even found 2 profound-level techniques. If it were before, Qi Yuan would have been overjoyed. But after receiving 5 profound-level techniques from Ice Queen, one of which was high-grade, he now looked down on these 2 techniques. No wonder the saying goes, it's hard to go back to being ordinary once you've seen the top. These techniques can perfect the Qi Yuan scripture to late foundation establishment, but as for golden core, still no clue. Qi Yuan opened Jibai Ying's storage bag. Even mosquito legs are meat, nothing should be overlooked. Jibai Ying's storage bag contained much less valuable stuff. Some colorful underwear, a pathetic pile of spirit stones, and techniques that Qi Yuan didn't care for. What's this? A list. A spy list. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan found a list of spies in the Divine Light sect within Jibai Ying's storage bag. Qi Yuan opened the list and was stunned. The Devilish Desire sect really went all out. The list had hundreds of names. Considering that the Divine Light sect had only a few thousand members, including elders, disciples, and even servants, it was shocking. No wonder I always felt something was wrong in the Divine Light sect. It's a miracle it still functions well. Qi Yuan didn't care much. After obtaining the list, he had no intention of disrupting the current situation. He certainly wouldn't imitate a certain internet user, threatening a senior with the list. But what's the Demonic Desire sect's true motive for infiltrating the Divine Light sect so extensively? Qi Yuan pondered. It seemed foolish if their only goal was to take over the Divine Light sect. Recalling some strange sounds he heard occasionally during his Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he speculated there must be deeper reasons. First, complete the 100-day plan, then consider other matters. If needed, I'll devise another detailed plan with my smart brain. Qi Yuan entered the Divine Flower Society chat group. Good news, everyone. The first step of the 100-day plan is complete. Your investment is paying off. Rogue Immortal Lord, the nascent soul cultivator is dead. Chopped him with a cleaver. Qi Yuan said nonchalantly. Rogue Immortal Lord fell silent. Is there something wrong with me or with Heaven Origin Lord? Heaven Origin Lord, you act swiftly. I'm going to borrow another 20,000 spirit stones from the Palace of Light. The Sun Emperor quickly replied. Heaven Origin Lord, don't be too fast. If you destroy the Palace of Light too soon, my sisters won't be able to borrow spirit stones. Ice Queen said anxiously. Rogue Immortal Lord looked at the messages in the group, feeling conflicted. Could the Sun Emperor and Ice Queen be Heaven Origin Lord's alternate accounts? Otherwise, why would they believe such an outrageous story? Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment or not, how could they kill a nascent soul with one strike? No matter how extraordinary, a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't defeat a nascent soul. Even the number 1 on the Heavenly Pride list couldn't defeat a nascent soul cultivator during Foundation establishment. Let's wait 100 days and see if Heaven Origin Lord is bragging or if I'm short-sighted. Rogue Immortal Lord decided to stay silent in the group and observe. Unaware of this, Qi Yuan memorized all the new techniques. When he entered the game, he could perfect the Qi Yuan scripture during his spare time. After some time, a voice suddenly came to his mind. HMPH, you want me to hand it over? No way, Ning Dao. Qi Yuan was stunned. What's happening in the game? In the northern region, several terrifying auras filled the air, affecting the weather, with rain continuously falling. 7 Supremes surrounded Ning Dao, their faces fierce. Ning Dao, hand over the blood demon, and we'll spare your life. The 7 Supremes stared at Ning Dao, their eyes full of dread. Especially seeing the blood sphere behind her, their fear intensified. HMPH, you want me to hand it over? No way. Ning Dao, dressed in a black form-fitting dress embroidered with golden plum blossoms, stood slender in the air, protecting the blood sphere behind her. He's not the blood demon, and I won't hand him over. But you, who instigated this attack against me? Blood dripped from her sleeve, dissipating into the air. At the supreme level, they consciously prevented any body fluids from lingering outside. Being besieged by 7 Supremes, Ning Dao was seriously injured. Even so, she protected the blood sphere like a mother hen protecting her chick. Ning Dao, as the Palace Master of the Heart Palace, you defy the Supreme's orders and secretly collude with the blood demon. Leave the blood demon, and we'll let you go. One Supreme said sternly. The Palace Master of the Heart Palace was a powerful figure among the Supremes. They didn't want to push her too hard, fearing casualties. What evidence do you have that he's the blood demon? Ning Dao, blood still on her lips, smiled charmingly. But the 7 Supremes felt a visceral revulsion. The character, demon, on her face, even hidden by a black veil, made them feel nauseous. So, despite being a Supreme, the 13 demons of the North were universally hated. From a young age, Ning Dao had faced looks of disgust and hostility. Even her most loving mother once sneaked into her room at night with scissors, trying to kill her. He looks like the blood demon described by the Supreme. One Supreme said, staring at the blood sphere, if he's not the blood demon, what is he? He's my son. Ning Dao smiled sweetly, but her smile sent chills through everyone. A helpless voice came. How did I become your son? It was Qi Yuan speaking. But, his skin was still too thin to respond like a middle schooler, calling a girl his mom and saying he wanted to drink milk. As Qi Yuan spoke, everyone's eyes fell on the blood sphere. Palace Master of Tianqin Palace, what do you have to say now? How is he not a blood demon? The 7 Supreme Beings looked at Qi Yuan, but they did not sense any terrifying aura from him. They also knew that the blood demon was not yet fully formed and was not worth worrying about. Ning Dao turned around to look at Qi Yuan behind her, a look of grievance in her eyes. You finally deigned to see me. Qi Yuan gazed at Ning Dao's injuries with a complex expression. You can leave me behind. After all, the blood sphere was not Qi Yuan's true body. Even if it were damaged, it would not affect him in the slightest. Ning Dao raised her head stubbornly. I won't be like someone who disappears for decades, even centuries. She turned to the 7 Supreme Beings around them. I said no one could hurt you, so no one will. The aura of origin spread from Ning Dao, making her seem as if she were one with the world. Seeing this, the 7 supreme beings also wore grim expressions and merged with the world. Qi Yuan calmly remarked, "You will die. Why did this? We were just strangers meeting by chance and hardly exchanged a few words." Qi Yuan couldn't quite understand Ning Dao's thoughts. He felt that Ning Dao was like an obsessed child. HMPH. Ning Dao snorted coldly. She didn't want to talk to Qi Yuan. What did he know about her thoughts and feelings? Just a filthy man. Who would have thought that the esteemed palace master of Tianxin Palace would also be bewitched by the blood demon and fall into a love trap? One supreme being laughed. Ha ha ha, a witch in love. Another female supreme being laughed mockingly. Everyone knew that witches were cursed by heaven, making anyone who saw them feel disgusted and regard them as the ugliest beings in the world. A witch in love was the funniest thing in the world. How could anyone fall in love with a witch? Have you laughed enough? Ning Dao's face turned cold. Either get out of the way or die. It was the first time Qi Yuan saw such a cold side of Ning Dao. She was like a stray cat, wary of everything in the world, facing people with the most aggressive stance. It seems, Palace Master of Tianxin Palace, that today you wish to die here with the blood demon. The female supreme being smiled without anger. At this moment, Ning Dao's voice reached Qi Yuan's ears. "I have good news for you. When the battle starts, I will release your restraints, and you can run as far as you can." Qi Yuan replied, "Actually, I have already left." This blood sphere was not Qi Yuan's body, merely flesh he once resided in. Ning Dao was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, I knew." Qi Yuan smiled. "Even if I'm at the foundational level of the heavenly Dao, I can't be a match for 7 supreme beings." Ning Dao wasn't surprised. In her view, Qi Yuan was just an ordinary supreme being. Especially since he came from another realm and was restricted by the world's rules, he couldn't exert the full power of a supreme being. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trapped him so easily. "You just need to leave, don't burden me." Ning Dao's voice was full of disdain. "I can't leave," Qi Yuan said seriously. "These 7 people framed me as the blood demon and want me dead here. An aunt can tolerate it, but an uncle cannot." "What do you mean?" Ning Dao was puzzled. "I want to borrow your hands to kill them." "TCH, you're from another realm. How can you know the origin better than our supreme beings in Lufeng realm? The origin of each world is different. In Kanglan realm, those with purple mansions also grasped the origin. However, in Lufeng realm, they could only be considered half a supreme being. Because the origins were different. You're underestimating me," Qi Yuan said proudly. "I'm more familiar with this realm's origin than anyone." Qi Yuan had once fought nearly 3,000 old men in decay. Those old men all used the origin of Lufeng realm. Various origins in Lufeng realm had hurt him, and he remembered them clearly. Kill. The 7 supreme beings' attack struck at this moment. Once they moved, it was the legendary origin divine ability. 7 origin divine abilities attacked Ning Dao simultaneously. Even someone as powerful as Ning Dao seemed weak against 7 origin divine abilities. She couldn't block all 7 at once and had to endure 1 or 2. At this moment, Qi Yuan's voice came. "Gather the power of the human demon in the dantian, disperse the qi in the palm, and flow through the void." Qi Yuan spoke quickly, and Ning Dao followed his instructions instinctively. She seemed like a carp in the sea, rolling to avoid the origin divine abilities attacking from different directions and levels. She completely blocked the 7 origin divine abilities. A look of surprise appeared on Ning Dao's small face. "How did you do that?" The 7 supreme beings were even more shocked. Just now, Ning Dao's dodge showed an extreme understanding of their origin divine abilities. It was as if each of them were facing their own origin divine ability. This was impossible, because how could they reveal their trump cards to others? What kind of technique is this? How did you do it? HMPH, why should I tell you how I know? Qi Yuan's assistance brought joy to Ning Dao's heart, but the danger wasn't over, and she couldn't let her guard down. She hid in the sky, her whip in hand, and the sound of thunder seemed to echo. The 7 supreme beings' expressions were grim. "We must kill her." Their origin divine abilities had been seen through by one person. If leaked, they would be the weakest among their peers. "While she's severely injured, leave her behind," the female supreme being said coldly. The 7 supreme beings showed no mercy, continuing their origin divine abilities. Qi Yuan stood behind, speaking quickly to Ning Dao. It was Qi Yuan's instructions that allowed Ning Dao to truly contend with the 7 supreme beings simultaneously. Otherwise, heavily injured Ning Dao wouldn't be a match for the 7 supreme beings. After half a day, in a desolate area, Ning Dao fell from the sky like a broken kite, her face pale, and her black dress stained with blood. Cough. We escaped. With the danger gone, Ning Dao seemed more carefree. Seems my husband still cares for me. Who would have thought he knew their origin divine abilities so well? Ning Dao's voice was low, sounding weak. What happened? Why did they say I'm a blood demon? Qi Yuan asked. He should have only been gone for a decade or so. Ning Dao had imprisoned the blood sphere in the underground palace. Besides Ning Dao, no one should know of its existence. Ning Dao's beautiful face showed a cold expression. 9 years ago, suddenly news of a blood demon in Tianqin Palace spread in the north. Later, several supreme beings visited Tianqin Palace and suddenly attacked me. After that, you were exposed. I've been chased by more than 10 supreme beings, constantly fleeing. Ning Dao spoke helplessly. She was sure she never revealed Qi Yuan's existence. Even the supreme beings in Tianqin Palace didn't know about Qi Yuan. Yet, news of the blood demon in Tianqin Palace suddenly appeared. It was as if someone was targeting Ning Dao, deliberately spreading false information, only to find out the false information was true. You should have let me go, Qi Yuan said. Due to the blood demon, Ning Dao was chased by more than 10 supreme beings for nearly 10 years, severely injured. If she let Qi Yuan go, none of this would have happened. Husband, are you worried about me? Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan with a proud smile. I said I wouldn't abandon you. Qi Yuan gazed at Ning Dao's half-beautiful face, asking curiously, I'm very curious about witches. Can I see the other half of your face? When in Jopan Mountain, he hadn't heard of the witch character carved on the face. And the great demon, Buddha's lover, also didn't have a carved character. What does witch mean? Why is it loathed by heaven and man? He wanted to see the true face of Lucian. No, Ning Dao's reaction was intense. She stared at Qi Yuan. I won't let you see it. Qi Yuan didn't insist. Start healing. Qi Yuan fell silent. His emotions towards Ning Dao were complex. In ancient times, Zhao Zilong carried Lu Chan 7 times in and out of battle, a solo ride for thousands of miles. Today, Ning Dao took him on a great escape in the north. Ning Dao said no more and began healing seriously. As night fell, Qi Yuan didn't leave the blood sphere for Wugui City. He stayed by Ning Dao's side. Ning Dao, severely injured, fell into a coma, her healing technique slowly mending her small body. She lay curled, exposing her slender feet under her dress, her toes curling, showing her extreme lack of security despite being a supreme being. Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao's face, his expression complex, pondering something. After a long time, a voice with a crying tone sounded. Am I ugly now? Why haven't you come to see me? The voice came from Ning Dao, her eyes filled with tears like little pearls about to fall. She curled like her toes, her face showing helplessness. She opened her eyes and looked at Qi Yuan, surprised. You didn't leave. You talked in your sleep again. It was the 3rd time Qi Yuan heard her talking in her sleep, didn't expect even supreme beings talk in their sleep. The content was the same as before. I didn't. Ning Dao's half-face turned red, making her even more charming. Even if I did, it has nothing to do with you. I didn't say it had anything to do with me, Qi Yuan said calmly. HMPH. Ning Dao turned her head, not wanting to look at Qi Yuan. But she held the chain binding Qi Yuan tightly. Are you really the blood demon? How else could you see the flaws in their origin divine abilities? Ning Dao's voice was cold. Is this why everyone wants to kill the blood demon? Ning Dao had her suspicions. She never believed in the blood demon's calamity. After all, a witch represented disaster. I'm not some blood demon. Qi Yuan didn't think he was a blood demon. Even in Jopan Mountain, he was called the Blood Lord. Goldfinch called him the Blood Pearl. What did it have to do with a blood demon? But everyone in the world believes you are a blood demon, so you can only be one. Ning Dao said, her eyes flashing with worry, then smiling, a witch and a blood demon, husband and I are indeed destined. If I say I'm not the blood demon, will you believe me? Ning Dao was silent, then slowly replied, I believe. But it was useless. The world had to believe. If that damn lord calls me a blood demon, if I meet him, I'll beat him up. I'll beat him with you, Ning Dao smiled sweetly. With your small frame, better focus on healing. If we're chased again, even I can't save you. Qi Yuan spoke the truth. He helped Ning Dao greatly, but it didn't change her situation. There were many supreme beings in the north, and they were undamaged, unlike the old men in decay. To change her situation, Ning Dao had to let go of Qi Yuan. I'm used to being chased. Ning Dao smiled. I used to be alone, now I have my husband, what's to fear? Decades passed in the blink of an eye. In these decades, Ning Dao took Qi Yuan, facing endless attacks and pursuits. Qi Yuan saw over 100 different supreme beings. With Qi Yuan's guidance and help, Ning Dao survived many dangers. However, her injuries became more severe. Qi Yuan didn't stay with Ning Dao all the time, he often returned to Wugui City, killing demons, and his strength increased. Qi Yuan's strength had reached level 109, not far from level 120, the supreme being of this world. In a clear pool with no life, Ning Dao, in a black dress, entered the water with her white feet. The water turned red but quickly cleared. Here, I first heard your voice, Ning Dao recalled. As a child, many hunted her. Here, she heard Qi Yuan's voice. Her bleak life changed. The cold water made her feel sleepy. The decades of escape injured her origin. Her life force was fragile, close to falling. Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan, her expression complex. Husband, may I see what you look like? I'm curious. I'm also curious about the other half of your face. If you let me see, I'll show you my true self. Qi Yuan wouldn't let his true body be near Ning Dao. No photo, no video. Obsessive Ning Dao might lock his true body here. Forget it. Half submerged, Ning Dao blew on the water. I won't let you see, or you'll hate me like the others. She wouldn't let Qi Yuan see half her face. She didn't want the one person she cared for to hate her. But Ning Dao wasn't giving up. Why do you care about my face? You can treat me as someone else, I can wear black silk for you. I'm pure, don't tempt me. Qi Yuan refused. Though lust affected him, he didn't want to be a slave to desire. When the time is right, everything will fall into place. They fell silent, Ning Dao soaking in the water. After about a quarter hour, Qi Yuan asked, do you know the strength of the Lord and White Emperor? Now at level 109, in the North-South decision, he was still a small fry. To understand the world's top power, he asked Ning Dao, a late-stage supreme being. The Lord and White Emperor. Ning Dao's eyes grew serious. If they wish, they can kill me with a finger. That's strong. Qi Yuan was surprised. Ning Dao wasn't weak among supreme beings. A finger could kill her. In Kanglan realm, this was equivalent to a yin god. Thinking of the yin god's power, Qi Yuan felt pressured. A partial yin god in the sun was hard enough, two complete ones were tougher. I must stay low, not expose myself to big bosses. Qi Yuan thought. Recently, a handsome man claimed to be White Emperor's disciple in Wugui City. He invited Qi Yuan to White Emperor Palace. No way. At least until level 99,999, Qi Yuan wouldn't meet White Emperor. Thinking of the real world's light palace, with yin god-like power. Qi Yuan frowned. Ning Dao, can a strong hegemon kill the Lord? A hegemon was equivalent to Kanglan's foundation. Ning Dao smiled. Husband is too naive. A hegemon couldn't do it. What about a strong protector? Qi Yuan asked. In reality, he wasn't at protector level, just a pill master. Ning Dao continued smiling. Even the strongest protector can't. A protector, she could kill with a breath. If the protector is as big as Ultraman, Ning Dao was the strongest he could converse with, a late-stage supreme being, worth asking. Maybe she could inspire him to deal with Light Palace. To sleep well, Qi Yuan needed yin god level power. I don't know Ultraman's size, but if as big as Lufeng realm, maybe the protector could kill the Lord. A protector the size of Lufeng realm. Qi Yuan was stunned, an idea sparked. Ning Dao made sense. If he made a golden pill as big as Lufeng realm, could he crush Light Palace? Such a golden pill, majestic and powerful. See who disagrees, throw the golden pill. It was better than his fantasy of a golden pill with lust. Qi Yuan got excited. Ning Dao, you're smarter than my wise brain. But he felt helpless. Such a golden pill, how? Even with a digger, he couldn't empty Lufeng realm. Qi Yuan was troubled. He stopped thinking about a celestial golden pill, this was better. A golden pill like this suited the heavenly foundation. Ning Dao stayed silent, soaking in the water. Qi Yuan thought about making a golden pill from worlds. A genius idea. He felt the white day fantasy art suited him. After a long time, husband, Ning Dao's voice was soft, like the first time Qi Yuan heard her. Qi Yuan stopped thinking and looked at her, seeing expectation in her eyes. If I'm gone, can I see your true face? Don't curse yourself. Qi Yuan sounded regretful. If you let me go sooner, all would be well. Now you've angered the north, letting me go won't help. Ning Dao was strong. In decades, she killed 6 supreme beings. Now, the north's most wanted were the blood demon and Ning Dao. I said I won't leave you, and I won't. Unlike you, who abandoned me, leaving me alone. Ning Dao's voice was soft and crying. Qi Yuan didn't fully believe her. How much of her words were true? But her words moved him. He needed to level up quickly, reaching level 120. He wanted to return to Jopan Mountain. Each time, he left without notice. He looked at Ning Dao. Did I abandon you? They never met, so it didn't count. Night had fallen, and Ning Dao's delicate body curled up, her overly pale hands tightly gripping the chain. Husband. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, cold sweat on her forehead. She looked at the blood sphere not far away, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. He had left. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the space. A blood-red figure materialized, forming into a man. Ning Dao, why are you mingling with the blood demon? The man's head was also covered by a black hood, hiding his face. He, like Ning Dao, was one of the 13 demons of North magic, named He-Wu. He is not a blood demon, Ning Dao said seriously. All the supreme beings of the North have declared him to be a blood demon, so he is a blood demon. He-Wu said. As members of the 13 demons, they were different from other supreme beings and didn't care about the great affairs of the blood demon. After all, the blood demon's havoc on the world was something far in the future. Their immediate crisis was much closer at hand. He-Wu looked at Ning Dao. In your current state, you might fall before a century is up. The gate of myriad variations reappears. How will you withstand it? If you cannot maintain your peak strength and fight for 100 days, you will surely die. Ning Dao fell silent for a moment and then changed the topic. Have you found out who is spreading the rumors about the blood demon in Tianqin Palace? Which of my enemies is it? The news of the blood demon in Tianqin Palace spread throughout the north, leading to Ning Dao being besieged. There had to be a mastermind behind it. Suspected to be the purple Taoist, He-Wu replied. Him, Ning Dao sneered, her eyes flashing with killing intent. I have no enmity with him, why frame me? We 13 demons, do we need to have enmity with anyone? Aren't we all hated by the heavens and men? He-Wu smiled self-deprecatingly. From birth, they, with the demon character carved on their faces, were hated by all. Did anyone need a reason to frame them? It was original sin. In Wugui City, Qi Yuan returned from slaying demons, a fierce look in his eyes. Rather than saying the blood sphere is the blood demon, it's more accurate to say I am the blood demon, Qi Yuan introspected. In his soul, the source of evil had grown from a grain of rice to the size of a fist. If Qi Yuan didn't control it fully, he would undoubtedly become a terrifying demon. I'm a player, not some damn blood demon. Qi Yuan shook off his previous thoughts. Big brother, you're back. At this moment, a frivolous voice called out. Chen Huan, dressed in white robes, jumped down from the city wall with a bright smile on his face. Looking at Chen Huan, Qi Yuan said helplessly, I don't take sworn brothers, I'm not that childish. The white-robed man in front of him had come to Wugui City 5 years ago. Chen Huan's status was quite special, being one of the 3,000 disciples of the White Emperor. After hearing of Qi Yuan's deeds from Yuan Qi and seeing him in action a few times, Chen Huan insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Qi Yuan. How could a noble player like him take an NPC as a sworn brother? It would be a laughingstock. Big brother, look, I'm at the peak of the land's mythology. Maybe one day, I'll break through to the supreme realm. Having a supreme little brother would give you quite a reputation, wouldn't it? Chen Huan, carefree and self-assured, laughed. I don't need reputation. Qi Yuan, not wanting to bother with Chen Huan, flashed to the city wall. Chen Huan followed him up, gazing at the vast desert. Big brother, you've guarded Wugui City alone for 70 years, I truly admire you. But if I break through to the Supreme Realm, and you ask to be sworn brothers, do you think I'd still care about you? You've said this for 5 years, why haven't you broken through to the Supreme Realm yet? Qi Yuan looked at Chen Huan with disdain. Is it possible for someone to be stuck at the peak of land mythology for 100 years? Chen Huan had been at the peak of land mythology 100 years ago. Chen Huan wasn't in a hurry. Big brother, becoming a supreme being is not easy. To achieve it, one must comprehend the essence of human demon power, then, within that power, find one's own path and awaken the origin divine ability. Both steps are as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In the Kanglan realm, to become a purple mansion, one must comprehend the essence of spiritual energy. In the Lufeng realm, it was the human demon power. Is it that hard? Qi Yuan felt Chen Huan wasn't as talented as the 4 emperors of Shenhui. Not to mention the Ice Mountain Overlord and the Sun Emperor, even the rogue Immortal Sovereign probably had more talent than Chen Huan. After all, comparing oneself to an Immortal Sovereign was a mark of a great talent. Unfortunately, the rogue Immortal Sovereign couldn't enter the game world, otherwise, Qi Yuan would have had him demonstrate true talent to Chen Huan. Yes, it is difficult. Chen Huan's face turned serious. Both steps were hard, especially the first, comprehending the essence of human demon power. Once comprehended, a cultivator without high aspirations, not seeking a powerful origin divine ability, could easily become a supreme being. Chen Huan was precisely the unaspiring type. Yet, he had wasted 100 years without success. I think human demon power is simple, the difficult part is the origin divine ability. Qi Yuan pondered. Watching the gate of myriad variations, his path in the human demon way had reached a terrifying level. What was the essence of human demon power? Qi Yuan felt he understood it better than the White Emperor and the Supreme Sovereign. As for the origin divine ability, it was more complex. In decay, facing nearly 3,000 old men, Qi Yuan had seen various origin divine abilities. Each origin divine ability, based on its essence, followed its own path. Some origin divine abilities were weak, while others were strong. Qi Yuan naturally didn't want his origin divine ability at level 120 to be weak. He would carefully consider his path to the origin divine ability. Returning from the game world, only part of his cultivation returned to his true body. However, the skills remained. Like the heaven-splitting sword technique, death radiance, dominant power, these skills were actually divine abilities only nascent soul cultivators could use. Qi Yuan, in the foundation establishment stage, could use them to quickly kill nascent soul cultivators, thanks to this reason. In the game world, if he surpassed level 120 and gained his origin divine ability, then, in the foundation establishment stage, he could have an origin divine ability equivalent to the Purple Mansion realm. Without an origin divine ability, Qi Yuan could only be passively beaten by Purple Mansion realm cultivators in the Light Palace. Because only origin divine abilities could harm Purple Mansion realm cultivators protected by such abilities. So, a strong origin divine ability was necessary. Even though he could avoid the attacks of supreme beings, he couldn't harm them. Ning Dao's dangers could only be addressed verbally by him. He had yet to see his future path and awaken his origin divine ability. The essence of human demon power was the simplest for Qi Yuan. Big brother, you sure can brag. Human demon power simple. If it were that simple, there would be supreme beings everywhere. Chen Huan looked at Qi Yuan incredulously. Qi Yuan ignored Chen Huan, squinting at the horizon. Chen Huan also noticed something, the smile vanishing from his face as he looked in the same direction as Qi Yuan. A stream of light flashed across the sky, exuding a terrifying aura, pressing down on the heavens. The stream of light stopped 8 miles from Wugui City, and as the light faded, a woman in a water blue long dress appeared. With sword-like brows and eyes, she exuded a sharp sword intent. Standing in the yellow sand, she looked like an unsheathed sword to Qi Yuan. Huang Mengling, level 119. Warden of Wugui City, hear my command. Huang Mengling extended her hand, revealing a golden decree. Qi Yuan blinked. For him, but, I'm a player, why should I obey? Obey whom? He didn't move. The air was tense. Chen Huan shouted, Senior sister, why are you in Yuzhou? What's happening? Huang Mengling's expression remained cold. The situation in the North-South decision has changed. The 5 Grand Supreme Beings have ordered all wardens of Yuzhou to abandon their cities and head to the Great Sadness City. Huang Mengling's voice rang out, within 100 days, you must reach the Great Sadness City to defend against the North's demon controllers. Chen Huan's expression tightened. The situation in Yuzhou was that tense. The Supreme Beings had issued orders to abandon the cities and retreat to the Great Sadness City. Senior sister, any insider news? Chen Huan shamelessly asked. Huang Mengling's expression didn't change. In the Thousand Cities battlefield, 3 new Supreme Beings have arrived from the north, one of them a Grand Supreme. What? Chen Huan's face changed. A Grand Supreme? A Grand Supreme was a peak Supreme Being. Aside from the White Emperor and the Supreme Sovereign, a Grand Supreme was the pinnacle of power in Lufeng realm. Why would a Grand Supreme suddenly come to the Thousand Cities? Chen Huan was amazed. The Thousand Cities battlefield was unremarkable among the 108,000 cities, having a few supreme beings was already significant. Yet now, a Grand Supreme was here, truly strange. I don't know, Huang Mengling said coldly, leave Wugui City immediately and head to the Great Sadness City. Chen Huan looked anxiously at Qi Yuan, big brother, let's go. If a supreme being descends, our small arms and legs can't resist. Qi Yuan remained indifferent, I'm not leaving. He had guarded Wugui City for years and wouldn't abandon it. Chen Huan hurriedly urged, you know the situation is urgent, with a Grand Supreme arriving. If the Thousand Cities retreat, staying here alone will make you conspicuous. You can't persuade me, don't bother. Qi Yuan refused. Chen Huan made sense. Anyone sane would leave Wugui City and concentrate their strength at the Great Sadness City. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan was sane, but he was playing a game and wouldn't leave. Chen Huan was anxious. In the distance, Huang Mengling's eyes showed surprise, but she continued, Junior brother, if he doesn't go, let him be. I have to notify other cities, come with me. Chen Huan looked conflicted. Go ahead, Qi Yuan said. Chen Huan was talkative, always babbling in his ear, disturbing his peace. No, Chen Huan decided, shouting to Huang Mengling, senior sister, you go first, I'll wait a bit longer. Huang Mengling continued. If the Thousand Cities retreat to the Great Sadness City, you will be isolated without support. Even if you both break through to the Supreme Realm, you will surely die. Her words were for Qi Yuan. She couldn't gauge his strength but guessed it was similar to Chen Huan's. Land mythology peak cultivators often took risks to break through. She guessed Qi Yuan stayed in Wugui City to build momentum, awaken an origin divine ability, and become a supreme being. But the success rate was almost zero. Moreover, with a Grand Supreme arriving, even becoming a supreme being meant death. Huang Mengling finished, turned into a stream of light, and vanished into the desert. Qi Yuan watched the light, asking, is she also a disciple of the White Emperor? Yes, she's my senior sister. Chen Huan admired Huang Mengling, she's different from me. I've been in the White Emperor's palace for 1,000 years without seeing the master. Senior sister is different, she has seen the master. Her understanding of the origin is profound, she will soon become a supreme being. Really? Qi Yuan pondered, asking, since your senior sister understands the origin, why not ask her to tell you what it is, so you can become a supreme being? Chen Huan looked at Qi Yuan like he was an idiot. Even if she wanted to tell me, the origin can't be transferred, it must be understood. Sometimes I doubt your sanity, not knowing such basic things. Can't be transferred? Qi Yuan was surprised, isn't it useful? In Jopin Mountain, he had explained some origin principles. Some strong cultivators had then understood some origin. Mostly, Qi Yuan taught the trapped demon art. If he fully explained the human demon power origin, many would have comprehended it then. If origin could be transferred, everyone would be supreme beings. Chen Huan replied. Qi Yuan fell silent, staring at Chen Huan, pondering. 20 days later, Chen Huan hurriedly approached Qi Yuan. The cities in Yuzhou have all evacuated, you're still not leaving. Chen Huan was anxious. Qi Yuan, like a turtle, stayed in Wugui City, no rush. By the way, do you know which Grand Supreme came to the Thousand Cities? Qi Yuan recalled Wu Tong. When Wu Tong attacked, he carried a supreme being's origin divine ability strike. That incident was peculiar, not knowing if it related to the Grand Supreme now. The Purple Taoist. Chen Huan was serious, he is top tier among Grand Supremes. Really? Qi Yuan recalled the purple droplet. Was it the one plotting against him? Possibly. No matter, an enemy. Qi Yuan took out a notebook. What are you doing? Chen Huan was puzzled. Writing him in my notebook. Enemies must be remembered. Sometimes his memory failed, but enemies couldn't be forgotten. Ha. Chen Huan laughed, planning to pass this notebook to your descendants to trouble the Purple Taoist. He doubted Qi Yuan could kill the Purple Taoist in this life. When I reach level 120, killing him will be like slaughtering a dog. Qi Yuan said confidently. With his power now, using Little Mary could exceed level 120. But without an origin divine ability, he couldn't defeat a supreme being. That's a Grand Supreme, even after thousands of years, you won't match him. Chen Huan said. Qi Yuan thought for a moment. You're right, I can't kill the Purple Taoist yet. You really dare to dream. Let's run, when we become supreme beings, we can get revenge. Chen Huan urged. Becoming a supreme being within 1,000 years seemed impossible. Even after the North-South decision, he wouldn't be a supreme being. In the grand scheme, he was just a grain of sand. Even as a supreme being, a bigger grain of sand. Run. No, now I need a detailed plan to hunt the purple Taoist. Qi Yuan said seriously. Quote. You really dare to dream, that's a grand supreme. The gap between land mythology and supreme beings is vast. As long as their origin remains, we can't harm them. Chen Huan sighed. Listen to my plan, you'll be impressed by my wisdom. Qi Yuan needed Chen Huan for his plan. Tell me. Chen Huan smiled. A detailed plan requires deep thought. If I tell you directly, there may be flaws, I'll write it down. Qi Yuan preferred writing important things. He wrote quickly, seriously. Chen Huan watched, seeing Qi Yuan so earnest for the first time. Could it be a super plan? Involving multiple supreme beings, with counterplots, killing a supreme being. Finished. Qi Yuan, holding the notebook, was proud. On Blue Star, writing such a plan would sweat him out. Now a cultivator, he didn't sweat, but he faked a bead of sweat for effect. Let me see. Chen Huan eagerly took the notebook. He read Qi Yuan's grand plan. After several moments, he was speechless. Is this it? Chen Huan was exasperated. This is nonsense, impossible to execute, even my great-great-great-granddaughter could plan better. Days 1 to 10. Teach Chen Huan origin, help him break through to supreme. Days 11 to 20. Seek lone supreme beings, have Chen Huan kill with origin divine ability, I'll assist and take the final blow. Days 21 to 100. Continue killing supreme beings, gaining experience, understanding origin, breaking through to supreme, and killing the purple Taoist. Qi Yuan, reflecting on the critique, realized, I get it, I didn't mark the difficulty, I'll do that now. Quote. Your plan is too unrealistic. Step 1, teaching me origin, is it possible? How can the origin be transmitted? It's impossible. Moreover, this so-called big brother knows nothing about the origin. The plan's first step was already infeasible, not to mention the rest, which was utter nonsense. Yet he had believed it. Who says the origin can't be transmitted? Qi Yuan said softly, Chen Huan, if I teach you the origin and help you become a supreme being, will you serve me for 100 years? Not just 100 years, even 1,000 would be fine. Chen Huan replied without hesitation. Swear on your heart demon, Qi Yuan said calmly. Are you serious? Chen Huan stared at Qi Yuan, realizing he didn't seem to be joking. Yes. Qi Yuan nodded, speaking mysteriously, the opportunity is right in front of you, it depends on whether you can grasp it. Swear, who's afraid of that? Chen Huan, with his nonchalant personality, didn't hesitate. I, Chen Huan, swear on my heart demon, if the warden of Wugui City successfully teaches me the origin and helps me become a supreme being, I will serve him for 100 years. If I break this vow, may my heart demon consume me and cause my body to be destroyed by a demon. In Lufeng realm, swearing on one's heart demon was the most solemn oath. Breaking it would indeed cause the heart demon to erupt, leading to an early demise. Big brother, I've sworn. Now you should guide me to become a supreme being. Chen Huan shrugged nonchalantly. At this moment, Qi Yuan's clothes inexplicably turned blood red, a robe draping over him. A mysterious aura surrounded him, and although he stood beside Chen Huan, it felt as if he was in a lofty heavenly palace. Surprised and then excited, Chen Huan heard a voice like ancient gods whispering. The essence of human demon power lies in the 7 sins, greed, arrogance. Transient winds do not last a morning, sudden rains do not last a day, the human heart does not end. To gain, one must first give. The ethereal voice filled Chen Huan's ears, saturating his soul. He seemed to be in the clouds and deep underground. In the vast sky, the whispers fell on him like sweet dew. His dry body became moist, and for the first time, his parched soul was full. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a terrifying light. I have understood. Chen Huan looked at Qi Yuan, now dressed in a blood-red robe, feeling mixed emotions he couldn't describe. Or rather, he couldn't imagine. How could the warden of Wugui City understand the origin? And even if he did, how could he teach it, and how could others comprehend it? Especially through teaching, even the White Emperor and the Supreme Sovereign couldn't teach the origin so that others would comprehend it. Could it be that the warden of Wugui City was a reincarnated great power? But even a great power couldn't teach the origin, right? How do you feel? Qi Yuan's voice pulled Chen Huan from his thoughts. Looking at Qi Yuan, the blood robe was gone, and he had returned to the familiar appearance. The feeling of awe and respect lessened. Suddenly, Chen Huan knelt with a thud. Dad, I am your long-lost son. He hugged Qi Yuan's leg. Get lost. Qi Yuan kicked Chen Huan away. Hurry and become a supreme being to complete my plan. Qi Yuan vanished, leaving Chen Huan alone on the city wall, feeling desolate. What a pity, I missed the chance to recognize him as my father. Chen Huan was disappointed, like realizing too late that a lottery ticket he used as toilet paper was worth millions. But, Chen Huan's spirits lifted, if I can't be the son of a great person, being his henchman isn't bad either. I never thought, at just 1100 years old, I would become a supreme being, and not just an ordinary one. Chen Huan was thrilled. The origin Qi Yuan taught him was different from what ordinary supreme beings understood. He didn't know how others experienced the origin but knew it was different. Comprehending the origin barely gave birth to the lowest level of origin divine abilities. But Chen Huan felt he had many paths to choose from, each a grand avenue. He wasn't a low-level supreme being but one with great potential. In the endless blood sea, it churned endlessly. A whisper echoed, a familiar feeling, a déjà vu. Blood energy surged, and various demons struggled in the blood sea. The voice continued, little crocodile, take the sword to the 100,000 and 8,000 cities. If you meet someone, or something, and the sword flashes red, bring him here. Treat him better than me. The voice faded into the blood sea. A giant crocodile flew out of the blood sea, carrying a sword, and vanished. The supreme beings guarding the blood sea also heard the supreme sovereign's voice. Their eyes filled with confusion and shock. Especially the words, treat him better than me. Who had appeared in the 100,000 and 8,000 cities? From the supreme sovereign's tone, that person seemed quite remarkable. Meanwhile, in the White Emperor's palace, a light flashed. The inner hall, unopened for 1,000 years, opened, and a white crane flew out, heading for the 100,000 and 8,000 cities. All the supreme beings were surprised to see this. What had happened for the White Emperor's crane to fly out? The white crane hadn't appeared for thousands of years. Even the decision between the north and the south didn't make it show up. Messages spread from near the White Emperor's palace, reaching all corners of Lufeng realm. Numerous supreme beings turned their gaze to the 100,000 and 8,000 cities. The whole Lufeng realm was in turmoil. Big brother, I've become a supreme being. Chen Huan followed Qi Yuan, speaking with the same tone but with more respect. Initially, he didn't know how to face Qi Yuan. After all, he was clearly a big shot. But he thought for a long time and decided to act as usual. Of course, he wouldn't mention becoming sworn brothers again. Maybe he could later recognize him as a foster father. Passable. Qi Yuan was in high spirits, 7 days to become a supreme being. My meticulous plan is fully feasible. Big brother's plan is flawless, unprecedented. Chen Huan praised. In that case, let's hunt supreme beings. Qi Yuan was eager. He couldn't kill supreme beings, but he could help Chen Huan severely injure them and then finish them off himself. This way, he could gain a lot of experience. He needed to level up quickly. Ordinary demons gave too little experience. He needed to kill supreme beings to gain more experience and reach level 120. With the Grand Supreme Purple Taoist appearing, Qi Yuan was again uneasy. He had to reach level 120 quickly, comprehend the origin, awaken an origin divine ability, and have a fighting chance. Hunt supreme beings. Chen Huan was worried. Big brother, can you really do it? With you, what's there to fear? Qi Yuan said confidently. That's not what I wanted to hear. Chen Huan doubted himself. And I'll assist you. Don't underestimate the value of being the best assistant in the galaxy. Hearing this, Chen Huan felt reassured. With a big shot as the main attacker, he could just assist. Big brother, how do we find supreme beings? Chen Huan asked. Follow me, you can't go wrong. Qi Yuan often hunted demons and occasionally had encounters, knowing where supreme beings often appeared. He had some understanding of the supreme beings in the 1,000 cities. Let's go, Qi Yuan said. Okay. Chen Huan quickly followed, heart pounding. Hunting supreme beings. Hunting supreme beings. What had he done to deserve this? In the Liuchuan demon cave. Both demon controllers and demon slayers hated coming here. Every now and then, demons emerged from here to join the battle in the 100,000 and 8,000 cities. A gloomy woman appeared in the cave. Below, dozens of guardians and land mythology cultivators trembled, clearly terrified of her. Supreme Yubai, the incident at the Liuchuan demon cave, was our oversight. A land mythology cultivator said with difficulty. HMPH, the 1,000 cities only have 99 demon caves. This cave was breached, and for 10 years, no demons emerged. If it weren't for the imminent war, I wouldn't have noticed. How long were you going to hide it? Supreme Yubai was furious. Demon controllers, ability to control demons was linked to the demon caves and supreme beings. This cave was severely damaged and needed the origin of a supreme being to replenish it so that demons could continue emerging. We did report it, but you were in seclusion. A land mythology cultivator hesitated, trying to explain. Are you saying it's my fault? Supreme Yubai's anger solidified the human-demon power in the air. The powerful land mythology cultivator couldn't breathe, his body paralyzed. Deceiving superiors and subordinates, you deserve death. Supreme Yubai clenched her hand, and the distant land mythology cultivator was crushed into blood mist. After killing him, Supreme Yubai seemed calmer. She looked at the others. Who breached? The Liuchuan demon cave. I need an explanation. Reporting to the Supreme Being, this place is closest to Yuzhou, likely the warden of Wugui City. He is of the land mythology realm, extremely powerful, and often goes out to hunt demons, a guardian explained. Another land mythology cultivator added, with the Grand Supreme arriving, all cities in the 1,000 cities are retreating to Great Sadness City. Yuzhou is now empty, except for that reckless warden still staying in Wugui City. Upon hearing this, Supreme Yubai's face showed contempt. A mere land mythology cultivator, so arrogant. You, take some people and flatten Wugui City. She said it as if handling a trivial matter. The land mythology cultivators exchanged glances, not daring to respond. What, can't you handle a mere land mythology cultivator? Supreme Being, that land mythology cultivator is not ordinary. 3 of our comrades once surrounded him, and he killed them all with a single sword. There are rumors that the warden of Wugui City is a disciple of the White Emperor. These land mythology cultivators were suffering greatly. Yuzhou had become a dead zone. They dared not appear, fearing death at the hands of that deadly star. HMPH, a land mythology cultivator frightened you so much, what a joke. Supreme Yubai was displeased. Does he have 6 legs and 7 arms? The land mythology cultivators kept their heads down, not daring to respond. Suddenly, a voice rang out. How dare you slander me? You deserve to die. As the voice echoed, a bright sword light flashed. A sneak attack. All the cultivators felt an incredibly terrifying sword intent, their scalps tingling and blood running cold. This sword, if it landed on them, would be deadly. The sword light flashed, causing rocks to fall from the cave ceiling. Supreme Yubai's eyes flashed with anger. A mere land mythology cultivator dares attack me with a sword. Facing Qi Yuan's sword, she stood still, letting it strike her chest. Zzz. The sword clashed with Supreme Yubai's chest, an origin shield forming. The powerful sword, capable of easily killing land mythology cultivators, felt like it struck the hardest steel. Qi Yuan's prized sword, enhanced by a magical robe, only made a hole in her clothes. Through the hole, a patch of snow-white skin was visible. The sword didn't even leave a red mark on her soft skin. Supreme Yubai was stunned, not expecting the opponent to pierce her clothes. Though the sword didn't harm her, piercing her clothes was surprising enough. She was shocked, and Qi Yuan even more so. You're too tough. If you're married, won't your husband have trouble getting through your defense if he's not a supreme being? Supreme Yubai's face showed anger. How dare you insult me, you brat, you court death. A mere land mythology cultivator daring to challenge a supreme being. If word got out, she would be laughed at in the north. Enemies would mock her openly. She was furious. Let me show you what a supreme being is. Supreme Yubai attacked, using a powerful origin divine ability. In an instant, Qi Yuan saw a slender needle shooting towards him. The needle radiated intense killing intent. Qi Yuan stayed calm, eyes fixed on the needle. He lifted his broken sword and shouted, Chen Huan, the origin divine ability has 3 layers, attack her Dengxin point, Shaokong point. Following Qi Yuan's voice, Chen Huan, who had been hiding nearby, finally acted. He followed Qi Yuan's instructions precisely, unleashing his origin divine ability towards Supreme Yubai. Supreme Yubai smirked. I've been waiting for you. She had sensed someone else hiding nearby. Otherwise, why would a mere land mythology cultivator dare to attack her? Using a land mythology cultivator as bait for a supreme sneak attack, they underestimated her. 3 slender needles appeared, targeting Chen Huan. Chen Huan's face darkened, feeling intense danger. He had just broken through to the Supreme Realm, unsure how to respond, fearing he might mess up Qi Yuan's plan. Most importantly, Supreme Yu Bai's origin divine ability also targeted Qi Yuan, a land mythology cultivator. Could he withstand it? At that moment, Qi Yuan's voice reached him, trapped in the sky, thinking of a white crane. Hearing this, Chen Huan's face lit up with joy. I understand. Supreme Yu Bai's terrifying attack now seemed full of flaws to him. He was excited. His figure dodged Supreme Yu Bai's origin divine ability, appearing behind her. Myriad Star River. In Qi Yuan's teachings, he envisioned a river of stars. Never having seen stars, he longed for them. He turned it into his origin divine ability. The powerful ability struck Supreme Yu Bai's body. Her face showed disbelief. Qi Yuan's voice came again. Bind 3 inches, settle the heart. Chen Huan didn't hesitate, following Qi Yuan's instructions, pouring origin divine ability into Supreme Yu Bai's body. For the first time, Supreme Yu Bai showed fear. Who are you? Why do you know my origin divine ability so well? It wasn't just familiarity, they knew it better than she did. I am the one who will kill you. Qi Yuan appeared before her, holding the broken sword, eyes filled with killing intent. You. Supreme Yu Bai was puzzled. Her origin divine ability should have easily killed a land mythology cultivator, why was he still alive? Die. Qi Yuan didn't waste words, stabbing his sword into Supreme Yu Bai's body. With her origin divine ability sealed by Chen Huan, she couldn't defend, dying from Qi Yuan's strike. Finally, it softened. Qi Yuan was pleased, holding the broken sword. Previously unable to pierce her, now without the origin shield, he easily broke through. A flood of experience points flowed in. Qi Yuan felt elated. His experience bar soared. In no time, it stopped at level 119, close to level 120, and another chance to comprehend the origin. Qi Yuan's determination grew as he looked at the surrounding land mythology cultivators, slicing through them, leaving dozens of bodies. He couldn't kill supreme beings, but land mythology cultivators were easy prey. Looking at the blood-soaked Chen Huan, he asked, "How are you?" A bit injured, but all right. Chen Huan felt unreal. A supreme being was so easily killed. With Qi Yuan's help, he exploited Supreme Yu Bai's origin divine ability flaws, directly attacking her core. But the final clash left him injured. Despite this, he was excited, ignoring his wounds. If you're fine, let's go. We'll slaughter the other demon caves. Qi Yuan was calm. He needed to kill more demons, gather experience, and reach level 120. All right. Chen Huan didn't hesitate, now also driven by the thrill of battle, eager to vent. He had been influenced by Qi Yuan, now addicted to killing. Previously, after killing, he would flee, never daring to attack a second cave, fearing being trapped. Let's go. They quickly left the Liuchuan demon cave, heading to other caves. Meanwhile, in the Thousand Cities, the North's demon controller's base, the purple Taoist opened his eyes, shocked. Supreme Yu Bai is dead. In the Liuchuan demon cave, several terrifying figures appeared, each exuding an extremely frightening aura. They seemed to merge with the world, becoming one with the surroundings. A supreme being. The purple Taoist looked at Supreme Yu Bai's corpse, his eyes filled with killing intent. And a land mythology cultivator, huh? Such a small fry dared to come to our base and cause trouble, they're seeking death. The faces of the present supreme beings were grim. Someone had infiltrated their base and assassinated one of their own supreme beings. This reeked of danger and was a great humiliation. Especially for the recently arrived purple Taoist. Being able to kill Supreme Yu Bai, that southern supreme being has some skills. The purple Taoist's eyes were deep as he stared at Yu Bai's corpse, lost in thought. After killing Supreme Yu Bai, this southern supreme being must have fled to Great Sadness City. Soon, our army will march to Great Sadness City, and we will make those southern cultivators pay. A supreme being said sternly. However, another supreme being suddenly spoke up. There is a disturbance at the Xingyuan Demon Cave, a supreme being is attacking. The Xingyuan Demon Cave was very close to the Liuchuan Demon Cave. The present supreme beings were stunned. He didn't leave, and he dares to attack another demon cave. Reckless. He doesn't take us seriously. The supreme beings were furious. After ambushing and killing a supreme being, he didn't flee but continued causing havoc. This showed utter disregard for them. The purple Taoist's eyes also flashed with murderous intent. He tapped a stone tablet in his robe, and after confirming there was no danger, he declared loudly, "Everyone, come with me to the Xingyuan demon cave to kill this scoundrel." As a Grand Supreme, his words commanded immediate obedience from the others. All the supreme beings set out for the Xingyuan demon cave. At this moment, in the Xingyuan demon cave, Qi Yuan was in a frenzy. Countless demons fell under his sword. Under his powerful assault, no demon could withstand a single strike. He was like a god of slaughter, cutting through the demon army. Chen Huan watched in shock. This is insane. He knew Qi Yuan was strong, a standout among land mythology cultivators, but he hadn't expected this level of power. In terms of killing demons, Qi Yuan, even without using an origin divine ability, was faster than him. And as a supreme being, origin divine abilities weren't used casually. At this moment, Qi Yuan's voice reached him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Chen Huan was stunned and then realized something. "Big brother, we should run." Having recently become a supreme being and killed one, Chen Huan felt like he was in a dream. His mind was hazy. Only now did he realize that if they stayed here killing, they'd be surrounded by northern supreme beings. Qi Yuan swept his sword, slaying demons wherever the sword light passed. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. The experience bar was skyrocketing. He was very close to reaching level 120. The plan is ahead of schedule. We've entered the third phase. We can't retreat now. We need to strike while the iron is hot and complete the third phase. Once I reach supreme, I'll kill that old dog, the purple Taoist. Qi Yuan said fiercely. The more demons he killed, the more the source of evil he extracted, and the more negative emotions he suppressed. Big brother, we should run. Even if we become supreme beings, we. Chen Huan was really anxious. The purple Taoist was a grand supreme cultivator. The gap between a grand supreme and a regular supreme being was immense. The purple Taoist could stand there, and Chen Huan wouldn't be able to kill him no matter how hard he tried. His big brother was mysterious but still too young. He believed that given 1,000 years to mature, his big brother would easily handle the purple Taoist. Run, we can't, they're already here. Qi Yuan squinted his eyes, continuing his slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. He was only focused on killing, as if he wanted to tear through this world and crush the Lufeng realm. Chen Huan heard this and sensed several extremely powerful auras approaching. Among them, one was obscure and deep. A Grand Supreme. It must be the purple Taoist. Escape was indeed impossible. Chen Huan's face turned bitter, feeling doomed. His great-great-great-granddaughter was about to be born, and he hadn't seen her yet. His dozens of concubines might be missing him. If he died here, the colorful world would no longer be his concern. Big brother, we're about to die. Can I ask you for one last request? Chen Huan said weakly. Spit it out. Qi Yuan snapped, too busy killing to care much for Chen Huan. A sorrowful expression spread across Chen Huan's face. He said sincerely, I've been alone all my life. Before I die, can I recognize you as my foster father? Get lost. Qi Yuan yelled. His broken sword swept forward like a dragon, slaying hundreds of demons. The aura of the supreme beings was approaching quickly. A long-awaited notification sounded in Qi Yuan's ear. You have reached level 120, gaining an opportunity to comprehend the origin. Use it now. After nearly a century of killing demons in the Lufeng realm, and adding one supreme being, Qi Yuan's experience bar had finally reached level 120. Level 120 was a watershed moment. Reaching it meant becoming a supreme being. Now, Qi Yuan was considered a half-step supreme. Because he didn't have his own origin divine ability. Comprehend, he wouldn't miss the chance to gain the origin divine ability from leveling up. This time, he would create the most powerful origin divine ability. The scene froze. When Qi Yuan opened his eyes again, he was back in the familiar Jopen Mountain. But, today's Jopen Mountain was very different from what he remembered. Overgrown with weeds and thorns, desolate and uninhabited. The once bustling Jopen Mountain was now like a deserted wilderness. How many years have passed? Qi Yuan looked around, feeling a sense of melancholy. A sense of loneliness filled his heart. He looked up at the sky, his gaze suddenly becoming resolute. I must become a golden immortal, a sage of the primordial world, and play with the river of time. Shaking off the loneliness, Qi Yuan scanned Jopen Mountain with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he found nothing familiar. Goldfinch, Gate of Myriad Variations. It seems this time, I can't stay in Jopan Mountain. I must travel the world myself. He would comprehend the origin at the Gate of Myriad Variations. Now at level 120, his strength should be enough to enter the gate. The closer he was to the gate, the faster he could comprehend, and the more benefits he would gain. Wearing a blood-red robe, Qi Yuan looked at the desolate Jopan Mountain, feeling nostalgic. Sometimes, it's quite boring without someone nagging in your ear. He left Jopan Mountain, heading down, his speed intentionally slow, like a newly initiated cultivator. Within moments, several purple-robed human cultivators appeared, looking excited. Bloodlord remnants, catch him. 5 purple-robed cultivators charged at Qi Yuan. They were roughly at the hegemon level. Qi Yuan looked at them, his expression cold. What did you call me? The leader's eyes shifted, and he said to the others, he doesn't seem to be a bloodlord remnant. If he were, he would have fled at the sight of them. Whether he is or not, he's a bloodlord remnant if he's here. Catching him is just as rewarding, said a purple-robed cultivator with a large mole on his face. The 5 agreed, their faces turning vicious as they looked at Qi Yuan. Brother, don't blame us, blame your bad luck. They charged at Qi Yuan, intent on capturing him. At that moment, a long spear swept through, and a black-robed youth appeared. The spear pierced the chest of one purple-robed cultivator. Several flying knives shot out, hitting the foreheads of the others. The 5 purple-robed cultivators had no time to resist before being swiftly eliminated. HMPH, all members of the Purple Heaven Alliance deserve to die, said the short-skirted girl with a high ponytail, full of heroic spirit. She had thrown the flying knives. The black-clad youth with the spear stood beside her, saying to Qi Yuan, Brother, these men were killed by my junior sister and me. You should leave quickly before more from the Purple Heaven Alliance arrive. Thank you for saving me. Qi Yuan looked at the two, puzzled. May I ask, what is a Bloodlord Remnant, and what is the Purple Heaven Alliance? You don't know the Purple Heaven Alliance? The short-skirted girl, Bai Luo, looked at Qi Yuan curiously. I have been cultivating in the mountains, unaware of worldly affairs, Qi Yuan replied. The black-clad youth showed caution. They had thought the blood-robed man was a low-level cultivator, hence they helped. Now it seemed he was not simple. The youth, Black Feather, said, It's a long story. Why not come with us and talk as we go? Staying here might attract more from the Purple Heaven Alliance. All right, Qi Yuan nodded. The 3 left Jopan Mountain quickly, talking as they went. The youth was named Black Feather. He said, the Purple Heaven Alliance was formed a few hundred years ago. The leader, Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden, claims to be from the future. The future? Qi Yuan was surprised. He also came from the future. If the Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden was from the future, she might pose a threat. But he was a player, there was nothing to fear from an NPC. 300 years ago, the Blood Lord disappeared. His followers created the Blood Palace, continuing his teachings and spreading the trapped demon art worldwide. This should have been a great blessing. But then, Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden appeared, declaring that the Blood Lord was the root of all heart demons. Black Feather clenched his spear. The short-skirted girl, Bai Luo, was indignant. That wretched Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden, she taints the Blood Lord's name to satisfy her ambition. She claimed the Blood Lord was the reincarnation of a great demon, the source of all demons. Even more shamelessly, she said that the Blood Lord created the trapped demon art out of guilt to benefit the world. Hearing this, Qi Yuan thought it sounded like accusing someone of being guilty just because they acted to help. The Blood Lord as a great demon made the Blood Palace a demonic palace. Purple Heaven Alliance cultivators targeted the Blood Palace. And that old witch, Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden, took the trapped demon art for herself, distributing it to other sects. Bai Luo was furious. Qi Yuan understood the situation. The Purple Heaven Alliance coveted the trapped demon art and claimed its credit. So, they smeared him as a great demon. Are you two from the Blood Palace? Qi Yuan asked. Yes. Black Feather hesitated but nodded. What is the state of the Blood Palace now? Qi Yuan was concerned about Goldfinch, hoping she was safe. The Blood Palace is not doing well, confined to one region, Bai Luo said. Is there a Goldfinch in the Blood Palace? How is she? Qi Yuan asked, concerned. Black Feather looked wary. How do you know about the Goldfinch Senior? Are you a follower of the Blood Lord? Bai Luo's eyes widened. Are you a disciple of the Blood Lord? Qi Yuan sighed in relief. Seeing their reaction, Goldfinch was still around and presumably safe. So, all was well. Is it possible? I am the Blood Lord. Qi Yuan said. Black Feather was stunned. Bai Luo quickly said, Sir, this is no joke. Oh, Qi Yuan was surprised by their reaction. Bai Luo explained. Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden controls the narrative because she possesses a world treasure, the Fate Stone. Fate Stone. Qi Yuan had never heard of it. When the Buddha was born, flowers bloomed, and snow fell in July. A treasure, the Fate Stone, was born with the Buddha. This stone is a world treasure, said to see the future and the past. From the Fate Stone, Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden learned the Blood Lord was no longer in the world. This gave her the boldness to target the Blood Palace. With the Fate Stone, the Purple Heaven Alliance claimed the Blood Lord was a great demon. Bai Luo was angry. Black Feather added, creating the trapped demon art exhausted the Blood Lord's energy. His death was reasonable. When the Fate Stone declared the Blood Lord dead, the Blood Palace held a grand funeral. I'm not dead, holding a funeral for me is too sudden, Qi Yuan said helplessly. Where is Goldfinch? Goldfinch Sr. didn't attend the funeral. She was too grief-stricken and refused to believe the Blood Lord had died. Now, Goldfinch Sr. and the elders are at the world's end. The world's end was far from Jopin Mountain, at the farthest edge of the Lufeng realm. All these years, the Purple Heaven Alliance hunted Blood Palace cultivators. If not for Senior Shang Yanan's exceptional strength, able to rival Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden, the Blood Palace would have been destroyed. Even so, the Blood Palace was forced to the world's end. Bai Luo's hatred for the Purple Heaven Alliance was palpable. Black Feather added, 3 months ago, the Purple Heaven Alliance, with 7 major sects, sent an army to the world's end to annihilate the Blood Palace. Qi Yuan felt a chill. Do you have a map I can see? I have one. Bai Luo took out a wrinkled map. Qi Yuan opened it. The map was simple but clear. Jopin Mountain was in the far north. The Purple Heaven Alliance was in the central Lufeng realm. The world's end was in the far south. Traveling from Jopin Mountain to the world's end meant crossing the entire Lufeng realm. Straight through, passing the Purple Heaven Alliance. Thank you both. Understanding the situation, Qi Yuan decided it was time to leave. I'll give you a small gift. Qi Yuan conjured a drop of blood-red liquid, splitting it in half and giving it to them. His figure then vanished. Black Feather and Bai Luo exchanged amazed glances. He's definitely a master. Could he be a guardian? They left Jopin Mountain with questions. Half an hour later, they returned to a small village. An angry voice greeted them. You two went out again. A short old man appeared, full of anger. Seeing him, Black Feather and Bai Luo looked scared. This old man was their master. Master, we didn't cause trouble, we were doing good. Today, we saved someone from the Blood Palace from Purple Heaven Alliance cultivators. Bai Luo boasted, sticking out her tongue. Black Feather remained silent. Hearing this, the old man calmed down a bit. I've told you many times, don't go out. If the Purple Heaven Alliance finds out I'm here, you'll never see me again. Master, we know. You're a big shot on the Purple Heaven Alliance's wanted list, they value you highly. Bai Luo flattered. The old man shrugged. The Purple Heaven Alliance has no taste. I was among the top 100 to hear the Blood Lord's teachings at Jopin Mountain, yet they rank me 426th on the wanted list, ridiculous. Bai Luo smiled wryly. Their master was good at everything, but he loved to brag. Every now and then, he would recount his glorious past, claiming to be among the top 100 at the Blood Lord's teachings. Afterward, he'd get paranoid, saying not to tell anyone, or the Purple Heaven Alliance would come for him. Bai Luo teased. Master, today we met a senior at the foot of Jopin Mountain. He might have heard the Blood Lord's teachings with you. He seemed extraordinary, perhaps he ranked ahead of you. Sure enough, the old man was indignant. Impossible. Those who ranked ahead of me went to the world's end, no one else could be closer to the Blood Lord than me. This person must be an imposter. Tell me what he looks like, I'll expose him. He was wearing a blood-red robe, and looked extremely handsome, Bai Luo described from memory. The old man was stunned, then said, HMPH, he must be one of those old folks ranked in the thousands. Those old folks were far from the Blood Lord, unlike us who were close to him. To appear more connected to the Blood Lord, they often dressed like him. He thought of something and said, he also claimed to be the Blood Lord. What? The old man's murky eyes lit up, his frail body bursting with strength as he grabbed Yu by the collar. He said he is the Blood Lord. Everyone who listened to the Blood Lord's teachings revered him deeply. They saw the Blood Lord as a father, and respected him as a teacher. No one dared to impersonate the Blood Lord. What did he look like? The old man asked urgently. Bai Luo and Heiyu had never seen their master like this before. Bai Luo waved her hand, creating a water screen. Within it, a vague figure began to form. However, just as it formed, the figure shattered. It seemed there was an inexplicable force preventing her from showing Qi Yuan's appearance. Seeing this, the old man's eyes widened. Could it really be the master? The Blood Lord was born sacred, and no image could capture his appearance. No spell could depict his visage. Bai Luo was also stunned, remembering her childhood. She had admired the Blood Lord greatly and once asked her master to show her his image, but just like today, it couldn't be displayed. Is he really the Blood Lord? Bai Luo was incredibly excited, but the Fate Stone said the Blood Lord had perished. The Fate Stone was a supreme treasure of the Lufeng realm, incapable of error. The old man lowered his head, lost in thought. At that moment, Bai Luo remembered something and extended her delicate hand. This is the small gift the senior gave me. A drop of blood-red liquid appeared. The old man's eyes fixed on it. Master, he is the Blood Lord. He was now completely convinced that the man was indeed the Blood Lord. Where did he go? The old man asked urgently, looking extremely anxious. Bai Luo quickly recounted the events of the day to her master. After hearing it all, the old man wept. He is the Blood Lord. The old man's emotions were mixed. He looked expectantly at Bai Luo. Did the Blood Lord mention anyone else besides Goldfinch? Did he mention me? Bai Luo, Heiyu, who was also excited, coldly said, no. Hearing this, the old man wasn't disappointed. The master has a poor memory, it's normal he didn't mention me, but he surely remembers me in his heart. Now, the master must be heading to the world's end, I must quickly relay this news to the world's end. The old man paced, contemplating how to deliver the news. After a few moments, he made up his mind, let's go to the world's end. He wanted to go to the world's end to see his master. At the same time, he planned to use special channels to inform the Blood Palace of the Blood Lord's return. In the sky, a stream of light flashed. Many cultivators looked up, their eyes filled with reverence. Some purple-robed cultivators were astonished, with countless messages constantly being transmitted to the Purple Heaven Alliance. Every time the stream of light paused, a blood-red sword shadow would descend from the sky, destroying a stronghold of the Purple Heaven Alliance. The entire Lufeng realm was in turmoil. Countless messages were being sent to the headquarters of the Purple Heaven Alliance. A terrifying piece of news was sweeping across the Lufeng realm. The Blood Lord had resurrected and was coming for the Purple Heaven Alliance. At the Purple Heaven Alliance headquarters, a handsome man sat on a phoenix chair, his face showing a hint of mockery. The Blood Lord's resurrection is an utter joke. The man was the male pet of Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden. Currently, he was acting as the chief steward of the Purple Heaven Alliance. The Fate Stone is a supreme treasure of the world, it cannot be wrong. The Blood Lord has long perished, that person must be an imposter. I suspect it's the remnants of the Blood Palace. Seeing our army march to the world's end, unable to resist, they can only send some experts to sabotage our strongholds. A man over 3 meters tall spoke, his voice like a deep bell. This statement was agreed upon by everyone present. On the phoenix chair, Chief Steward Lin Shuimei exuded arrogance. The times have changed, even if the Blood Lord is resurrected, so what? The 13 purple-robed executioners, deal with that Blood Lord, whether real or fake. In the hall, 13 purple-robed figures appeared, each exuding formidable power. These 13 purple robes were all at the level of land mythology, extraordinarily powerful. Understood. The 13 purple-robed figures left the hall. Chief Steward Lin Shuimei smiled. Tomorrow is my 100th birthday, how are the preparations? With the Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden leading the army to the world's end, Lin Shuimei was in charge of the Purple Heaven Alliance. Tomorrow would be his 100th birthday. None of the Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden's male pets had lived past 100. Most were discarded when she grew tired of them and then buried. But Lin Shuimei was different. He was the favorite and was about to become the first male pet of Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden to reach 100. So, he was extremely concerned about his centennial banquet. Compared to his banquet, the Blood Lord was insignificant. Rest assured, everything is ready. An elder spoke humbly. Everyone present looked at Lin Shuimei with ingratiating smiles. After all, climbing into the bed of Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden was an impressive feat. Late at night, the entire Tongtian city was as bright as day. Tomorrow would be the 100th birthday of Lin Shuimei, the chief steward of the Purple Heaven Alliance. The entire Tongtian city was adorned with lanterns, full of festive atmosphere. In a restaurant, 3 men with concealed auras were present. The leader, with a scar on his face, looked fierce. Lin Shuimei, that bastard, I must kill him tomorrow. The other 2 nodded, their eyes flashing with killing intent. All 3 of them had irreconcilable grudges against Lin Shuimei. Their parents and wives had all died at Lin Shuimei's hands. Now, they were united to assassinate him. At this moment, a man wearing a bamboo hat said, "Have you heard about a powerful cultivator claiming to be the Blood Lord, seemingly attacking the Purple Heaven Alliance recently?" "The Blood Lord is long dead, probably an imposter," the scarred man said. "Today, the 13 purple-robed executioners have gone to encircle him, he probably won't make it here." The bamboo hat man sighed, "If he could make it here, our 3 brothers could join him in killing Lin Shuimei, the old dog. Dying with such a hero would be a great honor." The 3 of them were prepared to die. Knowing there was no outcome in assassinating Lin Shuimei tomorrow, they still went without hesitation because delaying further would mean even less chance. The silent small man spoke, "I know someone in the Blood Palace who says this Blood Lord is likely real." "The real Blood Lord?" The scarred man was surprised but not shocked. So what if the real Blood Lord was revived? The world now belonged to the Purple Heaven Alliance. The Purple Heaven Alliance had 100 supreme beings, enough to suppress the world. The legendary Blood Lord might be born sacred, but in terms of cultivation, he might not be a supreme being. Even if he reached supreme, so what? The 3 of them were heavy-hearted, their thoughts complicated, drinking in silence. Outside Tongtian City, fireworks kept rising, brightening the night sky. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed throughout Tongtian City. "Purple Heaven Alliance, the Blood Lord is here to visit." The loud voice was like thunder in everyone's ears. In Tongtian City, boundless blood energy spread like an ocean, and a massive blood cloud pressed down on the city. At that moment, countless voices rose in the Purple Heaven Alliance. "Who dares to make such a racket here? Whoever offends the Purple Heaven Alliance will die." With these shouts, 60 figures rose into the sky. All of them wore purple robes, their auras extremely terrifying. "They're all land mythology cultivators," the scarred man said, his face heavy. To them, 60 land mythology cultivators were enough to besiege and kill several supreme beings. Even if the Blood Lord was a supreme being, he would surely die. At this moment, supreme beings were different from those who had comprehended the origin divine ability in later times. They were at most like Qi Yuan, at level 120, a half-step supreme. The bamboo hat man lamented. "The Blood Lord is unwise, he should have infiltrated and assassinated Lin Shuimei. Confronting them head-on is unwise." In the Purple Heaven Alliance, Lin Shuimei, wearing a long robe, showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "The 13 purple-robed executioners are useless, they couldn't even stop a mere Blood Lord." Someone immediately spoke up. "The Blood Lord coming so openly must be a trap." "HMPH, what does a trap matter against the might of the Purple Heaven Alliance?" a supreme being said confidently. Lin Shuimei looked at the 11 supreme beings present. "With you here, what do I have to fear?" The supreme beings nodded, relaxed smiles on their faces. 60 land mythology cultivators stood in the void, exuding immense power, showcasing the strength of the Purple Heaven Alliance. Then, the blood clouds in the sky formed into a sword. "Sending mere soldiers to greet me, you're underestimating me." The blood cloud sword descended, aiming at the 60 land mythology cultivators. As the blood sword light crossed the sky, a vast voice echoed. "Die!" Countless blood sword lights flashed, like blood-red meteors. In less than a second, before the echo of "Die" returned, the 60 land mythology cultivators fell like dumplings. Every cultivator who saw this was stunned. Killing 60 land mythology cultivators with one sword. Was this even human? The bamboo hat man was also stunned, struggling to speak. "I take back my words." The Blood Lord didn't need to sneak in, his power was enough. The Blood Lord's power is almost at Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden's level. The scarred man swallowed. In the sky, a blood-robed figure appeared, a blood mark on his brow, extraordinarily handsome. Qi Yuan looked down, disappointed. "I thought the Purple Heaven Alliance was a worthy adversary, but this is it." At that moment, Lin Shuimei was completely stunned. The 11 supreme beings were also dumbfounded. "Supreme beings, kill him!" Lin Shuimei shouted. None of Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden's male pets had lived past 100. With just an hour to his 100th birthday, he didn't want to fall to the same fate. The 11 supreme beings looked at each other and finally acted together. Kill him. That strike must have drained him, we can outlast him. Qi Yuan looked at the 11 supreme beings, his face calm. Without comprehending the origin divine ability, can you call yourselves supreme? You're just super soldiers. Qi Yuan had long known that in the world of origin comprehension, cultivators above level 120 had no origin divine abilities. These supreme beings were no match for the old men in the earthly abyss. Take my sword. Qi Yuan raised his hand, and 11 swords formed from the blood clouds, descending behind him. The 11 blood swords exuded terrifying auras. Slaughter, arrogance, greed, lust. The swords seemed to contain the world's most terrifying evils. No, you're not even super soldiers. Super soldiers can at least steal homes, but you, Qi Yuan said contemptuously. The 11 swords shot from behind him, directly at the 11 supreme beings. The supreme beings were terrified, feeling the horrific sword intent. Especially the aura from the blood swords, shaking their souls, making them unable to move. Great demon, you're the great demon. Heart demon, you're a demon. The 11 supreme beings were terrified, their hearts filled with fear, their heart demons emerging. The sword light flashed, and the 11 supreme beings fell like the 60 land mythology cultivators. Qi Yuan remained calm, eerily beautiful. He looked at the formed swords, which already had the prototype of the origin divine ability. As the source of evil, my origin divine ability. With this ability, those affected would have heart demons, go mad, and fall into obsession. It might not work as well on the cultivators of Kanglan realm. But it was definitely effective against the cultivators of Lufeng realm. Affected by his ability, who wouldn't become a demon? Now, Qi Yuan felt that if he wanted, he could instantly form the source of evil into his origin divine ability, becoming a true supreme being. However, he didn't directly form the source of evil into his origin divine ability. The source of evil was closely related to the great demon. People already saw him as the great demon. If he formed such an origin divine ability, wouldn't he become a new great demon? He was a player. After killing the 11 supreme beings, Qi Yuan landed beside Lin Shuimei. Lin Shuimei looked at Qi Yuan, surprisingly calm. It seems the leader was right, you are the reincarnation of the great demon. I am me, not that damned great demon, Qi Yuan said casually. Stop hiding, great demon. A single sword causing heart demons, if you're not the great demon, who is? Lin Shuimei said righteously, great demon, the leader is a genius, a once-in-a-millennium talent, you will be destroyed by the leader. The great demon will be eradicated from the world, justice belongs to the Purple Heaven Alliance, to humanity. After speaking, Lin Shuimei spat blood and severed his heart vein, dying. He looked like a righteous man, facing a demon with courage. Qi Yuan laughed. I'm the big villain now. Interesting. His laugh was extremely eerie. The surrounding Purple Heaven Alliance members were terrified, scrambling on the ground as if seeing a demon from hell. Am I that scary? Qi Yuan looked at a water screen, seeing his eerily beautiful face, clearly so kind and good-looking. Goldfinch should appreciate my beauty, always showing off. That night, the Blood Lord stormed the Purple Heaven Alliance headquarters. With one sword, he killed 60 land mythology cultivators. With another sword, he killed 11 supreme beings. The chief steward of the Purple Heaven Alliance couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide, declaring, the great demon will be eradicated from the world, justice belongs to humanity. The world was in an uproar. Many major sects, families, and powerful individuals gathered, calling for a cultivator assembly, vowing to exterminate the demon and restore peace. Fengxin continent. Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden opened her eyes, which glowed with a purple light. Xiaomei is dead. The Blood Lord, resurrected. Her expression was calm, with a hint of surprise. A stone tablet floated before her, and Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden gazed at it, her eyes seeming to traverse time. Resurrected from death. The great demon is not dead, the great thief is not extinct. So what if the great demon is resurrected, sealing him in the gate of myriad worlds will still restore peace? The world still belongs to the Purple Heaven Alliance. Blood Lord, great demon, relics of an old era, I am now the master of the Fate Stone. Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden's face was excessively calm. A blood light flashed on the Fate Stone. A line of text appeared. In a month, the gate of myriad worlds opens, supreme beings can enter. Seeing this, Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden smiled strangely. Truly, the heavens help me. Her original plan was to march her army, destroy the Blood Palace, take the world's end, and control the Gate of Myriad Worlds. Now, with the Blood Lord's appearance, her plan gained an additional step, to seal the Blood Lord in the Gate of Myriad Worlds and completely erase him. Relay my command, all supreme beings, follow me to the world's end. Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden decided to abandon all land mythology and other troops, taking only supreme beings to the world's end. The various factions in the army were puzzled. But facing Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden's command, no one dared to defy. All the supreme beings flew out, surrounding Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden, heading to the world's end. The Master is still alive. Taoist Fool transformed into a stream of light, chasing Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden ahead. Upon hearing this news, he was incredulous and extremely excited. The Fate Stone cannot be wrong. But the Master's resurrection was certain, how could he not be excited? He also felt a bit worried. But soon, he dismissed the worry. The Blood Lord had treated him with great kindness, never wronging him, how could he harbor doubts? This news must be relayed back, tell Yanran and Bai Zi. All these years, to ensure the Blood Palace's survival, he had lived in disguise, peeling off his face, cutting his bones, and joining the Purple Heaven Alliance as an insider. Now, it was time to return. He looked at the 100 supreme beings and the terrifying Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden ahead, gritting his teeth. A drop of red blood appeared, and he transformed into a stream of light, disappearing. Purple Heaven Mystic Maiden squinted, her face filled with killing intent, Blood Palace remnants. She pushed her palm, hitting the stream of light. The light moved across the sky, leaving a trail of blood. HMPH, remnants of the Blood Palace, hidden within my Zishan alliance, how despicable. Zishan Xuanu hastily struck out, severely injuring the man but unable to detain him. That scarlet light, was it the work of the Blood Lord? One of the Supremes spoke, a solemn look in his eyes. The reason the foolish man could break free from the encirclement in an instant was because of that drop of scarlet blood. I once obtained a drop of that blood and inquired with the Destiny Tablet. The Destiny Tablet's answer was that it belonged to a great demon. Zishan Xuanu raised her head, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Hearing the mention of the Destiny Tablet, the expressions of those present tensed, and a trace of greed emerged in their hearts. The Destiny Tablet was a supreme treasure of this world, said to be able to see the past and the future. Zishan Xuanu's achievements were inseparable from the Destiny Tablet. It could be said that with the Destiny Tablet in her possession, Zishan Xuanu's combat power was the strongest in this world. And the Destiny Tablet had become Zishan Xuanu's tool for asserting her authority. Whether the Blood Lord was a great demon or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that Zishan Xuanu said the Destiny Tablet declared the Blood Lord a great demon. Therefore, the Blood Lord was a great demon, to be struck down by all under heaven. At the ends of the earth, within the Blood Palace. Morning came, with no sun, yet there was still a faint light. The ends of the earth were located in the south, the southernmost part of this world, and the place where dawn broke earliest. In a boudoir, a young girl with snow-like cheeks and black hair framing her delicate face was looking at herself in the mirror, carefully drawing her thin, curved brows. Her slightly pale face was transformed into a beautiful visage, and the flowers in the vase on the pearwood dressing table reflected in the mirror along with her face. The girl stood up, her brocade dress embroidered with intricate pairs of turtledoves, and her eyes brightened. Every morning, the canary would rise early and meticulously draw her eyebrows. Even after 300 years, she seemed unchanged from her time on Jopan Mountain, still loving beauty and paying close attention to her appearance. Sister Canary, I heard that the foolish Taoist has returned, a crisp, urgent female voice called from outside the room, but he was seriously injured when he returned, fainted without saying a word. Do you want to go see him? Anxiety flashed in the canary's slender eyes. What happened? Sister Yanran said the foolish Taoist had been undercover in the Zishan Alliance, and his sudden return likely means he brought urgent news. I suspect the Zishan Alliance will soon come to our Blood Palace. The girl's voice was filled with worry. Sister Canary, shall we go to the hall to see the foolish Taoist? Okay, Sister Canary. The girl showed a puzzled expression. She saw the canary running out of the boudoir barefoot, her delicate, lotus-like feet bare, lifting her skirt as she ran outside. She was confused. Why so urgent? She seemed more hurried than reincarnating. Outside the Blood Palace, the sea churned constantly. A man in a blood-colored robe, with a faint smile on his face, looked into the distance and transformed into a stream of light to meet the incoming figure. Blood bead. The young girl's face was filled with excitement, her eyes moist as she lifted her skirt and ran, crashing into the arms of the man in the blood-colored robe. Clinging to the blood-colored robe like a koala, she no longer cared about her image, her long legs tightly wrapped around Qi Yuan's waist. I knew it, I knew you would come back to see me. Canary's voice cracked a bit. Sorry, I'm late. Qi Yuan, holding her full thigh with one hand and caressing her back with the other, smiled brightly at seeing her unchanged beauty. After a while of tenderness in Qi Yuan's arms, Canary still clung to him, unwilling to let go. She blushed, like a peach blossom, and whispered, "You've become even more handsome. Luckily I did my makeup this morning, otherwise, I would have been outshone by you. I knew you appreciated my looks." Qi Yuan's smile deepened. Along the way, people were very afraid of me. HMPH, those people are blind. Canary's voice was cheerful. I'm the most beautiful woman in the 18 mountains, and you, Blood Bead, are the most handsome man in the 18 mountains. Qi Yuan listened to her voice and tightened his embrace. Holding her, he looked out to the sea. In the sea, there was a grand portal. Canary also noticed the portal and seemed a bit dazed. Qi Yuan grabbed Canary's small foot, wiping off the dust. It's dirty, let's wash it. The warm sensation made Canary shy. She looked at Qi Yuan and said, I just got up, didn't properly wear my shoes. Don't touch my feet, it tickles. Qi Yuan placed Canary on a large stone in the sea, and they sat side by side, facing the grand portal. You have comprehended the origin, mutation ability plus 1000. You have comprehended the origin, water control ability plus 10. It was as if Qi Yuan had first arrived at Jopan Mountain, with Canary by his side, and he was comprehending the grand portal. Blood Bead, I suspect you're deceiving me. Canary said discontentedly. Deceiving you about what? You lied, saying that comprehending the grand portal would make me prettier, but that's false. I've been comprehending it for so many years, with no effect at all. And everyone says the grand portal is an ominous door, containing the heart demon of the great demon. Continually comprehending it might result in being possessed by the heart demon of the great demon. Canary's voice was filled with worry. Qi Yuan squinted, looking at the grand portal. The grand portal, the unknown door, the door of all doors, it can be any door. According to Shang Yanran and Bai Zi's investigations, the grand portal was a replica created by the infinite heart demons of the Lufeng realm. However, what Qi Yuan's eyes saw had nothing to do with a replica. Qi Yuan gently stroked Canary's head and said softly, it's all rumors, we haven't seen it ourselves, so how do we know if it's true or false? Even the legends of Buddha, great demons, and enchantresses may not be true. Perhaps someone fabricated them. Perhaps it's entirely different from what they say. Qi Yuan always believed only a third of rumors. What he trusted most were his own eyes. Canary, don't believe anyone else. Trust only yourself, understand? The sea breeze stirred the surface of the sea, waves blossoming. Canary tilted her head, looking at Qi Yuan. I'll reluctantly trust you. Qi Yuan smiled warmly. All right, we should return to the Blood Palace. There are still matters to handle. Only then did Canary remember something, quickly saying, oh no, I forgot. The foolish Taoist seems to have brought important information but is seriously injured and unconscious. Canary also told Qi Yuan about the foolish Taoist's undercover work. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan said, let's go check on him. Back when Qi Yuan gave a lecture, 27 people followed him. Among them, the foolish Taoist was the leader. In the Blood Palace, the foolish Taoist lay on the bed, the sheets stained with blood. His face was as pale as paper, severely injured and unconscious. Shang Yanran, with a charming yet serious face, said, Zishan Xuanu's power is growing stronger. Just one strike severely injured Big Brother. Among the 27, the foolish Taoist was their leader. They all had immense respect for the foolish Taoist. Bai Zi stood aside, worriedly saying, with the destiny tablet, Zishan Xuanu's power is becoming more terrifying. Can our Blood Palace survive this crisis? Husband, why worry? We won't know until we fight. Shang Yanran, never one to admit defeat, spoke up. She and Bai Zi were married before they heard the lecture. Their personalities were vastly different. Sigh, Bai Zi sighed, I just think this world is too harsh. Figures like Zishan Xuanu, who deceive the world, can become leaders. Throwing mud at our master, claiming he is a great demon, is truly vile. Who let her have the destiny tablet? Shang Yanran said, remembering something. She continued, if a battle starts, we must send our master's wife away in advance. Master's wife? What master's wife? At this moment, an eerie, ethereal voice echoed in the hall. A handsome man in a blood-red robe, holding the hand of a young girl in a bright yellow dress, appeared. The girl's face was flushed with red, and she looked at everyone, sneaking a glance at Qi Yuan. Don't speak nonsense. At this moment, everyone in the hall, upon hearing the voice and seeing the blood-robed figure beside the girl, showed expressions of excitement and disbelief. Blood Lord, Master, Master. Over 10 figures stepped forward, filled with overwhelming excitement. They never expected to see their master, who had been missing for 300 years, today. Their master. Qi Yuan's eyes held a faint smile. Reuniting with old friends, he felt joy. But after seeing the canary, his joy slightly dimmed. He looked at the foolish Taoist on the bed and softly said, injured by Zishan Shuanu. Shang Yanran, though excited, earnestly said, yes. What a pity. When I came, I only encountered their army, not Zishan Shuanu. Otherwise, I would have dealt with that clown with one sword stroke, Qi Yuan lamented. He had only been gone for 300 years. This Zishan Shuanu went crazy throwing mud at him. This made Qi Yuan feel he had gained a lot. When he faces the Guangming Palace after clearing the game, he must register a few small accounts and frantically post to tarnish Guangming Palace's reputation. Master, did you come from Jopan Mountain? Shang Yanran asked. Yes, non-stop, only stopping to kill a few people. Qi Yuan's speed was indeed fast. The news of the Blood Lord's revival had yet to reach the ends of the earth when Qi Yuan had already arrived. Master, Zishan Shuanu's attack is fierce. My suggestion is we leave the base and avoid direct confrontation. The Zishan alliance has over 100 supremes, and Zishan Shuanu's power is unfathomable. But our Blood Palace has only 8 supremes, one seriously injured. We are no match for the Zishan alliance, Shang Yanran calmly said. If the Blood Lord had not returned, she would have ordered a retreat. But now that the Blood Lord was back, she had to ask for her master's opinion. Canary also tugged at Qi Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Blood Bead, the enemy is too strong. Let's run. Canary didn't care about dignity, only about survival. Qi Yuan looked at everyone and slowly said, they offended us. Why should we run? His face showed confidence. Leave everything to me. If they were the Supremes of the North-South decision, Qi Yuan might be a bit wary. But the Supremes of this world were more like half-step Supremes with the title but lacking true divine abilities, making them equals to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan was a heaven-born foundation builder. Would he fear equals? One sword strike for a bunch, easily done. The only tricky one was Zishan Shuanu. The others exchanged glances. Shang Yanran then smiled and said, since Master is here, everything will be fine. Bai Zi remained worried but said nothing. To them, their master was more sacred than the destiny tablet. Qi Yuan looked at the foolish Taoist and lightly tapped the void. A blood-red streak spread in the void, finally forming a drop of blood. He flicked the blood drop into the foolish Taoist's mouth and said, he'll wake in half a day. This healing technique came from the human demon path. Qi Yuan had long mastered the human demon path, understanding it beyond the Grand Sovereign and White Emperor when he last returned to the past. Healing injuries was no problem. Since everything is fine, I will leave. When the Zishan alliance attacks, I will take action. Qi Yuan finished and left with Canary. His ties to this world were mostly with Canary. He wanted to comprehend the Grand Portal. After wiping out the Zishan alliance, he would attempt to enter the Grand Portal. For now, the Grand Portal remained unopened, and Qi Yuan wasn't entirely confident of entering it. The others watched him leave, still feeling like they were in a dream. The Blood Lord came and went quickly. After a brief silence, one of the Supremes spoke. Can anyone gauge Master's strength? One Supreme asked a sensitive question. Normally, he wouldn't ask this. But now, with the Zishan alliance's threat looming, they couldn't afford to hesitate and had to consider their safety. Can't tell, the other Supremes shook their heads. The Blood Lord was innately divine, very mysterious to them. Shang Yanran then said, roughly stronger than me, but compared to Zishan Shuanu, it's uncertain, especially since she has the Destiny Tablet. Mentioning the Destiny Tablet cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. This supreme treasure had many mystical attributes. Rumors said that whoever possessed it could rule the world. There were also rumors that the Buddha could suppress the world with its help. Since Master is confident, we should trust him, Bai Zi, always reverent toward the Blood Lord, said with blind faith. Shang Yanran, knowing her husband's nature, smiled and said, "We should prepare for both outcomes, fighting alongside Master and securing a retreat, just in case." At the ends of the earth, the sea churned. Qi Yuan sat on a large stone, quietly comprehending the grand portal. Canary, holding her head with her hand, looked at Qi Yuan, blinking, afraid that if she blinked, Bloodbead would disappear again. "Bloodbead, how long will you stay this time?" After a long while, Canary gathered the courage to ask. "I don't know," Qi Yuan replied. The chance to comprehend the origin had pulled him into the past of the Lufeng realm. The girl quietly accompanying him was a past figure. He would eventually return to the present, unable to stay long in the past. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan felt troubled. This strengthened his resolve to attain the mixed element sagehood and master the river of time. Unfortunately, comprehending the grand portal hadn't given him any abilities related to time and space. Then when will you appear next time? Will it also be when the grand portal appears?" Canary asked expectantly. Her and Bloodbead's reunions were always brief. But thinking that good things come to those who wait, Canary felt sweet and sighed. "I don't know." Qi Yuan fell silent, then after a long time, he said softly, "Canary, one day, I will find you at the end of time." There were many others he needed to find, including Jin Li. "HMPH, I will wait for you beautifully," Canary said happily. "You better not get old. If you come with white hair, I'll pretend not to know you." She moved closer, boldly hugging Qi Yuan's arm, cherishing this reunion. Qi Yuan's heart calmed, comprehending the grand portal carefully. After defeating Zishan Xuanu, he would consider entering the grand portal. Within the Blood Palace, dark clouds loomed. The news of the Blood Lord's return had excited the Blood Palace for a while. But soon, more turmoil arose. Many strong individuals who had joined the Blood Palace later fled. Before leaving, these individuals declared, "The Destiny Tablet has declared that the Blood Lord is a great demon. The great demon is the source of all heart demons, to be struck down by all under heaven." This caused considerable unrest within the Blood Palace, people becoming anxious. Many wanted to flee. Shang Yanran ruthlessly suppressed some rebels, staining the Blood Palace with blood. This escape reduced somewhat. However, the entire Blood Palace still resembled a small boat in a storm, precarious and fraught with danger. But at this time, many elders who had attended the lecture on Jopan Mountain were heading to the Blood Palace, supporting the Blood Lord. Unfortunately, these people were few compared to the many strong individuals gathering at the ends of the earth to strike down the great demon. A storm was brewing, hidden currents stirring. At the ends of the earth, outside the Blood Palace, strong individuals from the 3 major empires, 7 major sects, 12 families, and the Zishan alliance gathered continuously. Just waiting for Zishan Xuanu's order, heroes under heaven would strike down the great demon. One day, with calm winds and clear skies, by the sea, the figure in the blood-colored robe stood up. Because, in the sky, the grand portal finally opened. Qi Yuan looked at the grand portal, his eyes gleaming. Countless terrifying, eerie auras spread. Qi Yuan's eyes showed greed. He had a premonition that entering it would yield countless gains. Perhaps, he could even comprehend his own origin divine ability. But at that moment, a roar echoed from the grand portal, as if a terrifying creature was trying to break out from within. Qi Yuan watched the grand portal, his greed fading into curiosity. The great demon's heart demon is inside the grand portal. At that moment, a heavy drumbeat sounded, and the whole world became murderous. The battle had begun. Destroy the great demon. Bring light back to the world. The death of the great demon will vanquish heart demons. We shall be heroes for eternity. Numerous supremes from the Zishan alliance gathered, heading towards the ends of the earth. Shang Yanran, Bai Zi, and the foolish Taoist, among others, also arrived, standing beside Qi Yuan. They looked at the massive warship in the distance, their eyes filled with intense fighting spirit and a hint of worry. On the warship were 123 supremes. Over 90 of them were from the Zishan alliance. The rest came from other major forces. These people stood on the warship, exuding strong battle intent. The warship stopped 5 miles away from the ends of the earth, hovering in the air. The people of the Blood Palace at the ends of the earth felt a strong threat. They had a premonition that if the 100 supremes on the warship attacked simultaneously, those here would not withstand a single blow. However, seeing the calm demeanor of the figure in the blood-red robe gave them a bit of reassurance. At this moment, an ethereal female voice echoed, "Hand over the great demon, and the people of the Blood Palace can live." The owner of the ethereal voice was the legendary Zishan Shuanu. The people at the ends of the earth remained unchanged, with Shang Yanren showing a mocking smile. Hand over Zishan Shuanu, and we may spare your lives. This statement enraged the Supremes on the warship. But Zishan Shuanu did not get angry. Her gaze fell on Qi Yuan, her eyes turning cold. Your previous self was a compassionate Buddha, but you stepped into evil for a demoness, causing endless heart demons, leading to the deaths of billions in the Lufeng realm. Your crime is unforgivable. Great demon, you should take your own life. I will not trouble the others in the Blood Palace. Qi Yuan laughed. You covet the demon binding technique, just say it. Why pin a crime on me? Truly a shrimp-brained woman. HMPH. A man on the warship angrily shouted, Great demon, the destiny tablet has recorded that you are the great demon. You still want to distort the facts? Surrender now. Qi Yuan's face remained calm. Usually, I'm not much for trash talking before a battle. But today, Qi Yuan's tone shifted. When I destroyed the headquarters of the Zishan Alliance, your male pet told me a shocking secret. Qi Yuan's words instantly piqued everyone's interest. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan, eager to know the secret about Zishan Shuanu. In such a tense moment, curiosity still prevailed. Your male pet told me that Zishan Shuanu is his mother. Qi Yuan loudly proclaimed. The voice traveled over 20 miles. Everyone was shocked. The people of the Blood Palace were initially stunned, then laughed. The strong individuals on the warship were either enraged or looking at Zishan Shuanu with strange expressions. Zishan Shuanu's face was as dark as water, her eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. Qi Yuan continued, Who can't write a short essay? I can also spread rumors. But, I'm not interested in proving whether I'm the great demon. Framing, slandering, so what? You call me the great demon, a scourge to the world. Then today, I shall play the part of the great demon and bring disaster to the world, so what? I have a sword, and it shall slay all. For Qi Yuan, defending oneself was the weakest action. Proving innocence with death would only invite ridicule from the enemy. The best method was to kill. Qi Yuan wasn't good at verbal battles or defending himself. What he excelled at was beheading. As Qi Yuan spoke, the sea behind him began to boil. The entire sea, stretching for tens of miles, turned blood red. The blood-red water quickly condensed into a giant blood-red sword. In Qi Yuan's left hand appeared a long sword. An overwhelming aura spread, making Qi Yuan appear truly like a great demon. Anyone who saw Qi Yuan felt an inexplicable fear. Except for Canary, whose eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Qi Yuan. This was her childhood friend. However, she still meekly said, Blood Bead, I'll go to Sister Yanren. After all, Blood Bead was about to start a great battle, and holding his hand would only be a burden. Qi Yuan smiled, Why should you leave to kill them? I don't trust anyone else to protect you, I feel safest when I protect you. He glanced at Shang Yanren before turning his gaze back to the warship. Zishan Shuanu's expression turned serious. No wonder they call you the great demon, your demonic aura is overwhelming. But to oppose the world, you are courting death. With the Destiny Tablet, Zishan Shuanu's confidence was immense. The Destiny Tablet was more powerful than she had imagined. And she had uncovered its true secrets, secrets even the Buddha had not discovered. With the Destiny Tablet, even if the Buddha revived, she would not fear. You are the ones courting death. Qi Yuan raised his sword high. Heaven-slashing sword technique. He did not move. The blood-red sword flew into the sky. The sword grew larger. It was a mile long. The powerful blood-red sword descended with Qi Yuan's shout. The people of the Blood Palace watched in awe. Especially Shang Yanren, who had thought the gap between her and her master was not large. But now, she realized the gap was immense. This sword could easily obliterate her. It could even wipe out everyone in the Blood Palace. The Supremes on the warship were also moved, some even terrified. Only Zishan Shuanu remained calm. The Destiny Tablet she had swallowed glowed, filling her with boundless pride. In this world, I am invincible. She stretched out her hand, and an immense force surged from it, forming a colossal hand. The power of the Destiny Tablet flowed into her hand. She grabbed the blood-red sword with it. Crunch. With a squeeze, the blood-red sword seemed unstable, slowly dissolving in her immense power. Zishan Shuanu smiled, Justice will always triumph over darkness. Your strongest strike has been blocked. What else can you do? Shang Yanren's face turned cold, closely observing the battle. If the situation turned unfavorable, she would implement the second plan, escape from the ends of the earth. The others felt the same. The Blood Lord's power had astonished them, but Zishan Xuanu was evidently more terrifying. Qi Yuan looked at Zishan Xuanu with a strange expression. His heaven-slashing sword technique had never been blocked so easily by anyone of the same rank. Typically, this sword would kill even those several levels higher. His eyes began to work. Zishan Xuanu, an ordinary cultivator, currently in a special state. Special state? Unfortunately, his eyes weren't omnipotent. He didn't know what the special state referred to. But it didn't matter. You have indeed surprised me, but that's all. Heaven-slashing sword technique, times 10. Qi Yuan had a thick mana reserve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill those old assassins from the underground. Instantly, the sea behind him turned blood red again. 10 terrifying blood-red swords formed, standing in the sky. All the blood-red swords, guided by Qi Yuan's gaze, fell on the warship. Zishan Xuanu's expression changed drastically, but she gritted her teeth and said, "You've exceeded my expectations, but that's all." She gritted her teeth, injecting a third of her blood into the destiny tablet. She stretched out her hand again, blocking the 10 swords. Her face turned pale, filled with endless killing intent. This scene stunned everyone on the warship. The Supremes were ecstatic, shouting, "The Alliance leader is invincible." Using such powerful techniques, he must be exhausted. Severely weakened. Slay the demon today. The Alliance leader is invincible. Without Zishan Xuanu, this great demon would indeed rampage through the world unchecked. Qi Yuan squinted, looking at the exhausted Zishan Xuanu, and slowly said, "It seems the Destiny Tablet is indeed a supreme treasure, capable of elevating you to this level, but, is it useful?" Qi Yuan didn't even move. With just a gaze, the sea behind him turned over again. This time, the dyed water was 100 times more than the first. Heaven-slashing sword technique, times 100, death radiance. This time, Qi Yuan also used death radiance. He needed to restore some mana. Simultaneously casting 100 heaven-slashing sword techniques was a bit much, even for him. So, using death radiance to restore mana from these Supremes. Kill. Over 100-mile-long swords hung in the air, magnificent and awe-inspiring. The entire world turned blood red. Qi Yuan held Canary's hand with his right, his left pointing at the warship. His hand slowly dropped. Everyone on the warship trembled. Their previous joy vanished. Was this even human? Over 100 giant swords. For the first time, Zishan Xuanu's face showed fear. But she still held on, shouting, "Destiny Tablet." She had discovered the deepest secret of the Destiny Tablet and was its rightful master. The power it provided should be enough to sweep through the world. But this time, her shout fell on deaf ears, the Destiny Tablet acting as if it were dead, with no response. The 100 giant swords descended, and this time, without the Destiny Tablet's power, Zishan Xuanu's outstretched hand was shattered by a single sword. The entire warship was destroyed in an instant. Zishan Xuanu's face showed disbelief. No. She couldn't understand. She couldn't believe it. Why did the Destiny Tablet, which had given her immense power, allowing her to traverse the river of time and destroy nations with a single strike, remain silent now? Was it all an illusion? Crunch. The 100 giant swords demonstrated to the world what it meant for size to be strength and quantity to be quality. With overwhelming firepower, the warship was obliterated. All the Supremes had no time to escape. The entire battle left only Zishan Xuanu's broken body and an ordinary stone tablet. Endless blood rain began to fall at the ends of the earth. Qi Yuan's face showed contempt. "I am not some great demon. I am the fourth calamity, 1,000, 10,000 times more terrifying than any great demon. A great demon wouldn't even deserve to carry his shoes." The people of the Blood Palace were utterly shocked by this scene. Over 100 Supremes and Zishan Xuanu, who possessed the Destiny Tablet, were all annihilated by the Blood Lord with a single sword. What incredible power! They had thought this battle would be extremely difficult, with most of them perishing. But they hadn't even had a chance to act. The Blood Lord merely moved his lips, not even changing his position. And over 100 Supremes on the warship were gone. Everyone was in awe, and Canary was so excited that she stood on tiptoe and kissed Qi Yuan on the cheek. "Blood Bead, you're amazing." Qi Yuan was stunned by the kiss. It seemed like the first time someone had kissed him in the game. But Qi Yuan didn't relax his guard. Suddenly, Zishan Xuanu's body turned into a stream of light, entering the grand portal before anyone could react. Her body seemed to cause a significant change in the terrifying heart demon within the grand portal. At this moment, a loud heartbeat echoed. Qi Yuan quickly looked at the grand portal. A terrifying monster seemed to be walking out of the grand portal. This brought an ominous change to everyone present. Blood bead, my head hurts. Canary looked at Qi Yuan, her energy completely drained, her face pale as paper, as if enduring something. My heart demon. Shang Yanren's face turned pale as well. The heart demon from the grand portal is coming out. The foolish Taoist also looked in pain, suppressing his inner evil. Qi Yuan's face turned serious for the first time. He knew everyone's state all too well. The demon binding technique trapped everyone's heart demons. Only when they died naturally would their heart demons emerge as demons. But now, the terrifying heart demon from the grand portal was emerging, stirring everyone's heart demons. If this continued, everyone's heart demons would break free, leading to their deaths. If the heart demon from the grand portal emerged, everyone in this world would likely die. Qi Yuan held Canary tightly, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Canary, I have to enter the grand portal. Remember, I will find you at the end of time. This origin insight had brought many events. But the time was short, less than 2 months. Reunited with Canary, they had to part again. Canary's face was pale, but she forced a bright smile. I will wait for you. Qi Yuan glanced at everyone, then at the place where the destiny tablet was. But the destiny tablet seemed to have disappeared from his sight. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. He looked at the grand portal and charged in without hesitation. As the figure in the blood-red robe disappeared, the grand portal closed again. The terrifying heartbeat weakened. Canary's pallor faded as she looked at the grand portal, her eyes filled with reluctance. Blood bead, will he be all right? She looked at everyone. They slowly returned to normal, with Shang Yanren showing a worried expression. The grand portal contains endless heart demons. The Blood Lord entering will suffer immense pain, 1,000 cuts. Everyone felt a sense of tragedy and pain. The Blood Lord is sacrificing himself for us, for this world, willing to feed the demons with his body. And yet, this world calls him a great demon. It's truly ridiculous, Bai Zi said with sorrow. Canary stared at the grand portal. When will Blood Bead come out? She didn't care how the world saw Blood Bead, she only cared that he came out alive. Shang Yanren shook her head in disappointment. No one has ever come out of the grand portal. He will eventually be assimilated into a heart demon. A heart demon, a blood demon. No, there must be a way. Canary refused to accept this. She ran towards the grand portal. But she couldn't get close. The grand portal, though near, seemed as distant as the ends of the earth. Everyone remained silent. Shang Yanren's eyes showed a peculiar light. The destiny tablet, maybe we can find a way to save the Blood Lord with it. Everyone looked towards the place where the destiny tablet was, but it was empty. Inside the grand portal, countless pains gnawed at Qi Yuan's soul. Even he felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times stronger than facing those old monsters from the underground. He stood in the grand portal, with a door behind him. This was the door he had entered through. He looked up. A staircase descended from the sky, its height unknown. In the sky, there was another door. On the staircase, there was a withered corpse. The corpse wore a neat cassock, looking extremely serene. The skin was like dried bark, as if it hadn't been touched by water for millennia. Sunken eyes like dead fish eyes, shriveled and stinking, with a resentful gaze fixed on Qi Yuan. The corpse was walking down the steps, as if to reach Qi Yuan and push the door open. Are you the heart demon of the great demon? Qi Yuan asked, enduring the pain. The withered corpse spoke, its voice hoarse yet compassionate. Thank you for entering the gate of 10,000 demons, helping me close the gate of 10,000 demons. Otherwise, if I went out, this world would fall into complete ruin. The voice was gentle, the gaze resentful, as if in a struggle. The gate of 10,000 demons. Qi Yuan recalled that the grand portal was the gate of all doors, capable of being any door. To this Buddha, it was the gate of 10,000 demons, but to Qi Yuan, it might be another door. You entered this gate, not just to close the grand portal and prevent me from going out, the withered corpse spoke again. Yes, Qi Yuan nodded. He came here for a crucial purpose, to comprehend the origin. In the grand portal, his comprehension was ongoing and extremely exaggerated. I don't know your goal. But to achieve it, you need to send me into reincarnation and climb the steps of 10,000 demons, the withered corpse said. Sending into reincarnation meant killing it. Qi Yuan nodded, asking, you seem out of place in this flowing wind realm. His eyes saw useful information from the corpse. The resentful gaze softened, as if reminiscing. I came from the Buddha's land. This realm is cursed, abandoned by the gods, its beings unable to reincarnate or reach nirvana. I thought my deep cultivation would bring the 3,000 scrolls of Buddha's teachings here, opening the gate of 10,000 demons to enter and enlighten this realm. But my shallow mind bred heart demons, bringing disaster. Please help me find release and save this realm. Otherwise, if the grand portal opens, the curse will spread to the Buddha's land, leading to its downfall. The corpse spoke, its resentful gaze returning to Qi Yuan. It leapt towards Qi Yuan, seeming to tear him apart. Qi Yuan's gaze turned cold. I can help you find release, but saving the world is beyond me. This world hadn't wronged him, why should he save it? The withered corpse was not a physical entity. Even the cassock it wore was formed from its spirit. The monk before Qi Yuan was actually a conglomeration of heart demons. When it attacked, it mobilized countless heart demons from the gate of 10,000 demons, also known as the Grand Portal, gnawing at Qi Yuan. You and I are alike, harboring the world's greatest evils. Greed, arrogance, lust, so many sins, let us sink into this bliss together. Qi Yuan's body surged with blood energy, and his blood-red robe billowed without wind. A broken sword condensed in his hand, its blade emanating various sinister auras. After slaying countless demons, Qi Yuan's source of sin had reached its peak. Sink. Qi Yuan's aura was even more menacing than these thousands of demons, making him appear as a demon lord. You're just a bunch of experience points, yet you think you can drag me down. The blood-red sword in his hand was condensed from the source of sin. Its evil aura was no weaker than these heart demons. Become my sustenance. Qi Yuan's sword shook, and any heart demon that bit him turned to fragments. He observed the grand portal, gaining mutation abilities. The sin sources he extracted from slaying demons were somewhat akin to these heart demons. Slaying heart demons added to his source of sin. Step by step, he advanced, cutting down heart demons, which became part of his sin source. No wonder all techniques in the Kanglan realm have flaws, making practitioners sustenance. Extracting sustenance feels fantastic. Qi Yuan ignored the heart demons, continuously slaying them. The sin source grew rapidly. You have comprehended the origin, mutation ability plus 9999. You have comprehended the origin, charisma plus 1. You have comprehended the origin, laziness ability plus 1. Qi Yuan climbed the stairs, the withered corpse clinging to his back, whispering in his ear. One step forward is a bottomless abyss, a world of extreme evil. One step back is an endless demonic realm, a world of bliss. Sink into the gate of 10,000 demons, and become one with me. As Qi Yuan stepped on the stairs, countless pale hands reached out from the bottomless abyss, grabbing his ankles and pulling at his clothes. The corpse on his back kept whispering in his ear. Everywhere he looked, there were endless demons. Qi Yuan suddenly recalled a line. I am the sun. With his words, his body suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Qi Yuan intended to use his great sunlight to purify this demonic realm. The brilliant light swept through. Qi Yuan thought he could clear this grand portal and slay these heart demons. But, things didn't go as he expected. There was a small twist. The heart demons, seeing his brilliant light, were not afraid but instead rushed towards it like moths to a flame, faces filled with fanaticism. Hey, I'm not your dad. Despite their fervor, Qi Yuan showed no mercy. The brilliant light swept through, turning all heart demons into his sin source. I am like a blazing sun in the sky. Why aren't the heart demons afraid of me? Is it just because my light is blood red? Are you color discriminating? Qi Yuan was furious. These heart demons had no eyes, yet they still discriminated by color. The endless light devoured the demons. Qi Yuan, like a demon lord, walked on the endless corridor of stairs, slowly ascending. Countless insights and evils filled his body. If he wanted, he could even directly condense his origin divine ability. Gluttony, the maw of Teoti. Arrogance, the eye of heaven. Lust, the fire of red lotus. The 7 deadly sins, forming 7 origin divine abilities, then combining into one. Once the origin divine ability emerged, it would capture everyone's mind, dragging them into the endless demonic realm. Xingguang sect, 5 Light Peak. Kong Fulu stood outside the cave mansion, respectfully listening through a water curtain. Inside the cave was the peak master of 5 Light Peak, Kong Fulu's master, the true monarch Taiguang. A hoarse voice came from within, as true monarch Taiguang taught Kong Fulu the key to forming a golden core. To condense a golden core, you must first overcome the heart demon tribulation, then the heavenly tribulation, using the treasured object as the core, and solidifying spiritual energy to form the golden core. Nowadays, the world has changed, and heavenly tribulations do not appear. You only need to overcome the heart demon tribulation to achieve the golden core. The heart demon tribulation is difficult, but not impossible. The stronger the obsession, the firmer the heart, the stronger the heart demon tribulation. Being natural and sincere, on the contrary, may mean no heart demon, making it easier to overcome. Just like that Qi Yuan of the 7 colors peak, obsessed with one thing, without other distractions, making it easier to pass. Remember, do not be bewitched by the heart demon, you must slay it. Disciple understands. Kong Fulu stood before the cave mansion, pondering his master's words. The heart demon tribulation, ... In the Grand Portal, also known as the Gate of 10,000 Demons, heart demons abounded. Qi Yuan emitted a dense red light, with endless heart demons piled on him. He was like a man carrying a mountain of heart demons, climbing towards the topmost door. Every moment, thousands of heart demons fell from the mountain, turning to ashes. But more heart demons kept climbing onto Qi Yuan's back, as if he were the most delicious food, the demon lord. Now I look like a giant heart demon. Qi Yuan chuckled. The 7 deadly sins formed countless emotions, flashing red in his eyes. Bearing endless heart demons, he ascended step by step. These heart demons were his nourishment, becoming his sin source. Suddenly, Qi Yuan felt something and shouted loudly. All heart demons should become my sustenance. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. You have comprehended the origin, reincarnation power +1. The prompt startled Qi Yuan. He had been comprehending the origin in the Grand Portal for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a high-level ability. Could it be that talking big could lead to comprehension? Thinking this, he quickly said, I control the void, omniscient and omnipotent, the origin of all things. When I close my eyes for an era, all things perish, the universe collapses. When I open my eyes for an era, all things revive, the universe is reborn. Time is a strand of my hair, space is the gap between my hair, the way of heaven is my meditation while dozing off, matter and spirit are my fantasies. Qi Yuan exhausted his vocabulary, describing himself as grandiose. He was excited. If he could comprehend such powerful abilities, it would be a huge gain. You have comprehended the origin, bragging ability +1. Qi Yuan, is that it? Qi Yuan regretted wasting so much time. All he got was a useless bragging ability. The withered corpse's voice still echoed in his ear, turn back now. Go any further, and you'll fall into a place of eternal damnation, completely sinking into the gate of 10,000 demons. The voice caused a flicker of hesitation in Qi Yuan's eyes. Endless heart demons, all are my sustenance. What is there to fear? No being can withstand the sin power of an entire world. Even an arhat or Buddha cannot. The withered corpse roared. Endless heart demons climbed from the steps, endlessly. Qi Yuan's eyes turned completely red. Even his skin turned red. He looked up at the Grand Portal. Is my path the sin source? Should I condense the sin source into my origin divine ability? The origin divine ability is unique. Once chosen, there's no turning back. Should he follow this path? The endless heart demons pressed on, and Qi Yuan felt immense pressure. Even he struggled to bear it, needing to release it. This was 1,000, 10,000 times more terrifying than the past divine reflections. He took a step forward, pondering his essence. But he couldn't recall, couldn't remember. Suddenly, he understood, smiling. Since you worship me so much, I will be merciful and make you part of my divine ability. Qi Yuan made up his mind, moving forward relentlessly. The stairs behind him began to break. The withered corpse showed a sinister smile, the way back is cut off, ha ha ha, you will be like me, forever sinking into the gate of 10,000 demons, becoming a heart demon. The withered corpse's voice was ignored by Qi Yuan. An imposing aura emanated from him. He took a step forward, and 7/10 of the demons on the mountain dissipated. Arrogance, the eye of heaven. In an instant, he condensed the divine ability of arrogance. In Qi Yuan's mind, images of his junior sister Zhang Lingsu's curvaceous figure, his master's cold and lonely silhouette, Ning Dao's enchanting long legs wrapped in black silk, and Canary's petite and charming body flashed by. He took another step forward, reducing the demons on him again. Lust, the fire of Red Lotus. Countless images flashed in his mind as Qi Yuan moved forward step by step. The demons on him gradually disappeared. The withered corpse's voice was filled with endless allure. You think turning heart demons into divine abilities will make them disappear? Wrong, completely wrong. They will only get closer to you. They will become you, and you will become them. I walk the same path, haha, this is the path to becoming a demon. Qi Yuan paid no heed. He continued to condense his divine abilities. One after another, blood-red lotuses bloomed under his feet. On his back, the blood-red light spread like a blood demon Buddha. Gluttony, the maw of Teoti. Envy, the endless blood sea. Sloth, the dream of inaction. Greed, the soul devourer. Wrath, the thunder of 9 heavens. The 7 deadly sins condensed into 7 divine abilities. All the heart demons on Qi Yuan's shoulders vanished. The withered corpse's eyes showed a sinister smile, ha ha ha, you have become a heart demon. It roared and became part of the divine abilities. Endless heart demons filled Qi Yuan's being. Qi Yuan's face remained expressionless as the 7 divine abilities merged into one. Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon Induction. Endless heart demons merged into Qi Yuan's body. His body began to mutate. The withered corpse's voice echoed in Qi Yuan's mind. From the moment you slew the first heart demon, you were on a path of no return. Arrogance fills your mind, greed makes you irrational, lust makes you aroused by all females. Haha, perhaps at first, you suppressed yourself, forcibly controlling your desires. But once you enter the gate of 10,000 demons, all desires flood like a torrent from the heavens. Your body and soul are becoming heart demons. Even the Supreme Buddha cannot pull you from the abyss. You will be one of us. As the voice echoed, Qi Yuan felt as if his feet were nailed to the steps. The withered corpse's words were indeed true. After extracting the sin source by slaying demons, Qi Yuan's mind had subtly changed. Unbidden images would appear in his mind, things he had never thought of before. He isolated himself, rarely interacting with others, partly to guard the city and partly to prevent heart demons from growing. He killed and killed, using slaughter to dissolve desires. Re-entering this world, he continued to kill and kill. Seeing Canary again, he felt a new allure from her. Was it from his heart, or was it the heart demon? It didn't matter. To Qi Yuan, the deed was the thought. Suppressing desire, liberating nature. Nonsense. Kill and kill until rivers of blood flow, crush everything with one sword. Become a heart demon, merge with us. The withered corpse's voice spread in his mind. You have no way back. Qi Yuan sat motionless on the steps, his whole body blood red, constantly transforming into a heart demon, inch by inch. In the gate of 10,000 demons, a terrifying giant demon seemed to be forming. Qi Yuan remained silent, unable to recall what he was thinking. At the ends of the earth, the sea was blood red. Canary stared blankly at the grand portal. Blood bead, when will you come out? Blood bead had entered the grand portal 11 years ago. For 11 years, she had waited outside. 5 years ago, the grand portal underwent a strange change, dyeing all the surrounding seawater red. Now, the red had spread to Canary's feet. Sheng Yanran appeared beside Canary, worry etched on her face. He will come out someday. They didn't know what was happening inside the grand portal. But Sheng Yanran had felt a terrifying demon brewing within. Once formed, the demon would plunge the world into an irreparable disaster. And this demon was likely the Blood Lord. Sister Yanran, you don't need to comfort me. Canary's face remained radiant, her makeup exquisite. Entering the grand portal, he will become a demon. Sheng Yanran sighed. Entering the grand portal sealed the Blood Lord's fate. He entered to save the world, sealing the grand portal and feeding the demons with his body. And became a demon. If he comes out, I will be here waiting for him. Canary smiled brightly. Just like on Jopan Mountain, I want him to see me first when he comes out. Sheng Yanran said nothing. The Blood Palace was already retreating from the ends of the earth. People were migrating away from the area. If he becomes a demon, I hope he still looks good. Canary mused. At this moment, Bai Zi appeared, his face exhausted. We've found the Destiny Tablet. He extended his hand, revealing the Destiny Tablet. Seeing it, Sheng Yanran showed no excitement. Too late. Now, the Blood Lord was clearly a demon. Even the Destiny Tablet couldn't save him. If they had found it when he first entered, they might have had a chance. But now, the Destiny Tablet could only show a way to slay the demon. Bai Zi was silent, his eyes filled with guilt. Sheng Yanran then said, Canary, in a few days, we will leave here. Yes. Canary's voice was firm. Don't try to persuade me to leave or knock me out and take me away. Understood. Shang Yanran looked at the grand portal, finally nodding, all right. Shang Yanran and Bai Zi left, leaving the empty ends of the earth to Canary. She sat on the stone she once shared with Blood Bead, watching the grand portal. Her voice was tinged with sobs. Blood Bead, everyone else isn't waiting for you, but I am. Everyone said a demon would emerge. But it was still her childhood friend, her Blood Bead. She watched the grand portal, just as she had waited on Jopan Mountain for her childhood friend to reappear. Time passed, and now the Blood Palace and the surrounding cities were nearly empty. The ends of the earth grew cold, blood-red frost forming on the ground. The seawater turned into blood-red ice. Only a dozen people remained in the Blood Palace. They were all that was left. The old man had traveled from Jopan Mountain but hadn't seen the Blood Lord. He looked at the grand portal, his eyes filled with loss. Did Master never mention my name? Is it too ugly? The foolish Taoist shook his head. Nangong Dago, Master is concerned with the world, he has no time to mention you. Nangong Dago felt dejected. They stood there, looking at Canary not far away, moved. Tomorrow, they would leave this place for good. Only Canary would remain. Sigh, Master cares for the world, yet Zishan Xuanu slandered him. Just as she was slain, Master entered the grand portal to feed the demons with his body. Bai Zi's eyes were filled with admiration. Everyone was moved by their master's sacrifice. They looked at the grand portal, hoping for a final glimpse. Suddenly, a change occurred. What's happening? Everyone was shocked. The endless blood sea and frost vanished, turning back into seawater. The blood-red frost on the ground disappeared. Canary felt a warm sensation in her frozen hands, but her face showed fear. Blood Bead, his aura, it's gone. The dozen people flew to Canary, looking at the grand portal with complex, terrified expressions. Now, the blood-red frost was gone, the world seemed to clear up. The terrifying demonic aura from the grand portal was rapidly fading, as if the demon was disappearing forever. Shang Yanran's face turned sorrowful. The Blood Lord, he transformed into the supreme heart demon but still awakened a trace of humanity, ending his own life. The Buddha, who became a great demon, entered the grand portal. The Buddha couldn't awaken his humanity and perished. The Blood Lord managed this, how could they not be moved? Shang Yanran's explanation was the most logical. Even if the Blood Lord were forever trapped in the demonic realm, lost to heart demons, and transformed into a great demon, he still retained a sliver of humanity and chose to end his own life rather than harm the world. Everyone present was deeply moved. Their admiration for the Blood Lord reached a new height. What even the great Buddha couldn't do, the Blood Lord accomplished. No, Canary looked at the grand portal, wanting to move forward but unable to. I don't want Blood Bead to end his own life. She was originally a carefree canary on Jopan Mountain. How could she get used to the separation of the mortal world? And the person leaving was her childhood friend. Is there any way to save Blood Bead? Canary turned to Shang Yanran with a pleading look, please. Shang Yanran seemed to think of something, her eyes flashing with sorrow. Now that the Blood Lord has ended his life and the blood demon has dissipated, I have a method that might save him. But, what may be revived could be a blood demon. Everyone fell silent. Bai Zi's face was complex. Finally, he said, if reviving him turns him into a terrifying blood demon, wouldn't that go against our master's wishes? Is there no other way? Shang Yanran said, Master has ended his own life. The revived blood demon won't be a true terrifying blood demon, but rather an ordinary heart demon. Save him, the old man Nangong Dago said firmly. Save him, the usually silent foolish Taoist spoke up. Master taught me the way, saving my life. Today I must do something for him. Hearing these resolute words, Shang Yanran showed a sorrowful smile. The master they saved would be a blood demon, but would he still be the master? Yet, they chose to save him anyway. The method is recorded on the Destiny Tablet. I originally thought it would never be used, but today, it will be. Shang Yanran took out the Destiny Tablet. After obtaining the Destiny Tablet, she hadn't given up on saving the Blood Lord, even though it was too late. She continued seeking ways to save him. It recorded that if the Blood Lord ended his life, severing himself from the demon, there would be a slim chance of saving him. In the Grand Portal, there is a door called the Gate of 10,000 Demons. The Gate of 10,000 Demons and the Grand Portal do not occupy the same space. But in some way, they are connected. If someone enters, they may see the Blood Lord. If they call out and transmit true essence, they might awaken him. This was the method recorded on the Destiny Tablet half a month ago. By entering the Gate of 10,000 Demons and calling out, transmitting true essence, they could potentially awaken the Blood Lord. No problem, Nangong Dago said. Canary also looked at the grand portal with excitement, recalling Bloodbead's words. Her gaze became determined. Bloodbead. Shang Yanran continued, however, entering the gate of 10,000 demons will subject one to the curse of the demons, enduring endless pain. This pain may not match the agony of being gnawed by demons, but it is still extraordinary and beyond what ordinary people can bear. Moreover, after being cursed by the demons, one may become hideously ugly, hated by heaven and man. All living beings who see you will feel disgust and want to kill you. Even the closest lovers will feel revulsion and want to kill you. Even the chaotic heart demons will despise such ugliness. Shang Yanran spoke, deliberately glancing at Canary. Everyone knew Canary loved beauty. Entering the gate of 10,000 demons and emerging would make one hideously ugly. This ugliness was of a rule-based nature, unchangeable. How do you enter the gate of 10,000 demons? Canary asked as if she hadn't heard Shang Yanran's words. The foolish Taoist smiled, it's just a body. Nangong Dago gritted his teeth, having an ugly name is one thing, now I'll also have to be ugly. Poor me and my handsome face. Bai Zi also said, I will go too. Of the 14 present, all except Shang Yanran were willing to enter the gate of 10,000 demons. Shang Yanran said, Husband, you cannot go. Your cultivation is second only to mine. You must help me open the gate of 10,000 demons and send them in. Bai Zi's face changed multiple times before he finally said, okay. Canary looked at the grand portal, full of anticipation. Bloodbead, if I become ugly, will you still dislike me? The scene shifts to a quarter of an hour earlier. Inside the grand portal, Qi Yuan sat on the steps. His entire body was almost fully transformed into a heart demon. Having refined the sin source into a divine ability, his soul was also fully transformed into a heart demon. At this moment, Qi Yuan retained only a sliver of clarity. However, he showed no panic, only a puzzled expression, murmuring to himself. What's my trump card? Why did I choose to enter the grand portal? Why did I refine the sin source into a divine ability? How strange, why can't I remember? His body rapidly transformed into a heart demon, yet Qi Yuan remained incredibly calm. Oh dear, after practicing the Qi Yuan Sutra too much, my memory has worsened. At such a critical moment, I've forgotten my trump card, the path I intended to take. Qi Yuan vaguely remembered that initially, he hadn't intended to practice the Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon induction. But then, it seemed he remembered something and practiced it anyway. Could it be that the game failed because of my poor memory? If that were the case, it would be ironic. Like someone with poor memory trying to cultivate, unable to remember the cultivation methods, despite having great talent but unable to practice. No, wait, suddenly, Qi Yuan paused. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. I remember what my path was. No, I forgot again. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed. I've got it. He hadn't remembered, nor could he, but he understood. The biggest problem with the Qi Yuan Sutra was the mental instability and poor memory. Qi Yuan always believed his mind was normal. Poor memory, however, was a real issue. Forgetting was his path, his essence, his origin divine ability. The pain inflicted upon him, unbearable, forget. The sorrow inflicted upon him, intolerable, forget. Forget the pain, and there is no pain. Forget this is a real world, treat it as a game world, and the world's stabs won't feel as real. All along, Qi Yuan had been practicing forgetting. Forgetting is an escape, but also not an escape. Some things are best forgotten. A moment of enlightenment reveals my path, forgetting others, forgetting myself. This was Qi Yuan's origin divine ability. The Great Forgetting Mind Sutra. At this moment, Qi Yuan forgot everything. He forgot entering the grand portal. He forgot refining the sin source into a divine ability. He forgot devouring all heart demons to become a blood demon. You have comprehended the origin, Great Forgetting ability plus 99999. His form also changed at this moment. As if by forgetting, everything in Qi Yuan's mind had never happened. The Taoist has forgotten. Ha ha ha. The originally heart demonized body dissipated at this moment, as if time had returned to before he entered. The withered corpse showed a moved expression. What are you doing? How can you revert to a human? What divine ability is this, time reversal? Impossible, such an origin divine ability couldn't appear on you. With the corpse's knowledge, he could only attribute this scene to a time-space divine ability. But how could a mere beginner at the 5th stage comprehend such an origin divine ability? Impossible. Time reversal. Qi Yuan was surprised. This isn't time reversal. Then what is it? The corpse asked unwillingly. I forgot what this divine ability is. Qi Yuan murmured. You. The corpse was furious. Oh dear, who are you? Qi Yuan looked at the corpse on his back. Is there a corpse here? No, it doesn't seem to exist. No. For the first time, the corpse's face showed fear. Because of Qi Yuan's thoughts, he found his body becoming transparent, seemingly vanishing from the world. He was a heart demon, supposed to merge with other heart demons, not disappear. Yet now, he was truly vanishing. What are you? You've already condensed an origin divine ability, how can you condense a second one? He didn't understand, completely didn't understand. He came from the Buddha's land, a great world with countless strong individuals. Even the Supreme Buddha couldn't form 2 origin divine abilities. What? I already have an origin divine ability. I don't remember that. This is my origin divine ability. The embryonic form of the Great Forgetting Mind Sutra took shape at this moment. Fundamentally, there is no tree of enlightenment, nor a mirror bright. Originally, there is nothing, so where can dust alight? Qi Yuan seemed to be in deep thought. Heart demons don't exist. I forgot you. No, you never existed. With Qi Yuan's thought, the corpse finally became completely transparent, disappearing. In the grand portal, the billions of ferocious heart demons showed fear, their forms also becoming transparent and eventually vanishing. The vast demonic realm within the grand portal became empty, devoid of any heart demons. Qi Yuan sat on the steps. Forgetting is the most terrifying thing in the world. His eyes flashed with confusion, a dazed look. He felt something important was slowly disappearing. The vast world, within the grand portal, on the myriad steps, a man in a red robe sat, frowning, contemplating something. Forgetting others, forgetting oneself. This was the ultimate of forgetting. His form began to turn transparent. It was as if he was about to forget himself. The heavenly tribulation appeared at this moment. But Qi Yuan had already forgotten. He forgot who he was. He forgot where he came from. He forgot where he was going. He sat in the grand portal. He seemed to forget everyone, as if everyone would forget him. He was about to forget himself. Suddenly, the unmoving blood-red robe moved slightly. Who am I? A trace of color flashed in his eyes, only to disappear again, returning to a sitting position on the steps, the handsome man in the blood robe. Time flowed through his fingers. He remained in place, not waking for countless years. The empty grand portal was silent. Apart from him, there was no color. It was as if this world would forget him too. Suddenly, a light entered, accompanied by an urgent voice, "Blood bead. Blood bead." The blood-red robe remained motionless, eyes closed. "Blood bead, I've come to see you personally, and you still don't come to greet me." Cough. Blood flowed, and a girl's face showed terrifying lines spreading. She stood in the empty gate of 10,000 demons, reaching out to the blood-red figure. "Blood bead, blood bead." The girl stepped forward, ahead was an abyss. An urgent voice called, "Canary, don't go forward. Sister Yanran said this is the limit. Any further, and you will endure the same pain as the grand portal." Canary seemed not to hear, trying hard to approach the figure, to wake him. She stepped forward, enduring excruciating pain, smiling wryly. "Blood bead, is this the pain you endure?" "I feel it too." Canary covered her face, a snake-like, demon, character appearing on it. She didn't want Blood bead to wake and see her like this. She moved forward, covering her face, calling, "Blood bead, you said you would find me at the end of time. If you can't, I'll find you." An empty world, an empty heart. Within the heavenly tribulation, Qi Yuan, practicing the Great Forgetting Mind Sutra, saw and heard nothing. Because such an origin divine ability could not belong to any cultivator. The heavenly tribulation would incorporate the cultivator, turning him into the origin of this world, a rule of this world. But since reaching the foundation stage, Qi Yuan's ears could hear some inexplicable whispers. These whispers broke through the barrier of the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, the blood-red robe opened its eyes. "Blood bead. Who is this? Who's calling?" He looked over, his eyes seeming to see through the grand portal, spotting a scarred girl. For some reason, his heart ached. Open black lens bracket Canary, your childhood friend, you spoil her greatly. Close black lens bracket. Childhood friend. Qi Yuan's consciousness was hazy. He looked at himself. Open black lens bracket Qi Yuan, you consider yourself the origin of all things. Now, you are enduring the heavenly tribulation. Your origin divine ability is too powerful, the heavens do not wish for you to exist. Close black lens bracket. I am Qi Yuan. His mind instantly cleared. The heavenly tribulation dissipated at this moment. The origin divine ability, Great Forgetting Mind Sutra, was complete. At this moment, a unique symbol also formed in the world. Qi Yuan watched as it drifted to the grand portal, engraving itself on the door. Qi Yuan looked at the grand portal, seeing it like a paper full of stamps, covered in strange symbols. Now, there was one more symbol, left by Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan didn't bother looking at the symbols on the grand portal. His gaze fell on the abyss, through which he saw a fleeting figure. He couldn't see the person's face, only their outline, but he knew who it was. The Great Forgetting Mind Sutra is about forgetting. Canary is about not forgetting. Not wanting to forget, for not forgetting. Forgetting and not forgetting. Forget this world, don't forget Canary. Qi Yuan pondered. The enlightenment is over, should I leave? Qi Yuan had a premonition that the grand portal would soon disappear, and he would return to the present. This enlightenment of the origin brought him much. 2 origin divine abilities. The first, the Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon Induction. When the divine ability is activated, heart demons arise. The second, the Great Forgetting Mind Sutra. Forgetting is the path. With the origin comprehended, he should, as before, leave this realm. This might be his last time comprehending the origin. Meaning he couldn't return to the past, couldn't see Canary, couldn't see those who awakened him. He didn't know the price they paid. But he knew it must have been unbearable. Canary, we are separated, by thousands of years. When we meet again, will it be dust to dust, ashes to ashes? Qi Yuan naturally didn't want that. Time, fate, he would conquer them. At this moment, a black dot appeared in his hand. This was the most precious ability he had comprehended in the grand portal. The power of reincarnation. It is said that only yin spirits could enter reincarnation. Some nascent souls had a chance of reincarnating too. You woke me up, the power of reincarnation. I give it to you. I hope in the next life, we will meet again. On 7 Colors Peak, Zhongling Su, who was cultivating, opened her eyes. I feel like I just forgot something. She clutched her chest, confusion in her eyes. At that moment, a thunderclap sounded from the peak, heading towards 7 Colors Peak. The thunder was ordinary, like a typical lightning bolt. On the white jade palace at the peak, a cold white light shot up, clashing with the thunder, then disappearing. Zhongling Su showed a strange expression. Was that heavenly thunder? Did Master intervene? It was too quick, I couldn't see Master's power. She looked at a nearby wooden house. Inside, it was quiet, with no sound. Is senior brother playing games again? If he stays here playing for decades, the Xingguang sect might forget he exists. Zhongling Su continued her cultivation, not thinking much. At the ends of the earth. Several centuries had passed since the grand portal last appeared. The area was now deserted. Few people lived there. The grand portal had long disappeared, and by the sea, there was a wooden house. Facing the sea, but not warming with the spring. The ancient mirror on the dressing table was shattered, its fragments reflecting a flawless face. The left side was covered with a black veil. The girl's hand trembled, unable to hold the eyebrow pencil steadily. She couldn't even apply simple makeup properly. She looked in the mirror, seemingly trying hard to dress up. Suddenly, a stone broke the window, landing inside. A seagull flew away disdainfully. The pencil fell from her hand, and she cried out, I'm so clumsy, I can't even do my makeup. I'm ugly. She covered her left face, unwilling to look at it. After a long time, she finally finished her makeup. She looked at where the grand portal had vanished, her voice tinged with grievance, am I really ugly? Why don't you come to see me? In the Xingyuan demon cave, Chen Huan was extremely anxious. Several supreme beings were closing in, among them, a grand supreme. We're done for, we can't escape. Chen Huan looked at Qi Yuan, feeling an instant of daze from him. They can't escape, I am supreme now. Qi Yuan's eyes reflected the vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless years. The enlightenment had ended, and he had returned to the game reality. Big brother, you've become supreme. Chen Huan was astonished, then overjoyed. Looking at Qi Yuan, he felt he had become even more unfathomable. Just moments ago, he was still a myth on land, how did he suddenly become supreme? Had he comprehended the origin? Awakened his origin divine ability? Now, it's time to complete the third step of my plan, to slay the invaders. Qi Yuan was about to implement his meticulous plan. You've just broken through to Supreme, it's impossible. They have a Grand Supreme, whose origin divine ability has reached the engraved realm. Mentioning engraving, Chen Huan's eyes showed a hint of fear. An engraved origin divine ability, even if flaws are found, cannot be defeated. What Chen Huan said, Qi Yuan also knew. While fleeing with Ning Dao and mastering the human demon path, he learned more about supreme beings. Just entering the supreme realm, the origin divine ability is at the terminal stage. At the terminal stage, the control over the origin divine ability is not very stable, and it consumes a lot. Mid-stage supremes have their origin divine ability at the meticulous stage. They can control the origin divine ability meticulously, not wasting a single bit of it. As for late-stage Grand Supremes, they have reached the legendary engraved stage. Their origin divine ability is engraved in their body and soul. Without even moving, the origin divine ability forms on its own. The gap between a Grand Supreme and an early-stage Supreme is vast. Even through attrition, they can exhaust an early-stage Supreme's origin divine ability. Engraved, indeed very powerful. Qi Yuan grinned, but I haven't killed anyone for tens of thousands of years, I'm already starving. In the Grand Portal, Qi Yuan had sat for countless years. He had forgotten the passage of time, forgotten himself. It had indeed been many years since he last killed anyone. Big brother, did you forget? We just killed a supreme and quite a few mythic beings. Chen Huan felt his big brother was unreliable. Sometimes profound, sometimes not. He didn't want Qi Yuan to be unreliable now. Their conversation, though seemingly long, took less than 2 breaths. The terrifying aura descended completely. 6 supremes stood in the air, surrounding Qi Yuan and Chen Huan. The purple Taoist's eyes were deep, looking at the two with surprise. How did you two kill Supreme Yu Bai? The purple Taoist spoke, his eyes fixed on Qi Yuan. He ignored Chen Huan completely. The others also looked at Chen Huan and Qi Yuan with astonishment. Yu Bai's strength was well known. Even 2 supremes couldn't kill him quickly. But these two did it. Did they have a secret? The 6 had their own thoughts. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on the purple Taoist, his eyes sharp as knives. He pondered, was it you who sent Wu Tong to ambush me? Who gave you the courage to ambush me? Before a fight, one mustn't lose momentum. Even village dogs bark before a fight, right? This purple Taoist had inexplicably ambushed him, there must be a story. The others looked at the purple Taoist upon hearing Qi Yuan's words. The purple Taoist ambushed the Wugui city guardian. Did he come to the 1,000 cities for a reason? The purple Taoist didn't explain, he waved his sleeve. Capture the Wugui city guardian alive, kill the other. Chen Huan was furious. I am the White Emperor's disciple, why not capture me alive too? The 5 supremes attacked Chen Huan. 5 terrifying origin divine abilities fell on him. If hit, Chen Huan would be severely injured, if not dead. Big brother, save me. Chen Huan turned into a stream of light, dodging, with 5 divine abilities close behind. Qi Yuan's voice reached Chen Huan's ears. Qi Yuan, now stronger, could see the flaws in the 5 origin divine abilities. Chen Huan, hearing this, was delighted. Big brother, you're like a father to me. Chen Huan, like a god, dodged the 5 divine abilities but lost an arm in the process. The 6 supremes were shocked. They didn't expect Chen Huan to escape their origin divine abilities. They looked at Qi Yuan with amazement, curiosity, fear, and joy. Qi Yuan's voice echoed. Now, it's my turn. This world, though a game, felt real. It wasn't turn-based. Qi Yuan had held back, waiting to see through their origin divine abilities. A cultivator's origin divine ability was their path, revealing their true self. Attacking from the heart, most likely to induce heart demons. As Qi Yuan spoke, the 5 supremes felt inexplicable fear. The purple Taoist stood in the air, eyes narrowed, unafraid. He had a premonition that the Wugui city guardian could kill the other supremes but not him. Which suited him. The secrets and treasures of Wugui city should be his. Qi Yuan stepped forward, his robe fluttering. It turned blood red. He stood there, eyes deep as an abyss. Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon Induction. At that moment, Qi Yuan used his origin divine ability. He looked at a female supreme. Lust, Red Lotus Industry Fire. The female supreme was engulfed in red flames, her clothes burned away. No, Her left eye showed fear, her right eye showed lust. A demonic aura spread over her. She seemed ready to burst. Qi Yuan's gaze fell on a white-robed man. Arrogance, heaven's eye. Qi Yuan whispered, I hate pretentious people, only I can be pretentious. The white-robed man had a demon crawling on him. The demon, with a disdainful look, clung to his neck. The man felt terror, scratching at his neck. What is this? He hit himself with his origin divine ability, spitting blood. The origin divine abilities filled with strange auras. The 5 supremes showed fear, greed, lust. Their hearts were attacked. The scene turned eerie. Chen Huan watched in shock and fear, glancing at Qi Yuan. He wanted to ask, what are you? But he didn't dare. The scene was too horrifying. The Wugui city guardian, his big brother, acted like a villain. Divine abilities summoned demons. Who wouldn't fear demons? His big brother. Chen Huan was terrified. Qi Yuan looked at the 5 supremes, smiling wickedly. You've lived too long, wasted too much food. It's time to die. As he spoke, the 5 supremes, auras vanished. Their heart demons erupted, killing them. They didn't die naturally, so no demons formed. 5 powerful supremes died pathetically. The purple Taoist smiled. Your origin divine ability is interesting. A thought brings forth heart demons. Your origin divine ability is invincible among peers. Heart demon induction, formed from sin sources. This divine ability easily triggered heart demons. In the Flowwind realm, cultivators suppressed heart demons with the heart demon technique. But heart demons always existed. Dying naturally, demons formed. This divine ability targeted Flowwind realm cultivators. No early stage supreme could resist Qi Yuan's divine ability. In the Kanglan realm, it wouldn't be as invincible. But it would induce heart demons, weakening opponents. Looks like you've mastered many secrets of Wugui City. The purple Taoist was thrilled. The Destiny Tablet revealed the demoness's burial site in Wugui City. It contained the source of all demons. Qi Yuan's divine ability matched the tablet's description. If he could master the source of all demons and understand heart demons, who could challenge him? He sent Wu Tong to ambush Qi Yuan, plotting Wugui City. Later, the tablet revealed the great Buddha's burial site in Tianqin Palace. He spread rumors of the blood demon in Tianqin Palace, accidentally hitting the mark. The purple Taoist looked at Qi Yuan with greed. If you pledge loyalty to me and reveal all of Wugui City's secrets, I'll make you my disciple and give you the chance to serve me. Qi Yuan looked at him, puzzled. Why be my master when you're not my wife? He deduced from his master's back that she was his wife. This purple Taoist, a man, wanted to be his master. Gay. Qi Yuan looked at him in horror. A gay man near me. He instinctively wanted to protect himself. The purple Taoist was stunned, so was Chen Huan. What logic was this? Talking about becoming a disciple, what does it have to do with wives or being gay? Chen Huan whispered, Big brother, why not just accept him? He just broke through to Supreme, hadn't flaunted it yet, didn't want to die now. Qi Yuan coldly said, even if he knelt to be my dog, he's too dirty. Chen Huan widened his eyes. Big brother, you're too bold. The purple Taoist's smile faded. You don't want to be my disciple. You lost the chance to be the true ruler of this realm. With the Destiny Tablet, he was destined for greatness, even surpassing the Emperor and the Venerable. I'm curious, why are you so arrogant? Qi Yuan looked at him. You remind me of someone equally arrogant. That person was the purple heavenly goddess. The purple Taoist gave the same feeling as her. I have reason to be arrogant. Your origin divine ability is strong but can only kill early stage supremes. I am a grand supreme, my origin divine ability is engraved in my body and soul, flawless. How can your origin divine ability harm me? This was the confidence of a grand supreme. Their origin divine ability was flawless, forming on its own. The last arrogant one died by my sword, you won't be far off. Qi Yuan's eyes turned serious. Grand supremes were indeed strong. Now, Qi Yuan had killed 5 supremes, leveling up to 124. The purple Taoist was 189. A gap of over 60 levels. Qi Yuan had challenged higher levels before, but never this high. But in a game, soloing bosses is fun. Holding his broken sword, Qi Yuan's form grew. Little wedding, together as one, donning blood-red armor, Qi Yuan's level rose by 5. The gap with the purple Taoist narrowed. But still significant. Interesting, but soon, all of this will be mine. The purple Taoist watched Qi Yuan like a child watching ants. To him, Qi Yuan growing to dozens of feet, stronger, was like a small ant becoming a big ant. Take my sword. Strong sword energy spread, carrying endless heart demons. Early stage supremes affected by this sword wouldn't die naturally. But his opponent was a Grand Supreme. The purple Taoist stood still, his origin divine ability activating. Qi Yuan's strong sword was blocked by him. The purple Taoist said lightly, "Do it more, if you die, I won't see such swords." He wanted to understand the sin source and Wugui City's secrets through Qi Yuan's sword. Chen Huan watched silently. Qi Yuan's attacks were ineffective, as expected. His origin divine ability was deadly, but if he grew to Grand Supreme, he'd be invincible except for the Emperor and the Venerable. But now, he was newly supreme. The gap with Grand Supremes was vast. Qi Yuan remained calm, saying, "Purple Taoist, actually, you're not a Grand Supreme." But he kept attacking, fighting and talking. Qi Yuan used to hate this. But now, with the origin divine ability, he had to talk for the best effect. The purple Taoist smiled. "You're amusing. First time someone said he wasn't a Grand Supreme. Did it matter? A Grand Supreme doesn't just engrave the origin divine ability in body and soul but also in demons. Demons are part of you. Without engraving, how can you be a Grand Supreme?" Qi Yuan talked nonsense. Rubbish. The purple Taoist's origin divine ability hit Qi Yuan, who dodged easily. His eyes showed surprise. "When you reached Grand Supreme, did you hear a whisper calling, the demon confinement?" Qi Yuan asked again. The purple Taoist's eyes darkened. "How do you know?" He thought of Wugui City, the demoness's burial site. Did the Wugui City guardian know these things? Qi Yuan smiled mysteriously. The demon confinement technique was from his understanding of the Grand Portal. When he taught it, he couldn't add traps, but he didn't need to. He created the technique. The purple Taoist's technique was derived from the demon confinement technique, so he knew its effects well. "Your technique is flawed." Qi Yuan became a great deceiver, speaking confidently. "When you reached Supreme, your Dantian's human demon power rolled 3 times. Last time you meditated, you saw a door in your mind." The purple Taoist's face grew darker, then showed joy. "You've gained more than I imagined in Wugui City. So, you're not a Grand Supreme, your origin divine ability isn't fully engraved, with many flaws. You're at best mid-stage Supreme, not a true Grand Supreme. The Emperor and the Venerable are the only flawless Grand Supremes." Qi Yuan lied. "You speak interestingly, almost convincing me, but does it matter? I'm not flawless, but can you beat me?" The purple Taoist was somewhat convinced. "To be a true Grand Supreme, you must forget, you're a false Grand Supreme, or you'll never reach true Grand Supreme." Qi Yuan revealed his plan. The purple Taoist paused, forgetting he was a Grand Supreme. Forget. Qi Yuan's eyes sharpened. The moment was here. The Great Forgetting Mind Sutra. Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon Induction. Hidden until now, the Great Forgetting Mind Sutra activated. The purple Taoist stood, eyes blank. "I'm not a Grand Supreme." He forgot he was a Grand Supreme. His aura dropped for an instant. His flawless origin divine ability showed a flaw. The Void Realm Sovereign Heart Demon Induction activated. Heart demons filled the purple Taoist's heart. He, like the 5 Supremes, had demons emerge. His eyes cleared, showing fear and anger. He roared, "I am a Grand Supreme."